Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. A few quick announcements before the show begins. We rarely do sponsorships, so this podcast is viewer supported. So that we can continue to not be beholden to megacorp advertisers, please consider sending a tip through streamlabs.com/whatever. Instead of super chatting, YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. That's streamlabs.com/whatever. The messages on Streamlabs get priority. To read a message during a break is $200 and up. Oh, you know what? Oh, no, that is correct. Yeah, you can show it. I thought I had it. We had to bump it today just because we have so much to get through. So $200 to read. TTS is going to be TTS is going to be $300. My mistake. What's that? Oh, yeah. TTS is going to be $300 and up. That's via Streamlabs only. There's a moderation delay with the TTS, but we try to get those in within a minute or two. Also via Streamlabs, you can mute a microphone, pop a ball of champagne, or if you're a real baller, real G, we have some crypto-only options, Ethereum, even some Bitcoin options. We have balls of crystal if you want to pop a pricey champagne bottle. Also, if you want to just tip, have 100% of your contribution go towards us. No platform fees, no cut. You can via Venmo, Cash App. That's whatever pod on both. We have channel memberships to become a member. Click the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month, and there's a lot of you that we will pull up later, but we're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab, go to Twitch. Just skip to Twitch. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have an Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. Quick, for easy way to support the show every single month. We got merch, shop.whatever.com. Follow us on Instagram @whatever, twitter.com/whatever. You can follow me, the host, Instagram, Brian Atlas X, Twitter, Brian Atlas. Check out my cat, I guess. There it is. Check out my cat. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. All labia can't matter until Big Labia matter. Also, I ratioed Kanye West, so that's cool. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a Clips channel. We also have a Discord, discord.gg/whatever. We post our stream schedule, behind the scenes, hate mail, research, studies, a bunch of other stuff. If you're my Caucasian, you will join the Discord. Also, we have a little Crash Out Kylie update that we'll get into later on in the stream. And that's it. So without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, occupation, where you're from, and education. Go ahead.
Okay, hi, my name is Shona. I'm 18 years old. I'm a college student here at UC Santa Barbara, and I'm in my freshman year, and I'm from the Bay Area.
All right, what are you studying?
I'm studying psychological and brain sciences.
Gotcha. All right, welcome. What about you?
Hi, I'm Caitlin, also known as Amouranth. I am 31, and I am a live streamer and content creator from Houston.
All right. Any college or anything like that? University?
I went to school locally in Houston for costume design.
For costume design?
Yeah, before influencing.
Gotcha. You get a degree, bachelor's?
No, I couldn't even finish.
School,
yeah, it was like a trade program.
Do you still do costume-related design?
Occasionally, yeah, for cosplay conventions and stuff.
Rock and roll. And you're from Texas, like grew up there?
Yes,
Gotcha. Houston, all right. Rock and roll. What about you?
My name is Nick Lee. I'm 36, and I guess I do social media work kind of behind the scenes mostly, supporting kind of what Kate does. And then I have a bachelor's degree in engineering and finance.
Gotcha. And where are you from?
Texas, Houston. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. All right. And you said you had a degree in, what was it again? Sorry.
It was finance. And then engineering.
And what kind of engineering?
Chemical.
Chemical engineering.
It's all chemical down there.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Before you got into some of the content stuff, were you working in?
I was briefly on Wall Street, Merrill Lynch, during the financial crisis of 2009.
Yeah.
Right before the summer, right before they went under. So that was a very interesting experience. Then I did engineering after that, and it was mostly like designing ethylene cracking plants.
Okay, gotcha. What about you?
I'm Lola. I'm 20. I'm from Orange County, and I'm currently a student, a barista, and a nanny.
Gotcha. What are you studying?
Writing and literature.
All right. And you're a sophomore, junior?
Junior.
Senior? Junior. Okay. All right. What about you?
I'm Willow. I'm 27 and I'm from Chicago. I work for a car dealership, but I'm also mainly the founder and owner of a community for women called Womanhood Unfiltered. So that's my main focus.
All right. And any education, college?
I went to the Art Institute, but I ended up dropping out, and I'm just kind of focused on like what I do with my business. I graduated high school. That's about it.
Okay. All right. What about you?
My name is Melissa. I am 28 years old. I am originally from Baltimore. I lived in Tampa for the past 3 years, and I just moved to Denver. I got there on Tuesday, but I've also lived in many other states in the past few years. I am an IFBB professional bodybuilder, and I am an online coach for both athletes and lifestyle clients. And for school, I did not finish college. I probably had like 1 semester left. I'm debating finishing in some kind of science.
Okay. And how long have you been doing the bodybuilding for?
I have been a pro since 2020. My first show ever was when I was 17 in 2014.
Can we get a most muscular? And then the double bi?
Okay.
Maybe a tricep? Can we get a little tricep?
Well, I gotta like stand.
Here,
up
let me,
front.
maybe this angle.
Oh,
Try
wait,
that.
oh,
Can you do
there's-
the other arm?
No,
Other.
I
Yeah.
like this one better.
Oh, it looks hot.
Nice.
We don't have good shadows here.
Shoot. Darn. Cool. Thank you for that. What about you?
My name is Savannah. I'm 31. I'm originally from Nashville, but I live in San Diego now. I am an office administrator for San Diego jewelry buyers down in San Diego. And then I also run a Flow Star community in San Diego and promote for local shows. And yeah.
Any education?
Oh, yeah. I went to school in Middle Tennessee for health and nutrition.
You got a bachelor's degree?
I got my
or-
bachelor's, yeah.
Gotcha. All right. What about you?
Hello, my name is Courtney. I'm 31. I'm from Salt Lake City, Utah. I'm an exotic cat trainer, specializing in savanna cats. They're a hybrid species between an African serval and a domestic house cat, if you did not know that. And I have a bachelor's degree in computer science.
Those are the really big cats, right?
They're not like tiger size,
No.
but I would say imagine a cheetah, but like half the size. They're the size of a medium dog.
Okay.
Yeah.
Imagine a cheetah, but half the size.
I mean, that's pretty big, I think.
And did you say your education? Sorry, I might have missed that.
Yeah, so I've completed a bachelor's
Comp
degree
science?
in computer science. Yes,
Gotcha.
comp sci. Mhm.
Okay. All right. What about you?
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible. I'm a political pundit, a commentator. I do debates all around the world and conversations all around the world as well. Mostly via video. I don't like actually like physically going around the world, but I do like having conversations. So that's who I am. Thank you all for having me. I'm happy to have this conversation today.
All right. Welcome, everybody. We're going to go around the table once more. What's your current relationship status? If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in?
I'm currently single. I've never been in a relationship before, but I mean, like I'm talking to someone right now.
Okay. How long have you been talking to them?
Well, we're like hanging out before, but we've just been like talking more and spending more time together in the last few weeks. But it's been like since school started.
Okay. So like just, what, 3-4 weeks or something?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. And when you say you're just talking, what does that entail?
Just spending time together and hanging out, and getting to know each other.
Like going on dates or going to his dorm room or?
Yeah, hanging out.
Okay. What about you?
I've been married to this guy for about 10 years.
All right. Married. How long were you guys dating for?
I think it's about a year and a half.
Gotcha. So about together almost 12 years
Yeah.
total.
Met
Does
in
that sound right?
2014,
Yeah, it's
approaching
getting
11.
there. Getting there.
And so you guys got married after, you said a year and a half or so?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. And any other relationships before that for you?
Just like dating for like 6 months at a time, but nothing serious.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, I imagine your answer is a bit the same. So married to her for
Yeah.
10 years?
Yeah, that part of it's the same. I had kind of a wild 20 to 25, but
Yeah. So some other, any other long-term relationships?
no, like
No,
nothing
just
past about 6 months.
dating
or so.
around.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. And how did you guys meet?
Tinder back when it was a real
Oh, shit.
app. Like
Before pay to win.
In 24, pay to win. I like that. Before, yeah, that was like I think it came out in 2012-ish, so that's pretty early on. And, okay, so you dated for a year and a half, you met on Tinder, and have you guys ever, was it ever on again, off again at any points, or pretty much just smooth, well, I don't know,
we've had
straight through, you know?
We've had some crazy fights, but it's always been...
Yeah, never an actual break.
No breaks. Gotcha. Okay. All right. I'm sure I'll have some more questions as the show progresses, but what about you?
I'm in a relationship, and my longest relationship was for 2.5 years.
Gotcha. How long's your current relationship been?
A month and a half.
So you were on the show previously. Were you in a relationship last time you were on the show?
No, you asked me this question, and I told you I was in a situationship.
It's upgraded.
Yeah.
To a full relationship.
Yep.
Boyfriend?
Yep.
Okay. A month and a half. Who popped the question?
Him.
Or is it mutual? I guess?
Kind of as a result of seeing the podcast, which is a little funny.
Wow, you owe me something. I don't know. So
yeah, I was gonna say.
So you were on the show. You were in the situationship. Your guy you were seeing. What, he watched the show, I guess, and
I honestly don't even think so. Our other friends had watched the show, and I guess it had just come up in conversation. And I mentioned to him like some joke that was like, "Hey, sorry, it might have been obvious it was about you because our friends were watching it." Okay. Yeah, I told him that I said I was in a situationship, and then, snowballed to a conversation. Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
So, thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. Wow, we're really, people come on the whatever podcast and they find love, and we've actually set up, a lot of people have met through this. Anyways, what about you?
I'm single. I've been single, like, outside of serious relationships for about 3 years. I've kind of dated around the past few months, but I did it for choice, and then dating is just, like, really bad in your 20s. It's, like, no fun. So
Gotcha.
I say single. My longest relationship was 4 years.
4 years. Is that the one that ended about 3 years ago?
No, that one was, like, a year and a half ago. That relationship ended when I was about 21 or 22-ish.
Gotcha. Who ended your longest relationship?
It was kind of like a mutual thing between the both of us, but he more so was the last person to block finally, but it was really, really toxic, like blocking, sending each other emails. He was an alcoholic, so he spent a lot of time, like, when he was sober, he'd never talk to me, and then he'd get, like, blackout drunk and call me every single day for, like, 4 years of my life, so it was a lot of fun.
Good times.
Oh, it's exciting.
Good times. Love that.
Yeah.
And your most recent relationship, which you said was about 3 years ago, which you said was about a year?
Yeah, that was like a little over a year, but after a year of hating, that was very
Actually,
mutual.
finish that sentence. After a year of hating?
After a year of hating each other, we actually became best friends.
Oh.
He knows. We're watching. I'm not going to say names, but he knows I'm on here today. He's watching. So, hi, we love you.
It's a good foundation for any friendship or prior hate.
Yeah, block each other, take cats.
Sure. What about you?
I am single, and my last relationship, which was also my longest relationship, ended in 2021. We worked together for almost 2 years.
All right. Who broke up with who?
I broke up with him.
Gotcha. All right. Any particular reason?
We didn't like each other.
Didn't like each other? But
No.
how long were you dating?
2 years, almost.
Didn't like each other, but dating for... It was like a comfort thing?
It was the kind of thing, like, I was doing my stuff, like working, training, whatever. I think he kept claiming to be, in love with me, but would always tell me all these things he didn't like about me. So I thought about it, and I was like, you think you love me, but you don't like me, and I think we should find people that we like. And I wanted relief from that, so.
Okay. All right. What about you?
I am single at the moment. My longest relationship, I would say, usually they tap out after a year and a half or 2 years. My last relationship ended 2 years ago.
And you say they tap out after, sorry, how long? A year?
A year and a half to 2 years, yeah.
When you say they tap out,
Like
what do you...
all of my relationships, like the longer ones I've had, they've usually lasted like a year and a half or 2 years.
But your framing of tap out,
Like that's like
like,
where,
is it such an onslaught
It's just where things
from
like
you?
fizzle out like romantically and emotionally, where it's like this isn't working
Fizzle.
in that way.
The fizzle, yeah.
I've been able to maintain friendships with a couple of my exes.
Okay.
And like I have relationships with them still to this day in a friendship, but
Gotcha.
yeah.
Okay, so you've been single for 2 years.
Yeah.
All right. And you said your longest would typically a year and a half, 2 years?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. What about you?
Let's see. I'm currently in a relationship, and we've been together for 8 months. My longest would have to be my marriage, my failed marriage. That was 5 years. And yeah, we have a daughter. So.
All right, so you're divorced, correct?
Correct.
All right, and you were together 6 years, you said?
5.
Married? Okay,
We were
5.
married 2.5,
I
dating
see.
for a total of, together for a total of 5.
Gotcha. And sorry, remind me your age again?
31.
31. Okay, gotcha. And how long you been single for?
Well, I currently belong to someone.
sorry, you're
and
currently in a
we've been
relationship.
together for 8 months.
8 months. Gotcha. Okay, sorry, I got my wires crossed there. All right. Who initiated the divorce?
That would be me.
Okay. Does he pay you alimony?
No, he passed away.
Oh, sorry to hear that. Okay. And you said you had one kid, right?
Yeah, we have one daughter together.
And that's with your ex?
Yeah,
that passed?
yes, him.
Okay, gotcha. All right. What about you?
Yeah, I'm married.
All right. Andrew is married. How long have you been married, Andrew? Long time?
I don't fucking know.
He forgot. It's been so
Forever.
long, he forgot.
Been married forever.
All right, rock and roll. Okay, cool. So that's everybody's relationship status. I did want to get into some of the notes here that I had. Just one moment while I get those pulled up. Kate, did you submit any notes, or maybe you texted them? You said you wanted to talk about like stalkers or something?
Yeah. It was just,
Yeah.
You asked me if there's any
Yeah,
prompts that were
what's
fun.
the story there?
Oh, gosh. What year was it? Do you remember? Is that the last house?
2018,
Yeah,
17.
somewhere around there. We had a guy from Estonia try to come and it seems like marry me, because he had a ring that he said he got from his grandmother. And he sold everything he had in Estonia, including his house and his cat, to come find me in Texas, and was live streaming the whole thing. Even had like a donation goal before he got to America of flight to Houston. And I reported it to Twitch, but he just kept making new accounts. And so in some ways it was useful to keep tabs on him, but it was very unhinged behavior, psychotic. So that was a time. He did come to the house and try to get into the house, and he came back multiple times too, even after being arrested.
Yikes. Okay,
Yeah.
so you have a restraining order, or?
I don't even know if they
We had it expires after like 2 years or something
Yeah.
like that. But then like there's a crazy conversation that kind of starts where it's like he had from Estonia, he had actually a working visa for a company in Miami, and he just didn't go. And then even after, they kind of made him skip town, because the police in Houston, they don't really know. They're just kind of like, okay, you can't come here anymore. And then he went back to Miami and apparently picked up the job anyways. So it's kind of like, I don't know what the hiring standards are, or I don't know what his skill set was, but they kind of just waited an extra couple of months, and he just showed up.
Yeah.
And you guys have, you had
I'm sorry.
a break-in recently too, or something I saw online.
Yeah. It was in
I didn't
March,
really
yeah.
see the details, but I mean, you guys, you're in Texas, right? Mm-hmm. You guys have firearms, or?
I do. I have a lot of guns, yeah.
A lot of guns. Okay, maybe you and Andrew can. Andrew also has a lot of firearms. Have you ever had to like shoot anybody?
He did.
Well, not prior to that moment. Like,
yeah.
In fact, I always thought like one guy might break in one day, but like 3 is a hypothetical. Like I don't do anything with the cartel, so it should be fine. So like I had a shotgun and a handgun, but like because she was essentially being held hostage, shotgun was kind of out of the question. So.
Gotcha. Andrew, it sounded like you had a question, or?
Did you kill him? How many of them?
No, it's 3 guys, all wearing masks, hoodies. They seem like they had done something before, but never a hostage because they mismanaged that thankfully pretty badly. They all had guns, and one guy had this ridiculous, like, super extended mag thing. I remember I kept bumping into tables and stuff with it. But they kind of, the complication there is that, like, she was in front of them and they were marching her, kind of to my location, but they didn't know I was there. And so for me, it was like, it's not like in the movies, you can't take that hero shot in that situation. And so my whole gamble was that if I yelled, "Get down," would she actually drop, or would she create enough distance that there would actually be a shot, right? And it was I joke about it now, but it's like, if I yell "Get down," like half the time she'd probably say "Why?" In that case, she'd drop to the floor super low. And then, unfortunately, all three of them lined up, and so I only had a shot of one. And so I fired, and then, like, what they don't tell you is that, like, in that situation, your adrenaline peaks.
Yeah.
And so there's something called, like, auditory exclusion.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like,
Time slows down or speeds up.
Yeah. For me, no sound. It's like in Saving Private Ryan, it's like the white noise thing. Because I remember, like, firing, and then I was like, oh no, did I, like, forget my safety? Did it jam? And I had to look at it and watch the bullet finish,
a little closer,
ejecting.
A little closer.
Oh, sorry.
You're good.
The bullet finished ejecting. And then, I fired twice more. It was visual confirmation because I couldn't hear it, even though I'm the one closest to the gun. And so,
Very
like,
common for hunters, too.
Yeah,
They'll fire the shot and never hear it go when
Yeah.
your adrenaline's pumping.
hit him in the lower gut. He bled a lot. Enough that his buddies had to drop him off at the hospital directly after. And then that was kind of the first lead. And then, from there, it's association and all that.
How many times you hit him?
Just one time. I was definitely, I was very nervous, but also it's just like she's still in
Well, yeah, it's
frame.
fucking, that's terrifying.
Yeah. So I'm
That's
aiming
absolutely
higher
terrifying.
than, yeah.
Yeah.
And so, no, didn't one hit, can't tell if the other one of them like franged a bit, and then one just a miss.
What were you using?
It was a 9mm staccato CS.
And these guys had it like extended mag Glocks.
Glocks, yeah.
Yeah. We kept the bullet holes in the wall as a reminder.
Just curious, were the black guys?
Like one or two of them were like hard to, it's like some kind of mix or something, and then one,
Okay.
And then the driver was like
Yeah.
Hispanic.
Yeah,
He was a
they
getaway
had
driver.
some Hispanic names when they
Okay,
arrested
so
all
they're
of
all like
them.
half something, yeah.
Why did they target you?
So
Did they know you guys were? Is that what it was?
I
Yeah,
don't know if they knew who I was like on a fan level, but they definitely knew that I was worth a lot according to like the crypto numbers that articles have posted online.
Yeah, it's on two levels. You could say the tweet that we had made ourselves, but really it was like her kind of getting called out by Hassan's people, and then they kind of went crazy, and then the news articles wrote about that situation, but they like to hyperlink the previous article, and so that's how that thing went kind of hyper viral, 100 million impressions. And then these guys, was just like, had no idea who she was, just was like, oh, crypto. Like, that's a thing we can, yeah.
So what was their big plan? They were going to ransom her for crypto?
So that's the craziest
Yeah.
part, right? Bitcoin is not actually untraceable.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I know. And,
No,
and
it's
so
not.
it makes no sense, but they were tunnel visioning so hard because it was like,
Sorry.
no, you're good. It was like taken, right? Like, because she calls me and then puts on speakerphone and is like, is that you? And I hear like a loud banging on the door, and I was like, that's not even the front door, that's the master bedroom door, right? And then like moments later, they busted the door down, you can hear it crash, and they're in there yelling. And for us, historically, anytime there's a bump in the night or like an intrusion, it's actually like a swatting, right? And so my first instinct is never to grab the gun because that's kind of suicidal.
Because that's the way you get shot.
Exactly, yeah. But luckily, they immediately were like, where is it? She's like, what are you talking about? Like the crypto. And I was like, that's not the cops. And so that's when it kind of like...
Were they looking for a physical drive?
Yeah, they took my phone and we were browsing through the
did
apps
they think
for
that's in a
Coinbase.
vault? That's not
craziest
how it
thing.
works.
It's still on speakerphone. They're tunnel visioning so hard on finding the crypto app that I'm on speaker. The guy is looking through the phone, and I was like, he's going to say something to me, right? And I kind of like waited, and like he just never noticed the call was running, and it kept running. That was like my intel, like like tell of like kind of what they were doing, roughly where they were or whatever. Yeah.
That is wild.
Crazy.
So So the cops got them all. They all in jail now?
Yeah, they're about to be tried. The driver flipped really hard because he's like kind of co-party to that, and they're facing just to start 2 counts of 5 to 99 in Texas.
What is that?
5 to 99 years.
Oh, 5 to 99.
It's like a armed
Yeah, they don't mess
robbery.
around in Texas when it comes to that
aggravated
stuff.
kidnapping is what they used.
Yeah. Well, good, man. I mean, I know you're not supposed to say this and stuff, but like, I'm glad you got the bastard.
Oh yeah. I'm usually the guy who lets the spider outside, but like in that moment, I would have probably done something.
Well,
crazy.
you have every right to defend yourself. They break into your home, dude.
And so, anybody here do OnlyFans, or is it just you, Kate?
I have one.
Oh, you have an OF. Okay.
Yes.
Do you
Not
post-
super active on it.
Is it like bodybuilding stuff, or is it like adult content stuff?
It's essentially an extension of stuff that I would post on Instagram. I don't do no nudity or anything.
No nudes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't like all the bodybuilders do that, basically?
Yeah, I mean, my whole thing with it, it's like if I have it, I feel like I should be more active on it and just utilize it, but I'm not really. I respect people who do it for real and are making bank on it. I don't it doesn't align with me, but I have it, and I feel like I did it because there is this crossover between that stuff and the fitness bodybuilding world, and I'm like, well, it makes sense. I might if people are looking at me, I might as well make some money off of it, but it doesn't feel good to me. So I'm kind of in this limbo with it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So going back to you though, Kate. So you got into OF pretty early on, right?
Probably 2019-ish.
2020.
And were you doing Patreon before that?
Yeah, I was.
Are there, before OF kind of emerged as this really giant platform, it was mostly people doing Patreon before that, right? Or was there something kind of like OF before OF?
I think it was mainly Patreon, you're right.
Mainly Patreon. And when did you start, you do adult type content? Is it semi-nude, nude? What do you post on there?
Oh, it's kind of a mixture.
Okay.
Yeah. It just really depends on I guess what people are requesting.
Okay, gotcha. And I've seen some things online. You mentioned also with this home invasion story that there were, I guess, some news stories about whoa, she has this much crypto and she makes this much money. In terms of the home invasion, it sounded like they were after some crypto hard drives or something. Have you disclosed how much crypto you have publicly, or?
We disclosed how much we had at one point, but not the current amount.
What did you disclose previously? Or if you want to disclose current, that's fine too.
It would have been equivalent to in the tens of millions, but
tens of millions.
It was more so of a hey, this was crazy, but not that we actualized it at the current price, which is way higher.
Gotcha.
If that makes sense.
That
and
makes
it was an
sense.
older tweet too. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The article dug it up because it was from a year and 8 months ago or something like that. Yeah.
Gotcha. And then Kate, you've also, I think on some other podcasts, mentioned in terms of your income from OnlyFans, it's quite substantial. From what I've seen, these are older interviews, maybe from a year or two ago. Is there an updated number in terms of total earnings?
I haven't done the math to update it in a long time. Don't remember. Do you remember?
The gross is 8-digit 7 handle. So in the 70+ million range gross.
70.
74, 75.
Okay, yeah. Gotcha. And in a year, in a 1 year period, what's the most that you've made?
Ooh. I know it was really high during the COVID years, especially. It was running at over $2 million a month.
Okay.
Just a hair shy of 30 in 22.
Wow. And
how much does Uncle Sam get? Yeah.
Too much.
It's always too much, but we do I do a lot of real estate things that do 100% bonus depreciation from the 16, Taxes and Jobs Act, and then also more recently they just rolled a new one. So as little tax leakage as possible legally.
Well, I mean, good, right? That's what you're supposed to do, right?
Absolutely,
but, yeah, I'm sure that's a pretty high tax bracket.
Yeah.
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 But I mean, that's just from the OnlyFans. You're also a Twitch streamer. You also, I imagine, do other things too. I guess really quick, just finishing off on the OF thing. Most in one day.
I don't think I've ever calculated that before.
You think it's 6 figures?
I think so.
I don't know if there's a higher one, but there was a $250,000 day.
Quarter mil?
Yeah.
Okay. And let's see. You also, I'm trying to remember, it wasn't like Belle Delphine, she did this bathwater thing. Didn't you do something similar?
Yeah, my hot tub water when the hot tub meadow was really strong on Twitch.
Okay. Yeah.
And the beer.
Oh, yeah.
You had the beer? What's that?
There's a company that contacted me from Poland. I think it's like Yoni is the company, and they make beer that matches the profile of women's vagina yeast. They'll you send in a sample and they'll replicate the agriculture amount.
The agriculture?
What was
or
that's the word they use.
I don't drink
I
much
might have been a
alcohol.
translation
Something
error.
about they just recreate that profile.
They grew it, is what they were describing.
No, I know what you're talking about.
They made beer out of your vagina yeast?
Mm-hmm. They're like, we're going to grow it. We're going to take the sample and grow more based on the profile of the vagina yeast.
You can make beer from that?
Yeah.
There's a chick who makes sourdough with her yeast too.
Wow,
She went viral on TikTok for
making
that.
bread, literally.
Yeah,
oh
you
my
know
gosh.
what that is?
What the name of degeneracy is going on here?
Wow, damn, that's okay.
You learn something new every day.
Yeah. Okay, so
Can you bring me some non-vagina yeast beer, bro? I appreciate it.
why didn't you? You should have really brought us some as a gift. By the way, I feel a bit insulted. Just
We
saying.
should have. Do we have any bottles left?
There's like maybe
I'm not for
a
me to
handful
drink,
of bottles
Andrew,
left.
You're the beer
Yeah.
drinker.
I'm not sure what to do with them.
I'm just saying, it's just not really, not very considerate of you guys to
Sorry.
have forgotten us. Now I'm just
We
messing.
need to do another run.
Yeah.
It was limited.
Oh, there's a limited supply.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
probably sitting on some shelves somewhere.
Oh, I'm sure.
We have like 3 or 4 bottles, and that's it. And we don't know what to do with the last few. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you sold it?
Yeah. They
The company did. We haven't sold any.
Yeah,
of
they
it
sold out real
ourselves.
fast, and a lot of it was like, as you'd imagine, like YouTubers, TikTokers who wanted to do like a
Review.
viral video.
Yeah.
Right. That only helps the marketing for that.
Drinking
That would make a
vagina
fun
beer?
lemonade
They were
Or other
drink-
things. I mean, they did smoking bongs with the hot tub water. So it's like, it's kind of like
We live in a society.
How much did you make from the bath water, hot tub water stuff? 6 figures?
Yeah, it was over 6 figures. I don't know if there was a final amount.
all of
we
that
were
stuff is
paying
just
attention
marketing
to.
that actually pays you to market, and it was like approaching 6 figures. I think it was right under. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Are you going to sell your bathtub water?
You know what? I have contemplated it. It's in the works. Maybe we can link up to some sort of. I'll do a hot tub stream with you. Is that still the meta?
We can be bottling it on stream.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Let's see. I had another question on this. Something.
Vagina yeast? Really? Like that's
Apparently it tastes really good too. I've been told.
They still do it, but just
You
not
never
for
tried
specific girls right now.
I didn't try because it just I don't know.
I tried it.
I kind of
that might be a little morbid to drink your own vagina yeast beer. Yeah, I could
like, I
see
don't.
where that could be a little.
And then hold on. I also recall you. I don't know if you still do this, like ASMR stuff.
Yeah.
Do you still do that or not? Really?
I dabble.
You dabble.
Yeah, YouTube deleted all my channels, including the ASMR channel,
Why's
so
that?
they wouldn't tell me.
Oh, it's just you wake up one day.
Yeah,
channels-
literally. Mm-hmm.
Okay, damn, crazy.
Yeah, there are no strikes.
Now you're
on
one of
it.
the larger streamers on Twitch too, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I don't know who is Hassan bigger than you are as far as live viewership
Like,
now.
yeah.
I did a kick contract for 2 years and kind of like.
I mean,
stopped
when you were at
streaming
your
as
peak
much.
on Twitch before you did the kick
Yeah, I would
contract.
say Hassan's always been like more concurrent
Guys
viewers.
usually
Okay.
are, yeah.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
Yeah, you moved to Kick for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I did.
Gotcha. Why the change back?
The contract ended.
End of the contract. Okay. Gotcha. All right.
And Twitch sucks. Twitch sucks and has terrible TOS and is awful, right?
Lots of things happen there.
They're pretty bad. It's bad for politics. I mean, I don't know about like booby girls or whatever, but it's bad for politics.
Oh, it's bad for e-girls too.
They're cracking on both.
Yeah.
You in your notes you had said you wanted to speak on the morality of OnlyFans. What were your thoughts there?
Oh, I was just wanting everyone's opinions. I think it's fun to
Okay.
go around with like
Okay.
thoughts.
Sure. Well, I assume since you do OnlyFans, you're probably in favor of sex work. I imagine no issues there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with
What
it.
about you?
I don't have any major problem with sex work, and I don't think that we should stigmatize women who do it as much as we do.
Okay, your thoughts? I mean,
I kind of just go with the flow. I don't have an opinion.
just look
Oh,
closer.
sorry.
You're good.
I don't really have an opinion. It's kind of just maybe not the most favorable thing, but it's something that people are going to engage
Yeah.
in either way. So
It can do some
Actually-
good though for people.
Really quick before we dive into that topic, I had a question for you. So you've been with Kate for almost 12 years. When you first met her, I don't imagine you were doing any form of sex work, at least when you guys first met. I'm imagining about midway into the relationship, you do start either on Patreon or on OnlyFans, you do start getting involved, engaged in sex work. Was this like a mutual kind of push? How did you feel? Because I've heard some guys are like, I don't know how I feel about my girl doing this kind of stuff. So what was when, I guess, that sort of came about very initially in the beginning? Did you have thoughts on that?
I wasn't like, it was a way more diluted version of it, I guess. Like on Patreon, it's like, you might gate a bikini picture behind
Right.
paywall, right?
Yeah, they were a lot more strict.
I still remember it was like one of the cosplayers that she followed and looked up to, who was kind of big at the time. She announced that she had made $8,000 a month on Patreon, and like at that point in time, still like cosplay and most of the online stuff, it's like an starving artist like enclave, and so like 8,000 was all the money in the world. And I think you kind of just replicated, some of the things, and like, the bikinis aren't even as lewd or whatever. And so for me, that was just like, this could have gone on Instagram, and so I had no problem with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it kind of just, as it grew, it was kind of just like a mutual discussion per, I guess, level of like more not safe for work you get. And then we just saw an opportunity.
And do you-
And like, I don't collab with other guys on it, right? He's the only guy I've ever been with. So it's a lot of solo stuff. So
Do you
it never
do-
really came up as an issue.
Okay, so you don't do external
No.
BG content?
No.
Do you guys do BG content together? No?
Yeah. We've taken advantage of how the talk goes, and like sometimes we'll do like a TikTok or like a story where there's like implication that there might be another person there, and then they might even show up, but like it never actually makes its way into the content. Yeah.
Okay. But you guys haven't actually done anything together on that? Okay.
And has any of the OF stuff created any relationship issues at all? Any conflict?
No, I don't think it's like, not the OF stuff.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I mean, it's like it's more just working with your spouse is like
Yeah.
a whole different ball game. I don't think it's specific to OF. I think it's just more specific to us working together. And like I joke that we're like married maybe 20 years, because like what is the average person's how much time does the average person spend with their spouse in a year, right? We're like, I think within 40 feet of each other for the last 11 years.
Yeah.
That's got to be doubling up on how much time you spend together. So
Yeah, because he does like all the analytical parts of social media and the strategy and stuff like that. And I just, for the longest time, would just live stream, and then I would film content.
Do you have other people come in and film your scenes? Like for
We've had
yours?
other girl photographers in the past, but now mostly just a tripod.
Oh, gotcha.
And
it's been
timer.
scaled back. During the heyday, we had like teams of people, and then they would come up with everything, ideas and stuff. It was very professionalized, kind of like what you guys have here. Is like her getting run through a list of like possible topics, trending things that are working, and then her kind of checking off what she wanted to do, and then they would just film, and they would like knock it all out in one day in a month, and then that was kind of the
But to be clear, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
You don't do any other male to female content?
No.
Just solo stuff.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to do some R&D before I came, and I did subscribe. And I was like, okay. And I thought I saw, because I can usually tell, but maybe it's just toy manufacturing has gotten very, very good. But I promise, it looked very real.
Thank you.
It's funny because the brand of that toy is called Real,
Did you just say that you subscribe to her?
For R&D.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Research and
She's a
development.
girl's girl. You can't hate.
So the
And
brand
plus she had a sale.
it's called Real C, asterisk CK. That's what those are called, yeah, because they are hyper realistic.
So now it's 30 million and 15.
Yeah.
Is that because of you? You put it over the top.
That's what it's. Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Real chicken.
Yeah.
Does it bother you at all, like, that there's thousands, tens of thousands, millions of men just being fucking degenerate gooners over your wife? Does that bother you at all?
I guess I've always approached it from who doesn't want to be potentially married to an A-list, a Hollywood star, right? And it's like that happens whether she makes, any kind of content like that or not. It's unavoidable, and so it's almost just like if it's happening, somewhere, then does it?
Well,
really,
I mean, it definitely happens more though.
No, yeah, for sure.
Like significantly more, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's. I guess that's the heart of the questions. It's always hard for people, I think, to reconcile, myself included. You know what I mean? Like, if your significant other is undressing for people to see, you know what I mean, and doing other things. I'm guessing that there's other scenes that you do, masturbatory things like that. I'm guessing that's like it's got to be tough to watch, though, right? No,
I think maybe I agree. If I was dating someone who was doing OF before I was kind of steeped in all the thing, I think so. But because of the way it kind of started, we were kind of on the thing together. Like every part of it was like, is this something that we would do potentially? And if so, for what, right? Mm-hmm. And I think when the decisions are made in that way, it's a little different. It feels like there was either of us could have basically been against it, and that probably would have been the end of it. But both of us were kind of on board, and then we could kind of tap out whenever we wanted to, in theory.
Are you going to have kids?
We kind of decided when we were dating that we didn't want kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We spent a lot of time with my brother's 3 kids, and that's kind of the way she gets the kids feel.
Yeah. A lot of animals.
The question that comes up, obviously, all the time, I'm sure you've heard it before, is like, what happens when little Johnny comes home and is like, I got beat up at school because, people are like, look at your mom. And like, what's the navigational principle there? Even if you have kids that aren't yours but are around, that could happen to them too, right? Especially considering if people are breaking into your house, I'm guessing, and I hate even saying that, but I'm guessing you've been doxxed all over the place, like most of us have, right? So, I mean, that's a real possibility, right? So how do you navigate that?
I have a variant perception on that. When I hear it, it's kind of like, I don't know, I can see where that logic, kind of comes from. And especially if you say in the mid 2000s, little Johnny grew up and his mom was one of the first online, P stars. That'd be kind of I think that would be pretty bad, right? But I think going forward, the way I see it, OF became so ubiquitous, and then it's still not fully a P company studio production.
Yeah.
I actually think that no one's going to care by that time it rolls around. And
we already have those kids. We have reports of kids getting bullied over it, and that there was that one kid. He unalived himself, right, because of the incessant. Kids are cruel, right? They can't help themselves. It's part of how they engage with the world, especially young men. You probably remember when you were in school. We're all assholes. So, I fully expect that that's not going to change, right?
I think. This is probably a dim view of society, but I think that having financial resources is going to be way more important than that social aspect, because especially now, sure, you can bully a kid for his mom doing OF, but you can bully a kid for anything or nothing at all, and incessantly, 24/7.
Yeah, but it's scalable, right? So if you're getting bullied for being fat, it's okay, you can lose weight. Right. If you're getting bullied for being ugly, maybe you could do some things about that. Which kids, half of bullying with men, for instance, is part of that. Yeah. Look, you need to get your shit together, right? In order to be part of the in group. But you can't take that part away. right? You can't take that. You could even be like, well, mom quit. Mom stopped doing it. And they don't, like, we don't care. They got the videos, right? In the information age. So I think isn't it like scalable that way?
I actually think I feel worse for the people who are gonna get bullied whose mom didn't do OF, because like how hard is it to be like, I found his mom's OF and she never did it?
What do you mean?
I mean, everyone uses a screen name. You just have to find someone who kind of similarly look like, you know, their mom potentially would at a younger age. You can, like, there's going to be kids manufacturing that as a way to bully. And so, like, you know.
Yeah, but you can still hide behind the fact of the matter, right? So, like, if it's the case that you're saying, like, but yeah, I got
AI,
it.
where it's going,
but the fact of
it's
the
gonna be
matter
pretty
is,
easy.
and when we're looking at AI, here's something that's interesting, because you bring up a good point. I hadn't thought about this before. Like, okay, well, they could just make this shit up anyway, right? I was in a Discord call the other day with a Zoomer I was talking to. I don't remember, some politics something. And he sent me an AI video, and I had to take a double take at it. Like, I thought at first it was real, and I realized something important, which is that because of this age gap, I got great social skills. Zoomers didn't really get great social skills. They got different skills. And one skill they have is when it's fake media, they can fucking tell in 5 seconds. Like, it's crazy. They can just look at it and be like, nope, that shit's fake. Look at this. They can tell that shit. And it's because their brains have been wired towards that, and mine was not, right?
Yeah.
It was wired towards having social interactions. So that built a different skill set. Zoomers, they have a completely different way in which they engage with the world. So I guess I'm not all that convinced that even if AI advances, if your mind is being wired with the AI as it advances, it seems like you can tell way easier when it's bullshit.
I definitely think there's an element of that. Like, it's very bad for like boomery people. Like, I had a therapist show, you know, I don't know why he did it in the middle of a session. He showed me an Elon Musk video that I was like, I didn't know how to tell him that that's not Elon Musk saying that thing. But like, on that note, I would love to see the study where it's like, you know, able to tell that that's AI, but like, what is that person's position on the video? Because what I've found is that if you want to believe it, you're gonna buy the AI. And it's like kind of like a lot of times when you're neutral or you don't want to believe it, where you start looking at it critically and you'll see the seams. If you want to believe it, and that's the bullying part, right? If you know, your kid wants to bully my kid, even if she never was on OF, boom, AI, there's a video, look at that. And especially if your kid's popular, just point it around, look, his mom's on OF, right? And that can happen to anyone's kids, whether their mom did or didn't do it. So
Yeah, but like I said, I agree, but you still have the fact on your side. And so it's at least something to give you vindication. Like, hey, this isn't even true, right? This is nonsense. I agree with you that you could do this with anything. But I think that you at least have a shield if you're like, no, that's all bullshit. My mom is a dietitian in Chicago. Okay, she's never done any of that. And I do think that their brains are wired a little different, where they can tell, like, and they even have the name, right? AI slop. That's AI slop. It's AI slop. That's AI garbage. They can tell in 5 seconds. It's because that technology, they're growing with it, and to us, we're being introduced to it. You know, rather than having it part of the relational, you know. Now, maybe you and I different because we're streamers, so you probably see AI slop all the time, right? Like constantly everywhere that you're looking. But for the average person, I don't think that's the case at all. I think that Zoomers are seeing a lot of it, and they're messing with it, and they're playing with it. They're playing with the music. They're playing with everything. But they seem like they can detect it pretty easy. And anytime you have like a generation which is interacting with a specific type of AI, or not AI, technology, it seems like they can spot when things are faked by that technology much easier.
For now. Well, how will it be in 10 years?
Yeah, I don't know. You know, I've been hearing that about AI for a long time. And, you know, I remember the old chat bots. You know, the old chat bots used to be able to search the internet and pull all kinds of stuff up, too. It's, I know that people are really kind of getting behind the old AI is going to take over the world thing. I'm pretty skeptical.
We have to be clear between a functional generation with programs that can create pictures out of just, but it uses a data bank, if you will, of pictures that it can collab together and then produce a result that looks very real. But we must also understand in our generation is that AI is the highest form of plagiarism. It can only produce what has already been produced, and yes, it does like sew things together, in a way that it makes it something that's different. But just like programming, like as a programmer too, it suggests code that's already been written. So it's
Shauna, did you have a question?
Oh, no. I just had thoughts on something that was spoken about earlier regarding like bullying of the kids of OnlyFans models. And I think when it comes to a bullying issue, I don't think people should be told to like fix the thing that they're being bullied for, or like even on the parents' end. I think that has a lot more to do with the bully in general, and that bullying itself should be countered. So like if you have a bully who's gonna incessantly bully a kid of an OnlyFans model to the point where like their life is severely negatively affected, regardless if they come across that kid or not, or they're like, we have like there's no more OnlyFans models, that kid is still a bully and they're still going to find a target and relentlessly bully them for whatever. So I think that's where the issue should be countered, rather than saying fix what you're being bullied for.
Thing is,
it's on the parent side.
It's interesting. You have these conversations on bullying, especially, or things like this. Like, if you wanted to improve like the status of your social group, or somebody wants to be a part of it or something like that, isn't there a certain amount of hazing that's just kind of intrinsic? Like there's a bit of hazing which is just kind of always part of the process of human social activity. So if you're going to tell a woman, for instance, that she was really overweight in high school, and like, it's unhealthy, right? And maybe, she's not the most pleasant person to be around because of it, or something like this. How do you even approach that without it reaching the aspect of bullying? Like, what's the difference between marking you need to do this for self-improvement and not? Like, it can't both be perceived as bullying?
I don't think it's people in her school's job to like meanly make fun of her weight or anything. I think it's the job of people in her life, such as her family, if she's overweight, to like let her know about that and make sure she becomes healthy again.
Yeah, sure, but those people
I don't think hazing and bullying is a
yeah,
good
but those
thing.
people still want to be part of social groups, because we're human beings, right? And we're pack animals. And if you want to be a part of a social group, they're gonna like have some kind of hazing ritual for you, no matter what.
Well, you're talking more about like a cliquey popular group.
Not even
like,
a cliquey popular group,
I
just
mean,
every group.
Today in like schools, there's like normal people who aren't weird like that and who won't like reject you from being friends with them based on their weight. Well, it doesn't seem to be the case, or we wouldn't be crying about bullying all the time all over the internet, everybody, right? Oh, I've been bullied at school, and bullied at school, and bullied at school. And it's like, you get to the details, a lot of times it looks like regular social hazing to me. Now, I understand edge cases or extreme cases where it's just like incessant and they just won't lay off, right? Even when I was in high school, that was the case. Mm-hmm. But that sort of social hazing still happens. And to some degree, I think it's pretty healthy to have social hazing. It kind of puts people the direction that they're supposed to be, where they're supposed to go, the groups that are more in line with what their values or structures are, right? And isn't that part of the hazing process? Well, you just mentioned like being in line with people's values, because that's what friendship is based on. It's based on character. So if you were rejecting someone from your friend group or not being friends with someone because of their body shape, I think that's very superficial and beyond the scope of healthy social
You think
hazing.
so? I'm not sure, because like overt characteristics can tell you a lot about a person. Like if they don't have like for instance, let's take her for instance, right? There ain't no way that didn't take you years of hard ass fucking work to do. There ain't no way, right? That took years and years. And by the way, the diet that like IFBB pro bodybuilders have to go through, holy shit! It's like it's so brutal. It's like that's a lot of discipline. So people like that are probably not gonna, they might have people who aren't IFBB, pro friends or things, but the value structure is kind of leaning towards, I'm very disciplined, I'm very regimented, I'm very goal oriented, and by the way, I can stick with something in order to get to the results of that thing.
Yeah.
And so if other people, if they're like morbidly obese, for instance, right? That would be setting out the flags. Hey, I have completely different structured values than you do in the way that I live life, right? And wouldn't that be a red flag for you and like your social group? Like, hey, maybe we should vet this person a little bit. And I think that's healthy.
I mean, I certainly agree that like overt, like your appearance can't, like for example, in that example, can tell you a lot about a person.
Yeah.
But I still think friendship goes a lot beyond that. Like if you really had a genuine connection with this overweight person, then I think you could still certainly have a good friendship with
I think
them.
I think we're saying the same thing, right? But you're talking about a connection barrier now, right? So how do you connect?
It wouldn't barrier me from connecting.
Maybe not.
A lot of normal people.
Sure. I'm not saying you specifically. I'm just talking about a connection barrier between social groups and other people. And it's like, look, it doesn't look like it's changed that much to me. Usually ugly kids hang out with ugly kids, and good-looking kids hang out with good-looking kids, and fat kids hang out with fat kids.
I wouldn't say it's that binary.
What's that? Well, it's not that clean, but you get what I'm saying, right? Like, social groups seem to formulate around similar value structures, and so it's like.
Well, that's not fully value structures.
Can I say something about that?
Well, I think it is, because that's what the example is when you're talking about like somebody who's regimented.
You said ugly kids hang out with ugly kids. Being ugly is not a value structure.
No, that's not the value structure. The value structure is the tell of like, how's this going to interact with my group structure, and how's this going to interact with the way that I interact with other things. That's how people. Now we don't think about these things, right? They're kind of intuitive, but that is how social paradigms work. We vet people based just even purely on looks. We do this. You're going to be way more likely, for instance, for a guy to pull over and change your tire if you're good looking. And that's if you're a guy or a girl, right? Rather than if you're obese, guy or a girl. And the reason is, why do you think that is? It's like, it seems like...
people judge based on appearance. But what I also want to add is, having just graduated high school and witnessing cliques and friend groups all around me, I want to say that the most long-lasting, healthy friendships or friend groups don't take those superficial external factors as seriously.
There wasn't hazing in these groups?
There was, but the groups that took that more seriously did not last as long, did not have as healthy of a group dynamic. They would talk about each other behind their back. Like,
I mean, that's common
friend
in high
groups
school,
and
right?
friendships that are not so based on those sorts of things are a lot healthier and better. And I also want to ask you a question. If you had a close friend who suddenly like gained a lot of weight to the point of becoming overweight, would you suddenly distance yourself from
Oh
that
my
friend?
God, we would be so mean to him. we would be fucking horrible. But the thing is like, I had a time where I gained a bunch of weight. People were fucking horrible to me. And the thing is, it's like, it's kind of good, right? It's kind of good. It's like, there's a motivating factor. Like, look, I hate to bring this back to you again, right? But these like IFBB pros and these bodybuilders and shit, they are the meanest fucking people to each other.
Disagree. To each other.
To each other. Yeah, they're the meanest fucking people to each other, right? But it's not malicious.
Go harder and become
it's not malicious. Yeah. It's like
it can be a lot of the time to other people.
I know from the outsider's perspective, if you were to see some of these people when they're working out and they're like, "No, pump it up, you pussy, one more," like. But there's a powerful motivator there that's not designed to be malicious.
I want to throw in, but to people not on that level, I would say generally these bodybuilders are the kindest people.
Yes, they're very nice
what
people.
We put ourselves through in our minds and our close people through, we know what that's like. No one's worse to myself.
And I completely believe that. But a high school bully who's relentlessly bullying someone for their weight to the point of effing up their mental health. What I'm saying is social hazing can draw those kinds of extremes, and therefore that's why I believe in counting.
Social hazing and then bullying to the point of ruining someone's life are
totally agree.
And
I'd
love to say something about that because I went through that horrendously growing up. So I actually got kicked out of school. I was put in a therapeutic day school. I self-harmed for 12 years. I was obese until 19. I was a binge eater, and then I got diagnosed. I flip-flopped and went into anorexia for 3 years. So I lost a bunch of weight. I was over 330 pounds, but I got blackmailed, right? So I got blackmailed by 2 high school boys who sent my photos around the school, and kids every day would come to school and tell me that I was fat and pick on me because I grew up with well water. And eventually I got kicked out because I was constantly suicidal. I was in and out of the mental hospital, and this was when cyberbullying became a big thing. Everybody was on MySpace, everybody was on Facebook. Now I can say it has motivated me as a person now. When I was 13 to 16, I was cutting myself every day and I was on mental health pills, and I never fit in, I was never accepted. And then still until this day, where I'm accepted now, I created that community. I started an online community that I run around the world with women. It's been hard for me to interject myself into society in a way that other people accept me, whether they see my arms or maybe I'm really high anxiety, and it took me years to love myself. years and years and years to come to a place where I was like, I don't care what people think about me. I'm going to dress how I want. I'm going to listen to the music that I like. And so I think I do agree with what you're saying, where it can be a motivator, but I really think it depends.
I don't even think, I think this kind of be misconstrued a bit. So when she said there's a difference between hazing and bullying them to the brink of like gonna unalive themselves, I agree with that, right? I do think that there's social hazing, though. Mm-hmm. And I think that it is healthy, and I think that it is necessary. And it doesn't even always have to be super brutal. Like the way that women socially haze, usually I think that that's actually more brutal than the way that men do. Okay, yeah. I think it's way more brutal than men. It's like, we just look at each other and we're like, you fucking idiot, you're wearing the wrong shit. And we push each other and shove each other and do shit like that and whatever. No one cares, right? But women do all kinds of like backbiting and rumor mongering and all sorts of things to shit test, and it can be, I understand that, right? But what I'm saying is that social hazing itself, I think that if you take the bullying aspect and you say, well, we have to eliminate social hazing because it can lead to bullying, I think that that's when you're going way too far. You're going outside of basic human interactions, because we do kind of need to socially haze each other a bit. It's kind of necessary.
I would like to add, I do kind of think that we are acting as if like we're talking about social hazing as if it's like the only way to push someone in the right direction. I've had very kind, very supportive friends tell me that something I was doing wasn't good for me and like really encourage me. And it has like, those have been things that have changed my life.
You had friends who did that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the social hazing comes before the friend comes. That's part of the social hazing process. That's where you're kind of developing the group dynamic. Right, the social hazing happens before there's a friendship.
Yeah, but if I meet someone that I don't like in some way, or their values don't align with mine, my goal isn't to change them. My goal is to find someone who I do want to be friends with.
Yeah, I understand your goal may not be to change a person, right? But you probably have people that you find unpleasant to be around.
Absolutely.
Or you don't particularly care for their company, or you don't like them very much. And you don't like when they're around maybe friend groups that you have. And that's where social hazing comes in. It's the idea of like creating a rejection of space between you and other people because you don't want them either a part of your life or a part of the people around you's life because they're just unpleasant for you to be. Whether they're unpleasant or not has nothing to do with it. They're unpleasant for you. And that's kind of what social hazing is.
I just think that we're completely capable of doing it in a way that isn't like mean. That's it. I think that.
Yeah, I know that there's a big emphasis when you talk about this issue between men and women, where for women, there's a value structure that they have around, I call it the cult of be nice, right? Where it's like, be nice means everything. Men aren't really that way. They don't really give a shit about nice, really. It's not all that important to us. And so we talk about the issue in a totally different way, right? That's how we discuss the issue. But I don't think that women, even though they ascribe to be nice, that box of be nice, I don't think they actually are. I think that I
do not like the word nice.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
kind, you can be kind
yes.
and good.
Yeah.
But good is not equivalent to nice.
That's not equivalent to nice, yeah.
So it's hazing kind?
It can be very kind, yes.
Can be.
It's not, it's developing your...
No, it's not. It's called the gateway to bullying. You start there.
No. That's right. Well, then, I mean, speaking is a gateway to bullying then.
Well, I would also like to add
social hazing is a lot more proximate because it's about judging others for something.
Yeah, we unfortunately though we make value judgments on things all day long and on people all day long, and that's good that we do.
You keep saying value judgments, but these are superficial judgments.
No. I'm saying you make value judgments on people all the time, rightfully so. So, like for instance, if it's really late at night and there's a homeless guy who has a needle and it's going into his arm, right? My guess is you don't stick around that area very long, right? Well, you're judging his values, aren't you?
Okay, but then...
Hang on. Aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Yes, completely. You are. So you're making a value judgment.
And so what I do is I put distance between me and that person. But the kind of
socially hazing.
The kind of social hazing you're talking about seems to be more like unwarranted comments and like actually going out of your way to say something to that person, like, oh, you should lose weight kind of thing.
I'm not
That's
sure
the examples you were giving earlier.
I'm not sure that it's unwarranted. I would consider what you just did there, where you're like, I'm not going to be anywhere around that, to be a form of social hazing.
Okay, I'll say I'm completely fine with that form of social hazing. Beyond that, I don't really agree with.
Are you sure? Like, I think I can think of a lot of times where maybe there would be people around who you don't particularly care for, right? But maybe you're getting to know them. And as you're getting to know them, maybe you guys, you're talking past each other a little bit, starts with a misunderstanding, and then maybe later on you become friends, right? The way that this is going, though, in the beginning, right, the reason you have misunderstandings and things like this is you're both kind of pressing each other. Now, you may be doing this on the undertone,
Respectfully and maturely. Yeah.
Maybe, or maybe not, right? It depends on the person. And respectfully and maturely is going to mean different things to different people. Like for men, respect means something totally different than it does to women. And so does meanness. Meanness means something totally different to men than it does women.
Can we add context to this? Like, let's say there's a person in the street, they've got a needle from their arm, It's like, I think we are all within our rights. If we don't know this person, we're going to sorry, it's not my not my yard, not my problem. I'm going the other way.
But you're not going to go.
That's not bullying though, or even hazing. I think hazing is like, okay, now my close friend just fell off the wagon, and what do I do as a person? Will I be nice and just pretend I didn't see anything, or will I be kind and say, this is becoming a problem to not just yourself?
I don't believe that's social hazing.
But
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, that's not.
That's just looking out for your
Hazing
friend.
is like a totally different like if you think of like sororities and fraternities, hazing is like you kind of
Humiliate yourself.
you like fuck with your friends, like just
mess with your friends, or if you have.
I mean, that I think you're just making a decision on how you want to position yourself.
Okay, so do I make fun of my friend? That's it. In order to get them to readjust their path?
Sometimes, for instance, it can be very healthy to do. Yeah.
In a helpful way. That seems like a fine balance versus let me just be straightforward with you.
Look, sometimes it is the case, and I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news here, but sometimes saying, look, what you're doing is kind of silly, doesn't work as well as you're a fucking idiot. And that's the truth. Sometimes saying, look, maybe you should calm down doesn't work as well as you need to shut the fuck up. Sometimes that form of interaction actually works better to adjust behavior than the cult of be nice. And I think, by the way, that women are just superficially nice most of the time anyway, not actually nice. It's just a very superficial way that they engage. And I think that men are kind of more open and honest about how it is that the basic human interactions work. Like your perception of me, if I was around my friend group, would be that we were really mean bastards. But we're really not. We pick each other up. If someone's having problems, we make sure, they have financial issues, we're going to take care of it. If they got, social issues going on, we have their back, this and that. But we're going to call them all kinds of names, and we're going to rib them. We're going to make fun of them. We're going to clown on them. Mm-hmm. And that's all part of the social interaction of people.
Yeah, I think that's totally cool between close friends and a friend group. I wouldn't say you should be using that kind of language on maybe someone you don't know well.
I don't know. Usually we do it within 20 minutes of someone you just met. You're like, hey, you fucking idiot, look what you just did. And they're like, they give a lot. That's part of what social hazing is. It's very common. It's very, very common for men to do this.
Mr. Wilson, have you heard? I know you're a very well-educated man, well-read, well-spoken. One of the things...
Definitely not well-educated, but...
Don't you have a degree in religious studies and... No? No. Okay, must have been wrong, Wilson. Okay.
Do your R&D.
My R&D was wrong. ChatGPT.
If only I had an OnlyFans, you would have known all of this.
You spend too much time R&Ing me, so.
Me and my boyfriend. Anyways, but okay, so I must say.
We're gonna melt down here. Okay, go ahead. What?
May I get a word?
Yeah.
My point being is there's a famous 19th century author by the name of Charles Baudelaire, who created this beautiful essay on laughter, saying that it is actually satanic due to people, for example, finding comedy of someone else's pain, someone who slips and falls. A lot of people who aren't involved will go and laugh at them and say, oh, that's, because it's just it's a guttural reaction. And I think it's pertinent because it's when people laugh, it's either due to the madness of their own superiority or to the inferiority of others. And I think that hazing is...
I was just about to say, do you think children laughing is satanic?
So that's... This is not...
I'm kind of lost right now.
There's a specific...
Are you quoting? What the fuck are you quoting?
So with a kid, with a kid, it's a bit of a different story. They mimic, they learn, and so when they're expressing
What about being
joy,
tickled?
it's joy. Tickle is a bit different.
You know, I used to think a lot of the things you like with kids, for instance, that kids just mimic. Until I had them, they don't just mimic. They have their own little thoughts, and they have their own little they're little human beings. That's true in development. I agree with that, but they're not just mimickers. We're not born blank slates. People have personalities ingrained in them, and you can almost see it the day that they're born. You know, you can almost see it right away. And so I don't believe in blank slate theory. I don't think that kids just mimic what they see and that's what they become. I think they have a personality associated with it, and the environment correlates with that, and then from there they become the human being they're going to become. And I would just point this out too, that I was listening to a comedian this morning. It was cracking me up. He was talking about our jokes, right? He was talking about our jokes, and of course those are taboo. You can never make those. They're terrible, right? They're horrible. But he made this great point. And he said, you know, the reason that people made our jokes and laughed so hard about them, right? Everyone was laughing. Wasn't because they hated women. It's because when you think about all of the things that are funny, it's really shit that's fucking morbid and horrible. And the reason that we're laughing about it is because we're making sense of the morbid world that we live in, and we're giving it context in a way that we can kind of deal with it. And that's what the whole point of the best jokes really are. And if you really think about it, now, I mean, maybe not you, maybe not you, maybe every unclean joke is terrible and you have no sense of humor. But the thing is, for most people, kind of the more morbid the joke is, right, the funnier it can really be. And that's why he was saying, you know, you gotta start drawing some lines here on what it is we can talk about, can't talk about. It comes to our jokes. Or in this case, when it comes to social hazing, you're not allowed to do that because, well, after all, that could lead to bullying, or it's a gateway. And it's that just, I think, ignores human interactions altogether. So anyway, I'm done with my diatribe.
I was going to say, first of all, I'm not against every unclean joke. I'm all for edgy, dark humor here and there. But when it comes to our jokes, there's a lot of people who aren't laughing at our jokes or making them because they're trying to make sense of the morbid world we live in. They're making these jokes because they don't care about what women are going through, and because they don't take it seriously.
That's every joke.
But that's kind of a bad thing in this case.
So then no morbid jokes because somebody could be taking it seriously, or
no jokes made in that insensitive manner.
Yeah, right. Nobody's allowed anymore.
Is that what I said?
To laugh at at insensitive jokes because you think they're insensitive, even though this is how we engage with the world. This is how
I'm saying no one should laugh at or make our jokes.
I know that you think that, but my argument to you is then why can they laugh at any insensitive joke? Who gets to decide which insensitive joke a person gets to laugh at and which one they don't?
Sure. So, I mean, with an R joke, you're making reference to women going through a traumatic experience and their consent being violated, and you know, there's lots of
and when black
sexual
people
assault.
are talking about slavery and making jokes about that, right? This horrible thing that's terrible. Right? What are they doing? They're contextualizing and they're laughing. When Blazing Saddles had a scene where it's the sheriff is the N-word, right, with a ding, and they were clowning on slavery and clowning on Jewish people and this type of thing. The whole point was trying to make sense of this horrifically morbid world that we live in. And how else do we engage with it except to laugh about it?
You can make sense of your own experiences or regarding your own demographic, but to laugh at someone else's suffering when it's
so then no insensitive jokes allowed.
Well, I would say there the line that I would draw is okay, well, it's obviously not going to be a clear line.
Yeah, it's not a clear line.
When it comes to it's just kind of common sense though.
It's not kind of common sense.
Okay, well,
you know,
let me explain.
I find things funny that you don't find funny, and what makes it common sense that you're allowed to find them funny and I'm not?
Okay, let's say I have a friend who did something really stupid and I make fun of them for that, and that's an edgy joke or whatever. Your friends making fun of each other. That's one type of edgy joke. And then when it comes to an R joke, that's something that there's a lot more.
Okay, go ahead.
There's a lot more that's a lot more of a serious
We understand.
matter.
Do me a favor, scoot 3 inches that way, move your mic along with you. Halloween happened pretty recently. What do you think about people who dressed up as Charlie Kirk? I'm sure you've probably
I didn't know about that, actually.
Going to the very liberal college and university that you go to and being a confessed pretty leftist person, you seem to, at least the last conversation we had, also with you, you guys seemed a bit not so displeased with the fact that Charlie Kirk was assassinated.
I was very displeased. I made that very clear.
Given this, I'm sure there were people, college students, many leftists, who dressed up as Charlie Kirk with a fake wound to their neck as a Halloween costume. Do you think?
So when you
would you find that humorous?
No, I don't find that funny.
I want to make sure you're consistent in your objection to humor.
I don't find that funny because that's something that's like very serious, and he just died, and I think that's disrespectful. And also, like, you kind of pointed to me like, oh, people like you did that. I mean, I think there's a distinction that should be made between
I just want
normal
to ensure,
leftists and people like that.
Well, I just want to ensure that when you're going to be policing dark humor, that you don't just, you have a fair application of that which you're policing.
Okay, you know what? I think when it comes to crimes, traumatizing events, like that's where I say it's kind of a weird zone.
Okay, so that's consistent.
So if Family Guy makes like a 9/11 joke, no good? Too dark?
I mean, I personally wouldn't make it. Again, I don't, even when I say like I'm not a huge fan of this kind of joke, I don't go around like policing people and saying, hey, don't say that, don't say that.
Yeah, but
I just surround myself with people who have a better sense of humor.
I get that.
Because you can be funny with that.
I understand that, like, for you personally, that's probably the case. But you would admit, I think, right, that there's tons of left-wing organizations that do. And they do deplatform people for making those jokes. And they do actually try to, make it so that people become depersoned for life for making those jokes.
I mean, I think that's like a free speech thing, and I don't believe in depersoning or deplatforming people.
Yeah, right. But
you can cancel people. That's not free speech.
But I think it's the very idea that people advocate the idea that, anything is so insensitive that it's just, you're just not allowed to go after it. I agree. Like, look, some of that shit makes me mad. Like when the Charlie Kirk stuff happens, makes me mad.
Makes me mad too.
And I'm like, look, what are you fucking doing, you piece of shit? Sure, that's terrible. That's awful. You know what I mean? But on the other hand,
why does that make you mad and not an our joke?
But it making me mad doesn't mean that I'm don't understand that people like this who may be saying insensitive things or having sensitive jokes that offend my delicate sensibilities, right, aren't actually doing that because they're trying to make sense of the morbid sense of the world. Now, there's a difference.
I don't think that's what's going through a lot of people's heads.
There's a difference between that and like the guy deserved it. That should have happened to him. That's a different thing altogether, I think.
But even people who are doing it like that, they're not like trying to. That's not the process. That's not the thought process that's going on in people's heads. A lot of people who are making.
How do you know what's going on in their heads?
Because of the sheer amount of people who make jokes about Charlie Kirk out of like just like blatant disrespect and like, oh, I hate him, F him.
Those people. Those are a majority of people.
Those people are
making the intent known. So, like, for instance, somebody's making an R joke and they're like, yeah, those bitches deserved it.
That's most of our joke makers.
No, it's not. The thing is like, look, if that's the case, it's like maybe you have a leg to stand on there, right? But just like you would with the Charlie Kirk thing. But it's like just to make a joke, in regard, and it has the R word somewhere in it, you know what I mean? And people laugh, and now it's just too insensitive, or a racial joke or something like that. It's like, at some point, you got to stop the being overly sensitive to these things, because it takes away a useful tool people have for dealing with the world.
You can make sense of the world and of events in much better ways. Just educate yourself.
How do you know? Like, what makes you think that you get to govern?
Because I understand these events and I understand these things without having to make these jokes.
How do you know that you can govern how people interact with the world with humor? Like, I'm
not governing others.
Yeah, humor is really intersubjective and it's really personalized. And the thing is like, you can say an offensive thing to someone, you didn't even mean it to be offensive.
But it's also not just about you and how you're using tools to make sense of things in the world.
Yeah, it's about everybody but you.
No.
It's about the nebulous whole.
No, I'm saying it's about also having just respect for example, like women who've gone through that, or people who like 9/11 or Charlie Kirk. Like, I think it's good to just have respect and like a certain level of sensitivity towards things like that. The same way the Charlie Kirk thing pissed you off, which I think it's really interesting that bothers you, but then like our jokes don't bother you.
Do you see the distinction of somebody saying, didn't I already qualify this? Like, if somebody said, Charlie Kirk had that coming good. He deserved it.
That's what people are saying. That's what people were dressing up as him.
Oh, she had it coming. She deserved it. No, they're not saying that.
So do you think they're like, oh, that event was so shocking. Let me dress up as him for Halloween so I can process this shocking event?
I think there's some people who didn't think that he had that coming and just were trying to be edgy. I think that's the case. I've talked to him. Like, I talked to him on TikTok. I didn't think that. Now, there was also some of them who I fucking knew okay, and they would tell me, they'd be like, yeah, I wish that guy would fucking die. Good.
But do you notice how you can be a normal individual who just like sees what happens and processes it normally without dressing up as him, and how that's maybe like a better thing
Yeah,
to
I
do?
get it, but we have
That's
to have,
what I'm saying.
but you have to have contextualization for things.
Contextualize things normally and don't be a weirdo who makes rude jokes.
Well, what's normal? Is trans normal?
What?
Is trans normal?
Are trans people normal?
Yeah, is being trans normal?
I mean, it's not like most people aren't trans, so I guess it's not typical.
It's not
in that
normal,
sense.
so we can't. So then, I should process trans people the normal way by being like, well, it's not normal. Is that how I should do that?
Okay, I'm struggling to understand how you're like.
Well, I'm just
in what way you're trying
saying
to draw in trans
when you make
people.
these appeals to normalcy. And if you make an appeal to normalcy, you're like appealing to, well, that's not normal. What you're doing is not normal. It's irregular. It's not normal. It's like, well, then you have to apply that to everything that's not normal. Then.
Okay, so are you saying like how does someone process the existence of trans people given that it's not a common thing?
I think they use humor.
You say, okay, you want to identify that way, I'm going to mind my own business
I think
and
they use
respect you.
humor. That's what I think. I think most people use humor to process it for the more. Yeah.
I mean, most people don't make our jokes and dress up as Charlie Kirk and joke about that kind of thing.
I agree. Most people don't do that, but
And
I
I'm
think.
glad most people
But
don't
I
do
do
that.
think that people make very morbid jokes about Charlie Kirk that don't mean him harm. Just like I think that
And I don't
people,
think that's a good thing. I don't think it's good
and
to make fun
I
of
know
Charlie
you
Kirk.
don't, but my point is, again, I know you don't think so, but I'm making the case that I do.
A lot of people don't think so.
Yeah, but that's nice. But I'm just saying, like,
And that's a better
you can't-
society than if everyone were
How
to
do you
make
know
those
that
jokes.
that's a better? It doesn't seem like curtailing what people can
Because it's
say
one
is a
based
better
on less-
society.
It's one based on less judgment and out of more respect for other people.
Is that it? Is that what our highest value should be? Just less judgment on people? Because society's gotten pretty fucked up since we stopped judging people. It's gotten pretty fucked up. In case you didn't know, what age? What age do you think you're going to be able to buy a house?
Hopefully in my late 20s.
Oh, hopefully in your late 20s, maybe early 30s.
I don't have my whole life planned out. I'm 18.
Yeah, I know, but maybe your early 30s. You know,
Depends on the trajectory of my career.
It gets worse and worse and worse every single year, right?
Okay, are we talking about the economy now or
It's
judgment
not just
in
the
society?
economy; it's the entire judgment of society. The way in which we engage with society at large has now been put into this box of be nice, and it's like, maybe if we were a little meaner, it'd be like, no, fuck that. You shouldn't have to wait till you're 30 to buy a house, right? Now, fuck that, and fuck you.
Is saying you shouldn't have to
or
wait
maybe
until
you
you're
can look
30 to
over and
buy
you
a
could be like, maybe a lot of these SA cases actually would go down if it were the case that people interacted better with the environments that they were in, with the clothing that they wore, and the people that they were around. Like, that makes fucking sense to people. And it's like, well, that's too much. You can't say that. And it's like, I think you can and should.
You can say something without making a stupid joke about it.
Yeah, but I mean, how that's processed by people is often through humor. That's my point.
What do you find acceptable to joke about? Like, can black people joke about white people? Like, make racial jokes?
Can you give me like a specific example and then I'll like say yes or like if I find that acceptable?
Can I make a racist joke towards white people as an example?
Can you as a white person?
I can't think of one off the top of my head, but why don't you answer my question first? Is it okay? Like, there's this concept of punching up. Can
you call me a mayonnaise eater?
Can a black person make like a racially insensitive joke towards whites? A joke.
Yeah, they can.
Can a white person?
Oh no. Are you saying if I think it's right or wrong? Or if they?
Well,
What do you mean? Like, are you asking me? Do
like,
I think
should
black
there
people
not-
can?
Should black comedians never direct any sort of racial jokes in the context like towards white people?
I mean, I don't think that's nearly as severe as like our joke. But I'm not.
Sure.
Again, I'm
I'll
not
go
here
ahead
to.
and
I'm not
grant
here
it's
to say
as-
you should do this.
I'll
you should
grant
that,
it's
on
not
that.
as severe. Are you against black people making jokes about white people, like racial jokes about white people?
What is a racial joke you can make about a white person? Just
Okay,
curious.
can you make a sexist joke?
Like towards women?
Towards anybody, but sure, towards women.
Well, yeah, you can make a sexist joke.
Are there such things as sexist jokes?
Yeah.
Are there such things as racist jokes?
Yeah, I'm just curious, like,
Thus-
what a racist joke is towards white person, because like
Thus,
usually
couldn't
there's not
you-
as many judgments towards like being white, like, oh, you're white.
For the sake of conversation, I'll go ahead and grant it, but you can still make a racist joke about white people.
Are you asking me if I think that's right or wrong, or if that's possible?
First, I'm asking if it's possible.
Well, purely because I struggle to think of an example of that kind of joke. I'm like a little.
Well, whether you can
confused.
think of an example or not would be irrelevant. I don't need you to.
I just don't know what that looks like, you know.
Well, could you think of a racist joke towards a black person?
yes, because there's a lot more connotations.
How about just like a joke that involves the C word or something?
Are you asking me if I think that's right or wrong? I mean, I personally I think it's like not the best word to use.
Okay, but should we preclude, or would you be in favor of precluding black comedians from making racist...
Like policing them and saying like, hey, you should do that, you can't say that?
Well, okay, in the same way that you say we shouldn't make rape jokes, right? You're totally
Because that has to do with like a whole crime. Again, I'm
understand
attaching
it's
the biggest...
different. I understand it's different.
I'm policing the
but
highest
we would
degree.
agree that racism and rape are both bad things, right?
Yes.
And you might categorize...
Racism towards white people today is not as bad as sexual, like full-on rape.
How do we put a label on that?
I'm willing to grant that.
How do you get to make these judgments?
Who the fuck makes these judgments?
Let me ask you a question, Andrew. If someone uses the C word on you, is that less harmful or more harmful than a woman getting
From now
raped?
on, everything you say on this topic, listen, everything you say on this topic is going to offend me, so it's inappropriate for you to say. So
Again, I'm not policing other people.
Okay, just ask the questions.
Depends on someone's level of insecurity.
I
Because
just want to hear the
I'm
questions.
Cuban and Irish, and everybody always says that I'm white. But do I get like personally offended by that? No, I don't. I don't care. And I've been sexually assaulted. And
Hold on, I'll make this super simple. I just
don't understand the level of getting to decide on what's like so offensive for you or anything, and like how racism is any worse than sexual assault, because it's actually about the same. They're both crimes against somebody, their dignity, who they are as a person, their cultures, and like at the end of the day, really just like surround yourself with people then that have the same interests as you do. Like I'm super blunt, super witty. When I first meet a guy, I'm pretty rough off the bat. I want to know if he can joke and have fun and stuff.
You would have to provide like a specific example. Like if we're talking about racism, this can be anywhere from like very mild forms of racism to like full on like full on slavery. Like if slavery were to come back or something, you could probably make the argument that if slavery were to come back in totality and like
chattel slavery, yeah.
Okay, and like
Chattel?
How do you say it?
Chattel.
Chattel slave. Chattel.
Yeah,
my bad.
chattel.
That's totally my bad.
Like what's the comparison here?
like
Like
some
I would
French
probably
hotel.
argue like because I don't know why you're trying to bring this here. It's kind of irrelevant to the line of questioning. But like if we enslaved like 1 million people in this country, that would be worse than like one individual essay. So in any case, like sort of when I guess when I'm talking about racism, like a racist joke that I don't even know why this is even yes, of course, like an actual an act of committed rape, yes, that's obviously worse than a racist joke. There's no dispute there. In any case, though, should black comedians, I'd like an answer to the question finally, should black comedians
I think people should...
hold on, let me finish, be precluded from making racist jokes in the direction of white people?
When you say precluded, do you mean like policed, deplatformed? Because I don't believe in that kind of thing.
Okay, you said people should not make rape jokes, right? Is that your position?
I don't think it's a good thing. I don't go around.
Do you think it's not a good thing when black comedians make racist jokes about white people?
It's not a great thing, but it's not as bad as the R jokes because, again, it's a different degree.
Right, I understand.
But again, I want to just say, I really do mind my own business when it comes to other people's humor.
Let's really quickly get into should.
I don't police other people.
Should any comedian, I guess, not make rape jokes?
Oh, I mean, do I think it's a good or a bad thing? Because again, I don't believe in policing other people.
Well, if it's a bad thing,
I think it's a bad thing.
It, right?
I think it's a bad thing. They shouldn't do it. Yeah, sure.
Okay, should black comedians then not make racist jokes about white people?
It's not as bad.
Sure, I grant it. Totally agree.
It's a little more of a gray area because it's a little more of a gray area.
Okay, should white comedians not make racist jokes about black people?
I don't think it's a good thing because...
Is it worse?
Than racist jokes towards white people? Mm-hmm. I think it's worse, yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, if there's like a whole like history of like oppression and marginalization there, it's like there's a lot more depth and layers to it.
I have one chat coming through here.
Ooh.
Claim donated $299.
Thank you, man.
300. Brian, WTF? You trying to buy a plane? Andrew, you effing ruled. How do you circumcise a redneck?
You kick his sister in the jaw.
What? Okay. We have As a reminder, guys, we have Reed is 200, TTS is 300, Venmo, Cash App, whatever, pod, twitch.tv/whatever, shop.whatever.com, discord.gg/whatever. Guys, if you're enjoying the stream, like the video. And Eyes, thank you for the membership, man. Okay, a couple quick things. We have 2 other chats coming through, then we can continue on with the convo. All right, Adzils, Joe Bryan, your favorite Brit is back. Andrew, welcome back at Salute Boys. Need the Avengers to assemble before Christmas. Andrew, Cupil, and Jake on the big panel. Free Felicity. Michael Jackson is king. He's our Adzils.
How's Q doing? Have you had him on recently?
It's been a while. It's been a while, but yeah, it'd be good to have him back on here.
He's a
soon.
nice kid.
Good guy. My man, you're good looking, got drip, good shot with a gun, and rocking the fedora like MJ. Smooth criminal. Can we get a hee? All right, I don't know.
Yeah.
But you decide to settle for a OF Muppet. Why are you talking shit about my homie Kate?
I didn't do OF when we met. We decided to go into that together.
that's a good
and where do you
point.
think the drip came from? Hello?
But I mean,
You think you had this before?
but isn't that objectively worse in a way?
No, he's not settling for like an OF Muppet or whatever. It was more of like it was more of going into a business opportunity together.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, wouldn't that in a way be where, like, if you had a wife and she wasn't engaged in prostitution, and then you engaged with her in prostitution, I consider OF to be.
Where's the prostitution?
I consider it prostitution.
Oh.
It's selling sex.
Okay, well, I can consider anything to be a label.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
Yeah, but I think that there. Well, look, I'm just telling you how I consider it. I
Okay.
consider it prostitution. I think that sex works broadly falls under the category of prostitution. But if that's the case, it's like if your wife wasn't engaged in prostitution, then was, right? How that seems to me even more objectively worse than if she was a prostitute and then maybe later she wasn't or whatever. That almost seems objectively worse. Like almost you allowed the corruption to happen type of thing. I think that that's the intent of the chat anyway.
Well, I think the part I think that I focus on is like the settle, and so it's like, yeah, I think anytime you feel like you're settling, that's like probably something you should, consider again. But like, that's the presupposition being made, right? Because if it's not settling and I'm okay with it, then what's the issue? I guess.
Well,
like it's our marriage, not
that's
if he doesn't want that.
That's true. But I think from the at least if you look at the social categories of morality, if you're talking about, in this case, prostitution, that's usually going to be in one of the lower categories of morality. I'm going to consider that low on the moral scale for work or whatever it is that you're doing. So if that's the case, if you're like, well, this person was not engaging in that immoral behavior before, and with you, now they are, they'd almost think like you assisted in the immoral behavior. Does that make more sense?
Yeah, or at least I just didn't weigh in strongly against enough,
Right.
I guess would be the thing. I mean, it started off as like kind of a compliment, and then it went to like, why'd you settle for this person? So it feels like he's just wanting to attack her because I don't think any of that characterization is particularly true.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's commonplace for especially the Christian right to be pretty heavily against OnlyFans work and prostitution because they consider it categorized the same exact way. And so if that's the case, like that's part of their pushback in society is they don't want the normalization of it. That's the whole goal, right?
No, I agree. I think it's terrible for like a normal circumstance. Most girls who do OF, they will not succeed and they just ruin any kind of social dynamic they would have had with a potential partner or like a workplace or anything. I think most of the time it's not good. I think the difference with us was we already had each other. We already were in a good financial spot before even starting social media in general, as most probably should be.
But the criticism that you would hear most often there, because I've heard this a lot, right? Like there are OF or sex workers or prostitutes who will come on the show and discuss their, kind of like the inner workings and dynamics. And what I've noted is there are some who will say like, look, I'm a success story. And that is true. Like almost nobody's going to succeed at OF. That's true. Almost nobody's going to succeed as a podcaster, and almost nobody's going to succeed as a great welder either. Okay, like it's really hard to succeed as one of the kind of like cream of the crop. You probably know this from IFBB. There's lots of people around who are really strong and really buff, but they just never get anywhere. It's like most of them, right? And the cream rises to the top, as they say. But I would just point this out, that one of the big criticisms that comes when sex workers say that is that they're just trying to pull the ladder up. So the idea is like, hey, it actually behooves me to say not to engage when you're 20 years, or not in your case 20 years, but like 10 years younger in sex work, because now you become a competition, right? So you're pulling the ladder up by saying, well, you couldn't be successful at it either. That would be the other criticism back.
Sure, I've heard that. And I can definitely see that perspective, but it actually is just very unlikely just because of how saturated the market already is. It's
I'm just giving you the
I know.
criticism, but I actually do agree with you that it's like extremely unlikely that that most women will succeed at it, and it's just baffling to me why so many still go into it.
But I think another point to Mr. Wilson's point is that with you, remind me your name again. Nick. Okay, Nick. You've obviously protected Kate physically from physical harm and fended that off successfully. However, I think one of his points he was trying to make is that since you two started to date, it progressed, and you both made the decision to start OnlyFans. However, did you do that with full consciousness of the ramifications, like mental, spiritual ramifications that can affect a woman? That's, you got in at a brilliant time with Twitch, and that truly did send you off on a rocket ship. But that illustriousness comes at a cost. There's like things. It comes at a cost, yeah.
I think that I would have felt more strongly about that if I was thinking of ever actually making real content like penetration, or even like just doing scenes with other men, right? Because it was mostly solo and it's toys and it's not even real. It feels more like smoke and mirrors for profit. It feels more like acting to me than it does actual sex work, even though it clearly falls under the illusion of sex.
You're selling your body.
Right.
In the end, that's the difference between actresses that star in big films and porn stars. It's that one's selling their body, the other ones are selling a story or a film or a product or a lingerie suite even. But it still begs the question, by engaging in explicit content creation, you almost you were taken hostage. Okay, like it would. Wait, was I wrong? Did I miss the story? I thought you were taken hostage in your own home, Miss Katie.
Not from the sex work.
Yeah, that was like I'm assuming they assumed. I mean, I don't know where they attributed the crypto coming from, but it wasn't actually that. We'd done, like obviously she had the kick deal, and this, stake is sometimes a component, and so all of that is just very crypto oriented.
Yeah, it was from live streaming.
Yeah.
Like live streaming articles. It wasn't an article about OF or anything.
Oh, okay. So I was attributing the fame there towards that.
No, I would say that mostly came from Twitch, not even like OF really.
It came from, how can you say that?
Because I streamed on Twitch for like over 12 hours for several years, like every day.
Yeah, like at one point during her peak, like we have some, I guess, closeness with some people who work with like XQC, and I was like stunned because at one point in like 21 and 22, she had more unique people coming into her stream a day. The difference is that they stayed like a minute, whereas XQC had them stay an average of 50 minutes, right? And he was streaming to like hundreds of thousands of people, and then she had like 10,000. It's like her stream became a place where people checked in, and like it was like just a huge exposure generator, like over 100 to 300 million impressions monthly just from that site alone. And so it's definitely the fame, but like, not to sterilize it too much, but like for us, if you want to tell the actual story, it goes like, Patreon didn't start off as a sexy site, and neither did OnlyFans.
Or Twitch.
Yeah,
or Twitch for
yeah,
that
they're both
matter.
musician sites, right? And so for Patreon, it was like, oh, okay, so you can sell some photos just like how cosplay people sell prints. Cool, right? And then when OnlyFans rolled around, it was literally, wait, that's a bigger platform with more users, and so we're going to do what we do now on Patreon on OnlyFans. And then like maybe within the next year, it became the porn star site.
I hear you, but let's talk about the genesis of Amouranth, where it started off as a Twitch stream, and what happened? Progressively, did it become more scantily clad? Did it get more promiscuous? Did you start cosplaying more sexy costumes, and then it became less of an art and more of like, hey, look at my look at my appearance.
I actually think that a lot of my bikini streams were my most artistic moments because I would dress up as a pigeon and I would, flap as I licked microphones and laugh to the bank. So I would say that's pretty powerful art. I'm pretty happy with it.
So moving off that, though, I want, since Andrew's back at the table, there was a moment there where there was some disagreement about the categorization of the term used, prostitution. Willow, in your notes here, you write, you had a disagreement with Andrew calling sex workers prostitutes, and you write, sex workers have far more rights and access to their money. Prostitutes are more human trafficked. Do you want to elaborate a bit?
Yeah, I've actually been waiting for this moment because I watch you guys a lot, and
this is more so Andrew's argument.
Okay.
It's your moment.
I know. I'm ready, Andrew. I'm ready.
Get me a beer for her moment. I got it.
This comes mainly because I am also focused on starting a nonprofit, and a big focus on that is the exploitation of children and human trafficking. My best friend was a prostitute. She passed away when I was 18 years old from heroin addiction and prostitution, so I have firsthand experience with the diverse difference on how being prostituted, pimped out, especially on the streets directly. There's no choice. You don't have access to money. You're lucky if you eat, get to shower, get to sleep, all of that. You're put on drugs, and then sex workers, it's a choice. You do an I-9 or whatever, and you pay taxes on your OnlyFans money, and you get to choose buying yachts and traveling the world and eating food and having nice stuff. So I think there's a huge difference on being a sex worker and OnlyFans model and having a choice. And then there's also that middleman of the escort, where that person is still most of the time pimped or working for a business, but they have far more access to their money. And I just think that's the difference of your rights as a prostitute, being on the streets, working out of hotels and motels, and then also the being online or being a stripper too. It's most of those people have access to their money, and prostitutes don't. That's basically it. So
I think, okay, so I listened to what you had to say, but here's my counter.
Please give it to me.
You're just redefining what prostitute is because you want to make a delineation because sex worker sounds, thank you, at least socially less bad, less impactful.
Yes.
Yeah. But that's really what you're doing. You're just redefining terms, even though, no, you're wrong.
They're defined legally too. They're defined legally. They change those laws in most cities.
They're defined legally
to protect prostitutes.
Yeah, but prostitution's a universal term. It's not just a localized one. So whether or not we locally define it a different way than Venezuela or whatever, universalization of the term is not really in question. If you have sex with a man in exchange for money, you're a prostitute. Or if you do it in exchange for goods or in exchange for services, you're a prostitute.
But most OnlyFans models do solo work. You do mostly solo work and only do work with your husband. So how could she be know what I mean?
Let me help you out. If a woman, right, goes up into a hotel room, okay, and she gets naked, and a guy jerks off to her naked while she's playing with herself, and he finishes, did she engage in prostitution or not? If he pays her.
I would say yes, she did.
Then your argument's moot here, because
most women these days don't go to hotels and sleep with men, though. They just go online.
Your argument would be moot if you consider that woman to be a prostitute. The only distinction here is a video screen, and so it's I don't know how you make that argument in good faith because you just contradicted yourself. If it's the case that a woman goes up to a hotel room, gets paid money, and plays with herself until a man ejaculates, and all you put between that is a barrier of a screen, how do you not still consider it prostitution? That makes no sense to me.
Keeping the money or giving it to somebody after?
Well,
it's my important distinction on
so
that.
then OF is giving a percentage of money to a digital pimp. I mean, what's the distinction?
I think it's mainly when it comes from.
Well, hang on. But you can't just agree and then still want to redefine, because it's what's the difference between the guy comes in, your black pimp comes in and runs security, and he has a toothpick in his hand. He looks like he's wearing a suit similar to this, and he comes in and he has a toothpick in his mouth, and he's like, hey man, I'm a pimp named Slickback, and you got to give me $30 of the 100 you just made because I was outside making sure nobody came in here and bothered you.
You piqued my
and the
curiosity.
prostitute gives him $30, and out he goes. What's the difference between that and her just having 30% automatically deducted from what she made to the digital pimp? What the fuck is the difference?
Wait, how would you define prostitution? Because no one's defined the term, and so like
I did define it. I would consider prostitution to be sexual favors, right? Or selling sexual services in exchange for profit or goods or money or services.
I mean,
so like, hey, if I'll have sex with you if you give me this part in a play, I consider that prostitution.
I can understand the argument because you're looking from currently and you're saying like with the technology available, this should be considered as that. I feel like a lot of the stigma and antiquity around the term is because of what it physically actually was.
What
right?
do you mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like people actually, like the woman would become undesirable. She would be kind of downcast in society, and then she would get like meager amounts of money, and then be kind of physically, like used by men.
Can you explain how that was worse society? Like how's that a worse society that there's a stigma?
Oh no,
around
there's not.
sex
But
work?
it's like
it seems like that's a better society.
We put a
to me.
distinction between playing Call of Duty and shooting someone, right? And you could argue that like there's an amount of that where it's like, well, I'm pulling triggered someone else's avatar.
Wait a second, I got to take issue with this.
Sure.
So I understand what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
You can have like you can have the digital deed of like I play Red Dead Redemption and. I'll like lasso a chick and run her on the railroad tracks just to watch a train hit her because I think it's hilarious, right? There's a big distinction between that and real-time application. So I agree with you that nobody's actually getting hurt in Call of Duty. This is all fiction. This is all pixels on a screen, right? This type of thing. That's not the case here. This is not a digital display. This is a human display with the intent of creating a sexual environment so that men can basically be sexually gratified in exchange for resources. I don't know how you get around that exactly.
For me, the point was actually just that, like, definitely real war violence. Would you call like video game war violence? I would say not, right? It's a representation, but like...
But it doesn't meet the criteria because there would have to be something in material reality which was happening for there to be violence. So like if I say cartoon violence, why do I have to caveat it with cartoon? Because we're talking about, because we're making the caveat because this is something not happening in objective reality.
Sure, but then I feel like you lose some granularity with the term when you just throw that in the same. I mean, I can understand doing that. I don't see it that way because I think you actually just lose context, right? Like when you go, oh, she's a prostitute. I think
it adds context. Like, doesn't it add the most amount of context? Like, because
you're being reductive, though.
I think that it's reductive the other way. I think that I think you're parsing instead, and that's where the reduction's going. I think that it's actually, I think that my term much more broadly captures what it is that people are talking about when they're discussing prostitution, and I don't understand why like a porn star, for instance, the only distinction is that you're viewing it through the lens of a monitor versus in person. You're doing the exact same thing, though. How's that not prostitution? I really don't understand that.
I think it just depends if you define it as like, is a male getting off to this, or is she fucking somebody in the same room? Whether it's like masturbation, like I said, someone has a cuck fantasy, or they just like to watch.
Sure.
Okay. Is she with the guy in a physical space? I think that's how most people would define prostitution.
So then by that definition, you would have to consider OF models who slept with men to be prostitutes.
I could see that, yeah.
Yeah,
That
and then you
definition
would
for
also
sure.
have to say that all porn stars were prostitutes, right? But do you see, though, how now we're only parsing out you with your particular type of content? That's not prostitution. Only all of this other type of content is. Doesn't that sound really convenient to parse it out that way? Like,
I don't know.
because it excludes me.
I feel like it's still important though for like the individual. Like in the case she mentioned, where it's like some prostitutes, they don't have a choice who they sleep with, right?
Well, I consider that slavery. Not so I don't.
Trafficking.
I don't even consider that to be prostitution. So, if it's the case that you're being forced to sleep with men against your will, that's not prostitution. There's no intent there. right? That's sex slavery. That's a whole different ballgame, right? People who are human trafficked.
Labels, yeah.
Yeah, they're human trafficked. You don't need to call those people prostitutes because they're not. And I don't think we would. I don't think most people would be like, you were sold into sex slavery when you were 10. You were a prostitute. That doesn't even sound right, rolling off the tongue, right? Mm-hmm. So I think that we would put that in a different category of a sex slave, like a legitimate one. I'm not talking about the LARPing sex slave shit, but like that would be slavery. I don't think that fits the criteria. Prostitutes have agency. It is true that they do conventionally go to pimps and have less access to their money. They're paying them for protection. But there's many of them who do have access to their money.
Who's paying their pimps for protection? Because most people are either pimped out by their abusive boyfriends, or they are taken off the street. I mean, even here in California alone, like having a gorilla, but there's like 3 different distinctions
I'll give you some
between
examples.
Pimps, you know, and gorilla pimps especially are the most
I'll give you
violent,
examples. I've had...
they abduct people, and most prostitutes don't get...
I'll give you some examples.
Give away $30 out of 100. Like you give the whole 100, and you're lucky to get a McDonald's cheeseburger and a change of underwear.
Then how could you make the distinction that this relationship isn't a pimp prostitute relationship? If he hang on, if he's getting a massive portion of that money because they're married. In fact, because they're married and share assets, he's entitled to 100% of the money. So does that mean that he's her pimp?
No.
Well, hang on. Let me ask you. Does that mean he's her pimp? Because in this case, there's sex work going on with his wife, and he's entitled to 100% of the case. In other words, he could legally right now drain all of her accounts right this second, or him, right? And just leave tomorrow and spend all of it, and it's not illegal. So it's like, how would that not make that the same relationship you're talking about?
Again, think it's just like subjective and by choice on like who suggested it first, like how mutual that decision is, you know, because you can be in relationships where you're manipulated, you're gaslighted into it, you're convinced like, hey, this is going to
I feel like I'm being gaslit right now, honestly.
You're a hot woman and like you're capable of it. But
how's this not gaslighting? I mean, isn't what's going on right now, you're trying to get me to accept a definition of prostitution that would be, one, ahistorical, and B, wouldn't actually encapsulate what it is that we're trying to talk about, what we're really discussing, which is women who are engaging in selling sex or sexual gratification to men and women in exchange for goods, services, money. Like, that's what we're talking about when we're talking about a prostitute. Mm-hmm. And that matches with a much more historically accurate term. And by the way, there have always been elite prostitutes who did have access to their money. Absolutely.
Those are escorts.
Well, I'm talking in the historic term, right? There's always been a
historic term.
Yeah, there is historic term. Isn't it called the oldest profession?
No, I agree with you. When I'm saying about escorts and prostitutes, there's levels to this. There's like distinctive levels to like a prostitute. Sex slavery is underneath prostitution.
I agree.
Then there's escorts.
But hang on.
Have more access. They dress higher class.
I don't mean to be nitpicky here, but I have to be a little bit nitpicky. I don't think that you're saying. When I hear you say this, it doesn't sound like there's levels of prostitution. There's granular difference between the types of prostitution you're engaged in. That's the difference. It's all prostitution. This is
under sex work.
Hang on. This is the box of prostitution.
Sex work's a better descriptor.
Sex work.
I think it's under sex work.
No, sex work falls under the box of prostitution.
It's like EDM, and then there's drum and bass, and there's rhythm, and there's dubstep. It's like sex work is the genre.
Read the definition.
And then there's the subgenres. Please go ahead. I'd love it.
Yeah, so I just Googled the definition. This is from Oxford Dictionary, and just also off of Google. Prostitute, a person, in particular a woman, who engages in sexual activity for payment. Mm-hmm. Do you disagree with the definition?
Well, like if I record a video of myself right now masturbating online and then sold it to somebody, that wouldn't be me.
Yes, it would. You'd be a prostitute.
Under this definition,
I think the engagement is where people get like, what do you mean by engagement? Like physically or like?
Yeah, how is me masturbating?
Like, that's what I mean.
Like
engagement would mean that you're either physically interacting with it, right? Or you're in some way socially interacting with it. But I would say it's much more physical than anything. But that doesn't mean touching. So like physical activity, like for instance, again, if it fits the criteria that if a guy's jerking off in a room while you're masturbating, you're not technically there's no touching going on. But I would definitely consider that, and so did you, to be prostitution.
There's a risk, though, that he could touch her. You know, like there's a chance because he is there.
Also, they're performing that activity
I'm not sure
together,
that's, again, I'm not sure how that would interact with the definition to make it
because the
engagement.
definition was made before the internet was. So, like, they never perceived this concept of a man can jack off to a woman. In
They
a
had
different
Playboys.
country
They
while
had
she's
they
has
had
a video?
Playboys before the internet,
Well,
and they
yeah,
had
that's still not
pictures
the
of
same
nudie women
as, like,
before the internet.
requesting a custom, you know?
I think that if you were engaged in Playboy, all right, if you were completely nude in a Playboy, or a Hustler was even worse, right? Let's say Hustler, so then you can't even use the model aspect, and you have things shoved into yourself in a Hustler magazine, which they often did. Yeah, I think that's prostitution. I think that definitely, like, you're getting money in exchange for you participating in the sexual gratification of other people with intent. So, like, I think the difference between, there could just be a really sexually attractive woman. I agree that crazy dudes online are just going to fap to, right? Or not even crazy guys. Maybe just really attracted. They're fapping to her, whatever, right? But she has no intent for that. That's not her intent. Her intent is not to make them do that. And that's the distinction. And it's like, it's very clear that the intent for the sex worker, I would say prostitute, is to do that. And so I think that's a distinction. I don't think it's that granular, really.
So it depends on the intent of the woman.
Yeah, it would depend on the intent of both.
Both.
Yeah.
So the man purchasing and the woman...
yeah, the woman's intent is to do that.
Gotcha.
Wait, I have a question. If there's like an influencer who like posts herself like clothes, let's say, and she gets money for being an influencer, and there's a guy on the other end of the, or like who watches her or like consumes her content, who like gets off to her,
Yeah, the
and she
intent's
receives
not-
money even though
yeah.
he gets sexually gratified.
Is the intent from her specifically to sexually gratify him in exchange for the money in her body?
Okay.
Yeah, it's always going to be like everything. That's what the difference between killing and murder is.
Mm-hmm.
He could have killed a man, rightfully so, by the way. But that's not murder. Even if he had killed him, that wouldn't be murder because of the intent difference. He wasn't intending on hurting somebody and killing them because in some way that meant something to him. He was intending rather to defend other people couldn't defend themselves. And so now it falls under self-defense, right? Or it falls under justifiable killing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't fully disagree with your like use of the term prostitution, but I think the reason why like I would be more partial to using the term sex work is purely because throughout history and society we've used the term prostitute to describe a woman who like or someone who like performs a sexual activity physically with or like gives physical sex. And I think that's not as bad or that is worse
I mean,
than
we
what
used
like,
to,
an OnlyFans model does.
We didn't just use it for penetrative sex. We used it for dancers. We used it for all sorts of people who engaged in sexual. We would call them prostitute, dancing prostitutes. Or strippers.
like people
strippers
use-
are definitely prostitutes.
People would use the word stripper more for a stripper and prostitute more for...
Well, hang on. In modernity, but you were asking about a historical standard.
Okay, well, including modernity.
Yeah, so I mean, a historical standard prostitute was actually much tighter than that. It was like anything that fell under sexual
Then I would
activity
focus
for
more
money.
on modernity and how it's the terms used in
Well,
society.
even in modernity, I think my term's more useful, and here's why. So I guess here's the distinction. I think that she wants the term distinguished because she wants to eliminate stigma.
But I also think
it's to help break barriers.
Yeah,
because
it's to
in
eliminate
order
stigma.
to
But what
help
I'm saying is-
people,
Hang
you
on.
have to have distinguishing factors, and like especially in society and law, like they have changed over the years on talking more on the human trafficking
Yeah.
side or sex slavery to help create spaces.
So I
for
think it's
women to
about
get
stigma,
help.
and I
That's
think
one
that
thing.
what it is it's an attempt to reduce stigma around activities which I think, and most people I think even agree with me, should be stigmatized.
But
And so we don't want to change the definition to make it less impactful because it makes you feel better.
Now,
right?
I do think OnlyFans, I'm not against OnlyFans, but I do believe stigma should stay because, again, a big focus of what I do is about protecting and not exploiting children. And I think, especially with social media today, especially young girls,
Oh, it's
they're
bad.
being
I know.
horrifically brainwashed into being convinced that this is the only way that they're going to survive, or that using their bodies online and becoming TikTok famous is like the only answer for women. And then porn is like so easily accessible for men now that it's destroyed their capacity to be emotionally available,
Right.
to want connection.
Look,
So
I totally-
think
that I
holding
totally understand,
stigma
yeah.
over say for example for you, if you went out of your way and you knew that every single man you were selling content to was a married man, and you actively actively knew those things, I would personally have problems with that, because most married men have porn addictions. It's destroying their families. They have children.
Most don't.
Well, most married men.
No, that's not what I meant. If a married man, sorry, I said that right. If a married man is like subscribed to a bunch of OnlyFans models,
it's going to hurt his marriage.
Yeah. And I think doing things with intent, like who you're selling stuff to, if you have the knowledge, like to know that like you're even flying out, you know, to do stuff or make content with someone who's in a relationship and keeping secrets. I think having like a mutual balance and agreement and like understanding how like even though you don't intend to like harm a 16-year-old boy with your content, it could pop up on his Instagram. It could be very harmful to young children and to relationships. And so when you're operating in these worlds, doing those things with as much intent as possible and like providing a safe service is like the most important thing, you know. Like even escorts, like a lot of the times, like they are treated far better than the low and bottom barrel versions of prostitutes. Like
they're still prostitutes.
They are sex workers.
The escorts.
But don't you think
They're sex workers?
But hold on, let me read the definition
I'm happy to agree and disagree about it, but that's my personal opinion.
Finish up quickly here. A person who engages in sexual activity for payment. That's the dictionary definition of prostitute. Do you disagree with that definition?
No, I don't.
So an escort engages in sexual activity for payment, yes or no?
Yes, but
So they're prostitutes.
I don't like that definition,
they're
though, is the
sex
problem.
worker. I just think I use the terms differently. I see what you're saying, but for me, it's very important to use the terms
What is the actual? So I understand that there's, some women can have pimps, and there's varying degrees of.
Well, escorts do have pimps, but they're like businesses.
Stop.
Okay.
Interrupting. God damn.
Jeez, I'll just be quiet.
No, you can discuss, but allow me to at least finish my thought before you want to blurt out more of your whatever. So, I already lost my train of thought.
You were saying prostitutes?
There's different levels. A distinction between prostitute and escort. This is why we don't want people interrupting.
There can be pimps. There can be this. And then,
so yeah, there's varying levels of, I guess, willfulness when it comes to perhaps even both escorts and prostitutes. But if we're talking about a prostitute who doesn't have a pimp, like, do you acknowledge a prostitute cannot have a pimp?
Yeah.
Into the mic, please.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just getting really stressed. I'm starting to have anxiety. I'm not trying to be like that. I'm just starting to feel stressed.
Okay, yes, can a prostitute not have a pimp?
Yes.
Can a prostitute do prostitution consensually?
No, and I meant no for the first one. Sorry, I'm getting stressed out. I'm personally ready to disengage from this.
All prostitutes have pimps?
Yes, all prostitutes do have pimps.
So wait, if there's no pimp, then you immediately fall into the category of escort?
Escorts are more higher class prostitutes. They go out with higher class men. They wear different clothes. They get some escorts get to go to like events and they get paid to pretend to be somebody and all sorts of things. Escorts aren't just like sex workers in hotels and stuff.
But that's what I guess I don't understand. Maybe you can help me out. If like, let's say you're walking down the street, like some guy's just walking down the street and this a chick who has no pimp at all is like, hey baby, I'll give you a blowjob for $50. And he gives her the $50 and gets the blowjob. Right, and then she just keeps the money. There's no pimp. Under your definition, she wouldn't be a prostitute.
She'd be a sex worker or a hooker.
A hook?
Yeah, hook.
Because she's hooking.
Yeah, hooking.
Yeah, because she's hooking.
You get to keep. Yeah, that's different.
Yeah, I
low
understand.
Bottom of the barrel, but you don't have a prostitute. You make that by choice. You're a pimp. You make that by choice.
But that's not prostitution to you?
It's sex work. And I think that we're getting the disconnect. Is your umbrella for it all is prostitution. My umbrella for the definition is sex work. That's our only disagreement.
Yeah, but I think that the semantic disagreement is just based around stigma, don't you? Like the idea is, again, you just want a reduction in stigma, and so I would consider it to be an ahistoric standard. But that's what I think is going on. I think that the distinction definition is you want a reduction in stigma, and I think it's actually good to stigmatize this stuff. And so I'm not going to call it, and I see this language, kind of like this language thing happen oftentimes when I'm dealing with people who are either more progressive left, I'm not saying you are, but I do see it a lot, where they'll kind of try to redefine things and the understandings of things to make them less impactful than what they actually are in order to destigmatize behaviors that really don't align with people's values very well. And then those become like cuss words. Like saying prostitute becomes a swear. It's like, it's not though. It's a descriptive. It's a descriptor for an activity that's actually happening. Now you can have whatever definition you want. That's fine, right? Like you can have a definition that doesn't agree with a dictionary definition, and that's fine. And I even think your definition is consistent with what it is that you're talking about, right? So definitionally, it's fine. I just think that the idea that lowering stigma by just calling prostitution sex work when it's prostitution is just that. And that's where I think the disconnect actually is.
I can agree. I think the reason I focus on that so heavily is, again, I'm starting a nonprofit for this stuff. And the point is creating a safe space of like destigmatizing the suffering of what some people are going through. It's like, if you put an OnlyFans model and somebody who's like literally like being slaved away in a motel for their life and like was kidnapped, like those are two different things. And when you're
but I think
focused on trying to create safe spaces.
I just think that's a bad example because, again, I think even definitionally you would agree with me, that's slavery. Double them up. They're so good. It's so good doubled, I'm telling you.
How much
That's
is it?
what
It's 6.
I'm gonna go 1 right
All
now.
right.
What is that?
So really quick, four terms, if you can define them: prostitute, whore, escort, hooker.
You say prostitute, whore, escort, hooker.
4 terms. How do you define those 4 terms?
Again, a prostitute would be somebody with a pimp who gives up their money. A hooker would be somebody with no pimp who has a little bit more choice, but they're more bottom of the barrel. Maybe they're on the streets. A whore, I'm not the biggest fan of that term, but that's just somebody who like sleeps around by choice, I guess. You know what I mean? It's like
no money involved.
Like a whore.
I thought that was a slut.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I guess those are the same things. I've never really considered the term.
So should that be even lower? Is that like
That's like the bottom.
Yeah, I guess I've never
free?
considered the whore term of sex work. It's just been slut or whore in like my generation. It's like the same thing.
Can I ask you a question? Can a woman be convicted of the crime of prostitution without having a pimp?
Oh yeah, I totally.
So then a woman can be a prostitute?
But that's illegal legally. They don't have as many umbrella terms for it. So yes, when you're getting charged with a crime, that is what it's
I won't
legally
linger on
considered.
this definition stuff
So
then.
if OF girls don't get arrested for prostitution, doing only stuff like in their room, not meeting up with people, then does the law define it legally as prostitution still?
That's a good question. I'm actually not sure that it does or doesn't.
No, it
because
wouldn't.
it's legal, right?
It's legal.
Yeah, this is legal. So, but I think if it was illegal, then the law would, right? It would define it under prostitution.
Right.
But then the law is defining it as not prostitution then.
Well, no, it's just defining it as legal. It's not making the definition of prostitution or not prostitution one way or the other. It's just saying it's a legal activity.
Illegal, right?
Well, it depends on the state, yeah, but generally speaking, it is, yes.
But so in the states, I guess, where it is illegal, but OnlyFans is legal, which is all the states, it's a different. The government is presupposing a different definition, right?
Yeah, but they do that with porn too, or literally pornography too. So
Yeah.
now you're getting paid. So like, let's say that you had a guy who was like cruising to pick a chick up and sleep with her, okay? And for money. He's looking for a prostitute. You would agree that that's a prostitute if he like pulls up and he's like, "Hey, baby, hop in. I'll give you $100 and we'll have sex together." That's prostitution at the very least, right? Yeah, okay. But why wouldn't it be prostitution if he pulls up and he's like, "Hey, baby, I'm going to give you $100 and we're going to have sex and I'm going to film it." And like now it's not like, you see how absurd that is?
Yeah.
Right.
So the thing is like that would still be prostitution, even though under the law it might be legal. Do you see what I mean?
I would say your intent part would play in, and I don't think it would be, because the intent part, right? The intent was not, in theory, because if they're just saying that to get
Intent
past
part
it,
is
sure.
to have sex for money.
Well, to make content, right?
Well, to make profit off of it, but ultimately the woman is selling sex in exchange for money.
I
She's
just feel like
prostituting.
you lose more by trying to put them all in a category versus like, just saying what they are. Like even adding an E in front of it, like, if you wanted to say e-prostitution, like that's way more like descriptive and granular. Like I know exactly what you're trying to say, right? Where you say prostitution, I have to think like, wait, Okay.
I actually, so I agree in a sense, and the last thing I'll say on it, Brian, I would just say that I would put this definition under the idea of it's all prostitution, and then within the confines of that, there's e-prostitution, there's escorting, there's stripping, there's this, and I do think that captures the idea fairly well. Like if I'm like, that chick's a prostitute, right? And you say, well, what? Does somebody pick her up and pay her to have sex with her? And you go, no, she takes her clothes off online and masturbates. I don't think that they're going to argue. I think you're going to be like, oh, okay, yeah, she's a prostitute. That's what I think.
Since it came up briefly, we won't linger on it long, but the topic did come up earlier. Really quick on Charlie Kirk. We had you on the show. We had you on the show, Lola. Shortly after that, did you guys have any further thoughts on that topic?
No further thoughts since then. I mean, overall, I don't agree with a lot of his rhetoric, but I respect anyone having the ability to share their political thoughts, and I condemn the fact that he was assassinated.
Yeah, I mean, I think that her and I seem to be very on the same page. There seemed to be a bit of a misconception that I was like celebrating his death by any means. So wanted to clarify that last show as well. I did say that I won't be making like any claims on my personal beliefs there.
You did, I think, try to compare him to Adolf H.
That was
Mustache Man?
No, in the moment as well, I think I was very clear that it wasn't a comparison, but rather a clarifying question for the argument you were making.
What was the clarifying question?
Well, I was trying to understand that, because the conversation ended up, I found the better wording, which was, I was trying to understand if you think that there's a threshold for evil someone can hit in order to deserve some treatment like that.
Like an assassination.
Sure, and my argument was never whether or not Charlie Kirk had hit that threshold or not. I just wanted to understand if you thought that that existed.
But sorry, go ahead.
So the example that I used was the most extreme personification of evil I could find, not someone that I thought was similar to him.
Right, but in the context of having a conversation about Charlie Kirk, it seems like you were attempting to bolster your position by saying, well, but hold on, Brian, you perhaps would be in favor of assassination under X circumstance. In this case, you cited to Adolf Mustache Man.
Sure, yeah, but...
And so it seemed like you were doing a sort of, well, perhaps in our day and age, Charlie Kirk was, espousing, at least from your perspective, certain rhetoric that you might deem to be radical or deeply offensive or even harmful, and thus you can perhaps understand why someone might feel justified in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not
do you feel like it was justified?
Do I personally believe it was justified?
Yeah. I'm not, maybe you wouldn't do it, but you feel like you see why somebody would.
See, that's a complicated question. I personally am very anti-violence in every regard. I don't think anyone should kill anyone. But it's like the same kind of question if you were to ask me someone with psychosis accidentally kill someone else in a psychotic episode. Like, do I understand why they did it? Yeah. Do I think that they were justified? No. Like, that's why I don't think that question really can be asked in this circumstance. Like, I guess to some extent I can get in his head. Like, if this guy told me explicitly what he was thinking in the moment, yeah, I mean, that was, if it's communicated, sure, I understand where his head was at. It doesn't matter if I think that he was like in the right or not. I just don't think people should be killing people.
Okay. But you see the motivation for it? Because you mentioned like somebody has a psychotic episode and they're just batshit crazy, right? But when we're talking about political violence, I think we're talking about something different where the motivation is to either create suppress the individual in question. So, if Charlie Kirk had massive levels of influence, so let's suppress that in a quite physically violent sort of way, but then also like these sort of cascading effects from there in terms of the chilling effect and the suppression of, if I'm a conservative, if I have like milquetoast sort of mostly mainstream conservative opinion in the United States, this opens me up to killing, violence, assassination by liberals, leftists, Democrats, so forth.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, I don't think anyone should be killing anyone. I don't think anyone should have killed Charlie Kirk. And I also don't necessarily, I think that, the motivations could be things that we don't necessarily understand. Sure. Like, it doesn't have to be that they're trying to suppress them. It could have been Yes.
Oh, so sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to give different examples, but I think we're on the same page.
Okay. And just then, what about? I get that you think, hey, killing bad, violence bad. What about the rejoicing, though? Of course, some people might say, okay, the violence is terrible, but some people were rejoicing. They might not have ever themselves wanted to commit this crime, but they rejoiced in it. They were happy about it.
Reveled. They reveled in it.
They reveled. Do you think that that's justified?
I think that justified is a complicated word there. Do I think it's moral? No. But can I understand the fact that people, I mean, genuinely, over all of his years on the internet, he, from my perspective, really, really was not, I think that he did promote harm for a number of people. I think that a number of people felt threatened by his beliefs. I think that a lot of his debates could fall under the category of harassment at a certain point.
What? Harassment?
Yeah, I've seen, a lot of his debates in which he is telling people that they are making up their experiences because they don't align with his beliefs, or that...
How's that harassment, though?
Well, I've seen him say that people are making up hate crimes and that kind of thing doesn't actually happen to them. I just think that...
But how's that harassment, though?
I think that it is... I suppose it wasn't the right word. My point is it's hateful. I do believe that it's hateful.
What specifically is hateful?
Trying to put down people, belittle them, accuse them of lying, all in order to prove a point on your end. I don't think it's good faith. I don't think that it's a good faith debater. I don't think his intention really was to hear perspectives. I think a lot of his debates, he was making a conscious effort to back people into a corner.
Some parts, well, hang on. I got to get a little pushback here, because some parts of a debate, the important parts, in fact, are to reduce a person's positions down and often to find out if they're lying. Like, because people lie during debates all the time.
Yeah.
And reducing their position will often expose that, right? So I'm not sure that having an assumption a person may be lying to you based on the details they're giving you that sounds suspect, and you begin to probe those details, and then you find inconsistencies and find out they're full of shit. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, or I don't see how that's hateful.
Well, I think there's a difference between probing for the sake of curiosity and then deeming something untrue without proper evidence. I have seen...
Like, what was an example of where Charlie Kirk did that? Because he was a very good faith debater. Kirk was a very good faith debater.
I think we can have different definitions of good faith. But, I mean, like, one specific thing that comes to mind was...
let's start with this. What does good faith mean to you? I'll give you my definition real quick.
Sure.
Okay, so to me, good faith is that you're advocating the positions you actually believe in, and you're arguing those positions. That's good faith.
Sure.
And you're willing to also change your mind based on new evidence for your positions. I also think that, or concede points. I think that that's also maybe a part of good faith.
Yeah.
Right? So
I would agree with you on this definition, and I would probably add that if I would consider it bad faith if there's any intention to make someone look stupid at the expense of
I don't
truth.
see how that has anything to do with anything.
I do think that's something that is
like
quite
making
relevant to
somebody
Charlie
look
Kirk's debates.
stupid, right? If they're engaging in a debate with you, is part of rhetoric. That goes all the way back to Socrates, Plato. Socrates was a blood sport debater, and so was his. He had minions, and they would go out in the streets and debate with people, including the aristocracy, and they made him look really fucking stupid.
I think she means like personal attacks. More
Yeah,
so.
my point. I said
a personal attack can actually be appropriate in a debate,
like an ad hominem kind of thing.
Well, that's not an ad hom. An ad hom's not actually a personal attack. An ad hom is when you make a personal attack instead of addressing the argument. So, like, let me give you an example. Let's say you're arguing with a woman and you're an aggressive debater, okay? And you say...
You would know. Sorry.
Yeah, and you say, no, that's not true because of X, Y, and Z, you stupid bitch, right? That's not an ad hom. It's not. That's an insult.
I'd say it's a personal attack, and it's
sure, it's a
not
personal
great,
attack,
it's
but
not good faith.
There's nothing. Well, there's nothing bad faith if you think they're a stupid bitch.
If you call someone a stupid bitch, like
you might think it's look. And this is the problem with people who don't really study debate. But I'll explain it to you. Right? It is in fact the case that an ad hom is only when you're not addressing the argument and are deferring instead to a personal attack. So if I were to say, "Shut up, you stupid bitch! I don't care," that's a fucking ad hom, right? But if I said, "No, you're wrong, because actually what's going on is A, B, C, and D, and this refutes your argument, you stupid bitch," that's not an ad hom. That's actually just part of rhetoric. That's the distinction between a classic fallacious move, which is an ad hominem, and a non-fallacious move, which is personal insults are part of rhetoric. So,
I mean, I still believe political discourse should be conducted with some level of maturity.
Totally understand.
And that's
look, that's reasonable. It's reasonable for you to say, I want parameters around debate and things like that. I'm just letting you know that in the future, you could use that to your advantage. You could tell someone, hey, XYZ, blah, 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 refute your argument, you dick. You haven't actually done an ad hom.
You just don't like the concept of like respect that much, which is fine.
Wait, hold on.
What did I do that was disrespectful to you?
I didn't say you did anything disrespectful to me. You're like, oh, like disrespectful jokes are totally cool. Like, oh, disrespect during a political debate.
Well, respect
totally
is
cool.
earned. It's not something that's given. It's earned. And the thing is I think that I have to earn it from people as much as they have to earn it from me. And I'm just trying to be completely open and honest with you in this conversation about what it is that I think and why it is that I think those things. So what about that is disrespectful?
No, that's not disrespectful.
Or even advocating for disrespect?
If you had called me like a stupid bitch at some point in this conversation so far, then I would find that disrespectful.
But he was making a distinction.
Yeah,
about
no, I wasn't calling you anything.
No, I'm not saying you.
Andrew wasn't making an advocation to call people a stupid bitch.
No. I was just giving an example.
He was saying if he did, that it wouldn't be in the example he gave where he said, well, here's my argument, XYZ, you stupid, biatch, whatever.
Yeah, oftentimes people will...
I wouldn't call that super good faith, that's all.
No, but he's not making an advocation that he would do that. He would say stupid bitch. He's saying if he did, it wouldn't be an ad hom.
Okay, okay. As long as you...
it just distinguishes between the idea of rhetoric, which rhetoric is anything which is convincing. It's not logical argumentation.
I just think someone who operates in good faith doesn't use that sort of language.
Well, good faith, bad faith is not part of debate discourse at all, actually. That's a term that we like to use and throw around for people who are usually just saying shit we disagree with. Honestly, it doesn't mean much. That's why I just say in my terms, like, I think a person I'm arguing with who's good faith is just actually advocating what they believe. For the most part, that's enough for me.
That's an important part.
Because most of the time people will switch like fucking chameleons what they think based on who they're arguing and what it is that they're arguing about. And I think that really is what's encapsulating bad faith more than anything. Like, I would rather have a person go, you're a fucking piece of shit and a this and a that, as long as I knew what they actually thought, because then I can argue with you. But I can't argue with you if you're a fucking relly and a snake and you just constantly switch positions in the middle of a debate. And then I'm like, I can't pin down anything that you believe. So I really think good faith is really that.
I agree with that
Claim
part.
donated $299.
Thank you, Claim.
You have a table full of whores.
That's not true.
Just assume
That's not
most
true.
have gotten paid for their time. How much does Cuban Bruce Lee make
Oh my God.
the girl he pretends to care about?
Okay, you gotta admit, Cuban Bruce Lee is fucking funny. That's pretty
I love that
funny.
stuff. It never crosses a line for me, yeah.
Hey, Claim.
Isn't there only like one person who does OnlyFans here anyway?
It's a fucking Cuban Bruce Lee is the funniest shit ever. That was good.
Yeah,
I do enjoy a good Cuban cigar.
You see how mean men are to each other all the time? We
That's
can't help
perfectly
it.
fine. Like, I wouldn't even be upset with that guy if he said it to my face.
Yeah, it's just funny.
But Clay and I mean, I don't know if there was consensus on the exact definition of whore, but I'm actually not sure if any of the women here meet the whore definition. So I don't,
Not legally, right?
something like that. Something like that. Well, moving off of that, going to show notes, some of your show notes that you provided. You wanted to hear.
She said, "Oof."
You wanted to hear about Andrew's philosophy against feminism. Maybe that goes into like forced doctrine stuff.
Oh yeah, I wanted to hear about that in particular.
Oh no,
I'm just
not
like
feminism.
I'm infected with the woke virus, so I need to be enlightened.
With the woke virus.
You're not gonna like it.
I need to be enlightened, Andrew. Please help me out.
Yeah. So, well, let's just start with. Can I tell you what I think feminism is?
Can you tell me about forced doctrine first, or would you?
Well, I think I
rather-
need to
let's do
caveat.
feminism first.
I think I need to caveat it with what I think feminism is.
Okay.
I think feminism is an egalitarian movement which is designed to dismantle patriarchy. That's what I think feminism
so like
is.
equal rights kind of thing.
No,
'Cause I would call that-
egalitarian would match the equal rights, but you're missing the dismantling patriarchy aspect. I think that feminism has a stated goal of dismantling patriarchal systems because it uses a lens of an oppressor-oppressed class, And if you're an oppressed class, who are you oppressed by? Well, in the case of all women being oppressed, who else could they be oppressed by except men? And men are the patriarchy.
I mean, when I think about like feminism and look at today's world, I don't think men are oppressing women, and that the system we live in, especially like legally, is patriarchal. I think there's people with patriarchal ideals.
Then why do we need feminism for?
Well, I mean, when I think of feminism, I just think of like encouraging women to pursue what they want to pursue, whether that's like in a professional space,
So why
in a
would we need
domestic space.
So why do we need feminism then?
Because there's a lot of women who maybe feel like they can't, like they should do a certain thing.
And who's the oppressor here? Who's oppressing them into believing that?
I'm not saying anyone's the oppressor.
So then feminism to you is just an advocation that women should just do what they want?
Yeah, kind
That's
of.
it?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's like feminists who say like, oh, we live in such a patriarchy and we're so oppressed. And then there's feminists who say like, who just support women just like pursuing their goals, reaching their fullest potential and being
But you don't
successful
believe
in life.
women should strive for all goals, right? Like,
Well-
you can have bad goals that women shouldn't pursue. You would agree with that.
I mean, when it comes to like me evaluating other people's goals, pursue whatever goal you want to pursue, so long as you're not causing active harm to anyone.
Okay, so you have an active harm principle. So the active harm principle is like, do as thou wilt as long as it harms nobody else.
Yeah.
That's impossible, though, because
Directly.
Yeah, but this is the problem with the harm principle in general. Is that
Well, most people don't have goals that are harming people. Like most women aren't trying to pursue
Well, I think
goals that are
that
harming
people don't generally set out to harm people, but I think that people can have goals that harm people, whether they set out to
The
do
goals
it or
I'm
not.
talking about are personal and professional goals mostly.
Yeah.
Like
you
this is my
then-
life goal. This is what I want to do. This is my purpose.
Would
I
you then
understand.
consider someone who is putting out content that might be racy, that if a 16-year-old boy came across it, it would be harmful to him?
That could harm him, yeah.
Yeah, can harm him.
But I mean, also that like pivots into my whole like beliefs on the sex work debate. I want to stay focused on this.
Well, okay, so I guess I'll try to make it easy for you. So I think patriarchy itself is the stated goal of deconstruction from feminism. I do think that they want to deconstruct the patriarchy, and they're trying to move women into egalitarian positions with men. And that's why the patriarchy has to be deconstructed.
I mean, when I think of feminism, I think of like a broad range of movements. You have like the first wave of feminism, modern feminism.
It's all
and
the
it
same
encompasses
movement.
a lot of like different degrees of beliefs, which is why I wanted to hear more about like the whole force doctrine thing.
Well, force doctrine is just advocating that men have a monopoly on force.
Mm-hmm.
And so since men have a monopoly on force, women are always going to have to appeal to a patriarchal system to enforce their rights. And so no matter what happens, you end up with circularity. Men have the monopoly on force. Women will always have to appeal to men for force. Therefore, it's true feminism and dismantling of patriarchy is never possible because they're always appealing to the patriarchy in order to enforce their rights.
Okay, so, I mean, when I hear you say that, what I immediately think is like you're drawing a sort of legitimacy from the fact that men have greater strength, greater capacity for force and violence. They have the monopoly on force, right?
They do have the legitimacy from your worldview, not mine. But it's your worldview that gives them the legitimacy.
I mean, I'm not the one advocating for force doctrine.
Do you believe in God?
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, I mean, I'm not Christian.
You're not a Christian, so what kind of God do you believe in?
I'm Hindu.
You're Hindu. Like practicing Hindu?
Yes. Why is that so funny?
Well, okay, that's fine.
I'm just curious, like, why you burst out.
So, well, because Hinduism and harm reductionism isn't exactly synonymous, which means that you have a distinction principle here.
I don't like draw my political views based on my religion completely. I'm really.
Don't you draw your political views from your morals?
I mean, yeah.
Then where do you get your morals except from your religion?
I mean, I don't get all my morals from religion.
Where do you get them from?
I think there's like some sort of like notion of like objective, like universally understood morals that go beyond religion. I also believe in like separation of like.
No, that's
church
just
and state.
subjective morality. You're just talking about preference. So you get your morals from things you prefer. Like things I prefer more moral than things
Just
I
like
don't.
how I think people should be treated. Anyways.
Well, that's important, and the reason that that's important that we're figuring out where you draw your morality from.
I would also say I'm not like super devout to where religion's like heavily.
I understand. So then we got preference. But if it just comes down to preference, then every man's preference is equal to your preference. Everybody's preference is. So why is it not legitimate for men to collectivize and utilize force for the purposes of upping their station in society?
And that's what I was going to touch on. Because when you say like, okay, men have a monopoly on force, women need to appeal to men to gain the rights. It's circular. You're like drawing legitimacy for men from their monopoly on force. And when I see you like kind of equate strength and legitimacy, it's kind of a dangerous slippery slope, because then I think about it this way.
What other legitimacy is there?
Listen. I think about it this way. When you draw legitimacy from strength, it's like, okay, pedophiles could collectively overpower little children.
That's right.
And then it seems to like almost force doctrine to me would seem to justify that. Then you're suddenly justifying every tyrannical invading force throughout history, including Russia invading Ukraine, World War II, Nazism. It's a very
or you're justifying the opposite. You're justifying the overthrowing of the Nazism and justifying the overthrowing of pedophilic cults, or justifying the overthrowing of said evil deed. Force doctrine would do both. But that doesn't really negate the fact that what you're doing is you're just always appealing to men again for your rights.
So when you talk about how men have a monopoly on force, you're talking about like, okay, men are like physically, biologically stronger.
Well,
because that's like what you mean, right?
Look, I'll defer to the IFBB pro, okay? I'm guessing that physically she's one of the, like, most females are not stronger than the average male.
But you're talking like...
But you may be. But in comparison to IFBB pro males, she's not.
You're making
most of them are stronger on average, right?
You're pointing
but what I'm saying is that just on average, and it's not minuscule. Like, no offense, right? But I'm guessing that there's hormone replacement and all sorts of thing that goes on that assists with you being able to really get jacked the way that you are, right? Okay, for sure. So the thing is like, men are also doing that in the IFBB, and they get much stronger. And it's not a slight distinction in strength. You're talking about, you're talking about 50 to 75% strength differential. That is fucking huge. That's like fighting with a gorilla. That's like fighting with a gorilla.
I agree.
From a man's perspective.
I agree. Men are collectively a lot, like biologically, physically stronger.
Much physically stronger than the average woman.
What I was going to say is, like, when you talk about force and you think about today, okay, let's say you have a 5'2" woman who has access to military-grade weaponry and a missile program, and then you have a 180-pound, 6-foot, whatever man, super strong, who just has, like, a handgun. Force today, it can be like remote and can be mechanical and is not purely biological. She could physically, using force, overpower him.
And who's in charge? Who's in charge of all of this industry and builds all of these weapons and uses all of these uses all of these weapons and designs all these weapons?
I mean, women are equally capable of being weapons engineers. I think it's more of an intellectual accomplishment.
How come they're not then?
Because, I mean, throughout history, women had not been encouraged to enter those kinds of spaces. But like, if you put a woman into that field today and a man into that field, I think they could both be perfectly successful at it.
Let me just ask you a question. Have you ever fired a gun?
No.
Never, right?
I've never fired a gun, no.
No. Are you aware that they actually require a decent amount of physical strength to handle properly?
Sure.
Yeah.
I've heard about that.
Yeah.
But, I mean, okay.
And the bigger the gun, the more physical strength is required. And the other problem is that you have to carry lots of ammo. And that requires a lot of physical strength. And you have to carry a bunch of gear to feed yourself. And then you have to carry bulletproof vests that you're wearing so that when you get shot, right, you don't die.
But I think if you gave me a gun...
et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the problem is, we know this from hundreds of years of military collected data, not just here, but in every nation on planet Earth, that women consistently have to have the standards lowered for them on average so that they can, in any way, shape, or form, keep up with men in those roles. What that tells us collectively is this: they're not as good in them. Men have a huge advantage in all aspects, even including weapons, including drone piloting. They have advantages in just being able to build things quicker. Almost everything about them is designed as the super predator of the earth. Not predatory in the way that they victimize, but predatory in the way that they can quickly kill almost anything they want to with very little resistance from anything that exists. Because of that, I'm sorry, but you're never going to be able to equalize force between a sex that's 50% on average weaker than them, no matter what technological advances you think you're going to make.
But it is the case that in that scenario, a woman could physically, using that kind of force, overpower the man.
It is hypothetically...
If you're talking about the highest grade of military...
It could be hypothetically, like, I'm willing to grant that you could have a logical possibility where women have like a fucking I don't know, dystopian technological future where they invent all of the technology and enforce all of their right through machinery. Okay, I'm willing to grant that. But the thing is like, that's not going to happen. And it's not the case now, and it's not going to be the case in our lifetime or the lifetime of your mom or your mom's mom or even your mom's mom. So right now, at least, the case is that you have to appeal to men for force. And so feminism as a dismantling of patriarchy is not possible because you're appealing to the very thing you're trying to dismantle always to dismantle it.
But it's also interesting because when I think about political movements throughout history in this country that have been super effective, they've done so through social organization, protests, political pressure, cultural influence, things that have nothing to do with force. Because like those are appealing to the government, the people in power. And in those cases, obviously,
and what does the government use?
The government has access to force, but these movements have still been successful.
Because men have allowed them to be. But in places where men don't allow them to be, they're not. Can I give you the entirety of the Middle East and Asia? What happens to your little political movements there?
Well, I'm talking about what happening in this country.
What happens to your little political movements in Afghanistan? Right. Do your little political movements with the holding of the little sign saying, I don't want to wear this really hot fucking burqa in the 100-degree sun, and they come out and cut their fucking head off? How do they do over there? They don't do so good. How come? Mm-hmm. It's because men allow you to keep those signs up. Men allow you to protest. Men are the ones who give the allowance for you to do fucking anything on planet Earth. And my proof is half of planet Earth where men said, no, fuck that. And you know what women can do about it? Nothing. They can't do anything about it.
But in the democratic country we live in, those are valid
all relying
tools
on
that
men. All relying on men allowing you to have a democracy.
Right. I think you're thinking that women were able to get rights to vote just because of their protest, but no, it's actually because they needed votes since so many men were at war or dying in war. Like women weren't allowed to vote until
I'm
that
also
point
just curious
where they needed votes.
At that point.
Wait, hold on. Let her finish. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah, women just weren't allowed to like be educated or vote until like the men decided we need women to enter the economy. We need women to enter the voting pool so we can win more because men are dying in these wars.
Actually, there's a lot of truth to that with what industrialization did and industrialists did with wanting to get women to have cheaper labor enter into the workforce. But ultimately, the interesting part here is that all of this just proves force doctrine. The truth is that if men collectivize for rights, they can get them because we can kill other men. We have a monopoly on force. We can kill men. We can take our rights. Let me give you the Revolutionary War as an example of this. We don't like our conditions, we'll fucking kill you and make new conditions. That's what men are capable of doing. In the historic record, when I looked, I never found, not one time, a single instance of women being able to collectivize and use force to take anything from men. Ever. I've never once found it, and I looked hard. I wanted to see if there was even one example. There's not one. Can you think of a single time ever in history, the history that you know about, where women have collectivized and used force to take anything from men?
Not force.
And so if that's the case and men have a monopoly on force, you're always going to have to appeal to them to not use it on you. Because here's the dirty truth, and it's brutal, and I'm sorry, but I'm not going to lie to you. Because I have the standard of half the world to look at, I know that if men collectivize in the West and decide to put women in little cages, there's not a shit they can do about it. So they really have to appeal to the benevolence of men, and all they do is demonize them, and that's fucking crazy to me.
So I mean, again, like when I mentioned earlier how that kind of justifies like any tyrannical invading force, do you think there's not a justification? It's a descriptive. The less powerful party in that situation should just appease to the oppressor or the invading force?
The thing is that you're gonna. Well, here's the thing. Let me ask you this: if you have somebody who's larger than you are, right, and can beat you up, do you talk shit to them?
No, not necessarily.
Why not?
So they don't beat me up.
They don't beat you up, right?
But there should still be some kind of...
Hang on. Is that a form of appeasement?
Well, I just distance myself from this person.
So it's not a form of appeasement?
But a third party
hang on. Answer the question I asked first. Is it a form of appeasement when someone's much larger than you, so you don't talk shit to them because you don't want to get beat up? Is that appeasing?
I mean, you're not really doing anything in that
Right.
situation.
It's not appeasement then.
Sure.
So when we're talking about this, it's not appeasement
But if
either.
you bring in a third party in that situation, I think they have a responsibility to call out the person who's
Well, I
threatening.
think that the case is that if you aggravate the sex who is responsible for your fucking rights and then they take them away, well, that's just like going up to the 6'4" guy as me, right, who's 280 pounds and going, fuck you, I'm going to do what I want. And then when he smashes my face, does it matter if I give him my moral objection? If I'm like, that's really immoral that you just did that, he's going to be, oh, that's nice. They don't give a shit about my moral objection. They're going to beat my fucking head in. And the thing is like, okay, since that's an objective reality, the objective reality here for women is exactly the same. If you decide to continue the agitation of men, if women collectively do that, men are capable of taking everything from women, and the reverse isn't true.
Okay, when I think about what you're saying in the context of the world we live in today, a society that's advanced a lot more than that intellectually is not just this caveman primitive, I beat you up, you listen to me, you appease to me kind of way. Because it's very Stone Age, actually. It's very interesting.
It's funny to me that
it's like this weird appeal to naturalism.
The problem that you have is you have what's called a normalcy bias. See, you were raised in this world, and in this world, the one that you currently live in, it is the case that we're all very civil to each other. We're all very nice, and we're governed by laws, and we're governed by this, and we're governed by that. And if there's a zombie apocalypse tomorrow, the misogynist who's down the road, who's the fucking gun holder with the bunker, you're gonna be bashing on his fucking door, say, please let me in. This is fucking crazy. What do I do? And I don't blame you for that, because I'm going to do the same shit. I'm going to run over and be like, what the fuck do I do, man? There's zombies everywhere. This is fucking crazy. When the curtain goes down. Society right now, the benefits that women have are incredible, and you have no idea how beneficial it is to you, how good men really are to keep a society like this going. They're extraordinarily benevolent in what they do. It's insane. And to think that, like, we can look at half the world where they are technologically advanced in China. Okay? Yes, they are. I mean, they're almost surpassing us as a superpower. They're super advanced in Japan. They're super advanced in the Middle East and many of the nations. And they go like that, and women have no rights. And so it's like...
Wait, at that point, why do you even gender force doctrine? Like, shouldn't you suddenly exclude every, like, disabled, elderly, or frail man and include every super strong, buff woman?
Well, we're talking...
Just make it based on strength at that point.
Yeah, do you understand, though, what collective force would mean between the sexes? So collective force between sexes actually means something. Like, a 50-year-old man is still very fucking dangerous to a 20-year-old woman who's strong. To a 20-year-old woman who's strong, a 60-year-old man is still a significant threat to them.
I mean, it could be the case that if the 20-year-old woman was really strong and he was really frail and like on a wheelchair,
women get overpowered by their 11-year-old sons. That's how bad it is. It's not like
a woman could overpower a really old frail man.
Yeah, some. But the thing is like
true,
you're talking about based around collective action. And when you're talking about collective action, it doesn't matter how many outliers you point to. Oh, there's a guy over there who's in a wheelchair. Oh, there's a dude over there who can't lift anything. Oh, there's a dude over there who can't use a gun. I agree. Those examples are there. But collective action is usually done uniformly between a collective.
But then in that case, don't you think there's a sort of like injustice within this force doctrine idea?
What's the injustice? It's a descriptor. It's not a prescription. It's
suddenly every strong woman doesn't get to be included.
It's woman, not women, not strong women.
Oh my God.
Strong
Wait,
woman.
really quick, just on what Andrew said, I just want to make sure that you understand that. And so
it's a descriptor, not a prescriptor.
Yeah, I
Andrew's
understand
not
the
saying
difference.
yes, he's not saying yes, we should do this, we should subjugate women. That's not his argument.
I understand
He's just
the
saying
difference,
this is not what should be, not what ought to be.
Yeah, this is okay.
How come those Middle Eastern men in wheelchairs have rights and the strong women in the Middle East don't?
Monopoly on force. But what I would say.
So hang on, collective. The collective still is what matters. So the thing is,
and that's an injustice.
Well, justice.
Right?
How do you ground justice? If you don't ground it in God, isn't it just preference?
Like morality,
yeah,
like moral
what is
legitimacy?
justice? Tell me what now listen, I'm not trying to make this a trick question, and I'm going to just caveat this with this. Explaining what justice is, it's like the hardest concept in the world.
Okay.
So I'm not going to hold you to this, right? Instead, I'm just going to say, okay, you can try to ground justice.
When I'm talking about justice, when I'm talking about justice in the context of like rights, I think, in that case,
you don't have rights. There are no rights. They're made up.
Do you not believe in the concept of rights?
No, they're made up. Where do they come from? Point to one.
The government. They're like, okay, I would define
the
rights.
government gives you rights?
In this country, yeah.
Well, no, just period.
Can I define rights?
Yeah.
Protections given to individuals in society.
Oh, given? They're given to you?
They're legally enforced.
And what makes it a right if it's given to you? Can it be taken away?
Yeah, it can
It doesn't
be.
sound like you have a right then. Sounds like you have force. Sounds like somebody uses force in order to collectivize to make sure that you can do or not do something. That's not really a right. That's not like the justice in rights when you say I have the right to speak. You have the right
Freedom
to speak.
of speech, yeah, that's a right.
Yeah, it's a right. As long as somebody says you have it.
How do you feel about the Constitution?
Hang on. As long as someone says you have it. That's it. That's the only way you have rights. You don't have rights. Rights don't exist. They're concepts. They're made up.
Just because something's awarded or given to someone, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Where does it exist? Where does a right exist? Can you point to one? Can you touch it? Can you taste it? Can you smell it?
So if you can't physically or tangibly interact with something, it doesn't exist.
Where does it exist?
Okay, well, like love is a real thing. You can't touch or taste or feel love.
Isn't love just a combination of chemicals in your body that give you a reaction?
I mean,
so that exists, right?
Do you only believe in tangible concepts? That's interesting.
Well, no, I'm looking at your worldview. I'm looking at your worldview.
I'll ground it in something more like realistic.
Okay, what? What is it grounded in?
If someone tried to like kill you, then they would be arrested because you have the right.
So it's just grounded in the law, so everything in the Middle East is fine because it's lawful?
I didn't say it was fine.
Okay, well then what is it grounded in?
I'm just talking about like the practical application of rights.
What is
if someone
it grounded
violates
in?
your rights.
Yeah, but what is it grounded in? What do you ground rights in other than you like them?
The law?
So then if you take rights away via the law, that would be justified, right?
No. You shouldn't take rights away.
How do you ground rights in the law? But then if I say, well, I'm going to use the law to take your rights away, the very grounding you're using, that's bad, but the other way it's good? What?
I think we're getting confused here because I'm not, but I mean, like, I think the confusion is going from like you're saying that I have rights because the Constitution says so.
Right.
It feels like a moral thing to have. Well, who decided that was a moral thing to
Right.
have? Men in charge, and why did they do that? Because it was beneficial to them and their families and their comrades. Mm-hmm. What is a country? It's just a big tribe.
I would say rights are awarded by virtue of being
naturalistic.
human.
Right? By who?
What do you mean?
Well, there's all sorts of people who are...
By collective society.
And so if collective society decides to take those away, why are they actually being immoral?
Well, collective society would never decide to take them away.
Except in half the fucking planet, which I can point to right now.
It's because in those countries, the men have decided this doesn't benefit us anymore.
Yeah, so tell me, if here if I democratically voted or convinced enough people to democratically vote to get rid of democracy, what did I do wrong?
Democratically voted to get rid of democracy?
What did I do wrong?
Well, you can vote for whatever you want.
Right, but if I democratically vote to remove democracy and rights from everybody, tell me why that's actually wrong other than your preference.
There could never be a situation in which you can vote in a democracy to remove democracy, could there?
Yes, you could do it right now.
Oh, by voting for Trump?
Yeah. Don't you think he's a tyrant trying to take away your rights? Well, I mean, yeah, so yeah, you can use democracy.
Wait, don't you like not even believe in like full on democracy? Do you have, like, some sort of belief in, like,
don't pivot. Don't
I'm just curious.
That's bad faith. So the thing
I
is,
just got distracted. That's not bad faith.
Hang on, let's move back to good faith. What do you ground rights in other than your preference? Just things you prefer. What would it actually be grounded in? You can't ground it in the law.
When you say grounded in, what do you mean by that?
Well, so if you say, I'm going to ground my belief in the law, that means that's what the justification is the law. But if you make the justification that the law is what's correct, then if I change the law, then it's still correct.
Are you asking me how should we decide like what rights
No, I'm asking how you ground it. The thing in which you create the justification for it existing in the first place. What is the justification for a right other than you prefer that thing?
That people in society should be treated a certain way. And that's not a personal preference. That's a collective preference in this country, for example.
So it's preference.
Sure.
Okay, so then it's preference. So your personal preference right now aligns with most people's preference. Hang on.
But there's it's sort of a universal preference.
Hang on. I'll let you do an internal critique back, I promise. Okay. If it's the case that your preferences align with other people's preferences, and that creates your justification, then if my preferences align with other people's preferences, we're equally justified, right?
And that's just having different interests within a democracy. Sure.
Well, then if that's the case, then if men collectivize and their preferences outweigh women's and they take all your fucking rights away, tell me what they're actually doing wrong.
Well, that's undemocratic.
Why is that wrong other than your preference, though? It's not, right?
I mean, it's not constitutional.
And the Constitution is a collective of preference?
Yeah, that we, like, yeah.
Yeah. So then, if that's the case, if everything just boils down to what you prefer, then the second men decide to the second men decide to and prefer to stuff your asses in cages, then they're equally justified.
You keep talking.
Hang on. How would they not be equally justified if they're just using the same standard you are, preference?
Because when you keep attaching personal preference to what I'm saying and thinking, but don't you believe there's some kind of like, I mean, based on like reason, like rationality, like I don't want to use the word objective, but universally we have like, I mean, you could look across religions, across cultures, across cultures. There's like universal understandings of maybe people should be treated this way. This thing is the right thing. This thing is the wrong thing. Even like in a secular context.
Can I tell you about a little island off the coast?
I'm talking about patterns
called Papua New Guinea. Let me explain about this little island.
Are we working in exceptions
in Papua New? Well, okay. I'm just saying. Like, listen. Before I'm not going to bring that up, even though it's hilarious to do. I'm just going to point this out. Your argument is circular. You're saying me and the collective prefer this thing, and that's what makes it justified. And I say, okay, that's fair.
That's not even about preference. It's like universal understandings that benefit.
Are universal standards unchanging?
Mostly, I'd say.
They're unchanging?
They can change, but like a lot
okay, then they're not
universal
unchanging.
Understandings are unchanging.
Unchanging means can't change.
I'd say there are plenty that don't change.
Okay,
like,
can't. I'm not asking about do or don't.
Like
I'm asking about can or can't. Are universal preferences unchanging? That means cannot change.
I would say the most universal preferences can't change.
They can't?
They often don't.
What?
Okay, like let me give you an example. If you have a law that says don't kill people, like throughout history that law's been enforced.
Except in Somalia.
Is there a law in Somalia that says you can't kill people?
There's anarchy. There's no government.
Do most countries let you kill people?
What? Wait, you said can't. Can't. Can't's a definitive. It means cannot.
Okay, I'm talking about a pattern here, a trend here.
Yeah, I'm talking about a trend here too.
So Somalia is the trend and the pattern?
The trend,
it's one country.
No, the trend is just preference.
If you can point to majority of countries and majority of
the majority of countries, women have no fucking rights.
Do they in most countries?
Yeah. Was there anything else you wanted to add to that? So the universal preference must be that you don't get any fucking rights.
In those countries, are they democratic?
No. What do they need to be?
Do you think if they suddenly were democratic, then that could change? That in those countries, suddenly women could gain access to rights?
I don't know. Iraq is democratic now, and I don't know about the whole women's rights thing there.
I think in Afghanistan, if you gave women, if you implemented democracy
who gave them that? Who?
Well, I mean.
Who?
If men suddenly gave women the right to vote.
If men suddenly gave women rights, that's crazy.
And they're only really incentivized to do that when they need their votes.
That's crazy. If men gave women rights, the women could do stuff. I'm fucking razzle-dazzled by this argument.
No one ever said men were physically weaker or had less of a monopoly.
Well, I'm just saying, you're just saying to me that if men happen to give women the right to vote...
I've agreed with you this whole time that men are stronger and can physically overpower women.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about if men gave women the right to vote right now.
Also, that's a pivot from what I'm saying.
It's not. You said if men in Afghanistan suddenly gave women the right to vote, then things would sure change. Yeah, no shit.
No shit. I'm talking about universal understandings, and you're drawing this back to forced doctrine.
Okay.
What I was saying.
I thought we were talking about forced doctrine.
Barrier Wisdom donated $1,000.
Sorry for the delay.
Moment of silence for our fallen Corporal Meyer, USMC 2024, the Kabul 13 Gate, and all who fell from Fallujah to Kabul. We remember. We honor. We will not forget. Happy Veterans Day. Semper Fidelis.
Barrio Wisdom, thank you for the champagne pop. Appreciate it. Sorry if you guys want to continue.
I love a good argument.
One for the devil dogs, I guess. Sorry that your friend passed, man. Anyway, yeah, back to this. It sounds like everything you say just reinforces forced doctrine.
When I was talking about universal understanding, because you were saying like, oh, in a lot of countries, women don't have rights.
Continue.
I was saying that if you suddenly gave everyone the right to vote in a lot of these countries where women don't have rights, then maybe women would not be as oppressed.
Wait, say
in
that
those
again?
countries.
I want to make sure I got that right.
We were talking about universal understandings and like morals, right?
Yeah.
And then you mentioned like, oh, well, in a lot of countries, like majority of countries, women don't have rights. And I said, well, that has a lot to do with the fact that those countries are undemocratic and controlled by men.
Yeah.
If they suddenly were democratic, that would change. Based on
Sure.
the fact that most people
And who would have
would look
to,
out more for women, which
who
is a
would have
universal
to-
understanding.
Who would have to make them democratic?
What I'm trying to prove right now at this point is that there's a concept of universal understandings and morals.
There's not. Otherwise, why don't we all have the same ones?
Do you notice how like across religions there's often like certain values that are preached, that there's like similarities there?
Sure.
Across cultures there's similarities in what people will believe, and like in different countries there's like commonalities of certain laws that'll be passed. That's what I'm calling universal understandings and morality.
Okay, that's great, but these
you agree
aren't
with me?
these aren't shared concepts, though.
But there's I just gave an example of like how they can be shared across so many people, and you
Yeah,
said like,
but
yeah,
they're-
cool.
but
I
they're
agree
not-
with you, but I actually disagree with you.
Yeah, no, I'm just disagreeing with you. So
But you just said,
Yeah, I agree with you that it is true that you could make the argument that there's some shared concepts of morality across people groups.
That's
but,
what I'm saying. Okay,
But
cool.
but
Really
but,
quick.
but it doesn't matter because all people groups don't share morals. So
And I'm saying based on those commonalities, that's what rights are
those
often grounded in.
commonalities can change based on the preferences of people groups. What is universally accepted good behavior now was not 300 years ago. Example, if that guy pissed me off 300 years ago, I could challenge him to a
I think
duel.
they're relatively unchanging.
If that guy pissed me off 300 years ago, I could challenge him to a duel, go outside, he would take his top hat off, we both pull out guns, try to blow each other's fucking brains out. Now, is that a universal moral right now? No, it's fucking not. So the thing is like, look, universal preferences change constantly, or I could challenge him
Not
to
that
a duel.
constantly.
Yeah, constantly.
You said, what did you say, 300 years
Constantly.
ago?
Women
300
voting
years
is
ago.
brand new. That never happened before. That's not even a thing that ever really happened.
Well, when I'm saying...
No. What you're saying is absurd.
Not really.
Universal constants for morals change constantly. They're not unchanging. Not only are they not unchanging, we can 100% expect
Does that
the
invalidate them?
intuitions of people in the next 100 years are going to drastically change.
And I don't think that
Hold
invalidates
that thought
universe.
for just a moment.
Okay,
Hold the thought.
yeah.
We need to do a cheers for wisdom. Cheers to Corporal Maya. Sorry about your friend.
And cheers to the good conversations tonight.
And cheers to the convo.
cheers?
Salud. Salud.
Ooh.
So I guess
Continue.
can we
Continue.
maybe we can finish
Yeah, no,
this.
I was just saying at a given point in time. Forget like 300 years ago, because I think just because
I'll tell you
universal
what. I'll
understandings
just go
can
ahead
change-
and grant everything that you're saying. Does
Really?
any of that in any way refute force doctrine?
I think it draws like, I mean, this is a little more prescriptive. I'm aware of that, but it draws like where I would, like how I would give rights into something that's also
And who
moral
would you
and
have
not just
give
based
those
on
rights
force.
and enforce them?
Humans in general.
Oh, you'd have humans in general do it? And what if?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
What if men didn't like the rights that you were prescribing?
I'm talking about in like a democratic country.
in
like
a democratic
America.
country, what happens if men don't like the rights?
You think if? Well, I mean, I think we live in a system in this country set up today that's able to
And
control
can the
that kind of
system
thing.
fail? And can men collectively use action in order to take the system back with that pesky thing called the Second
That's a
Amendment?
pretty drawn out hypothetical, I think.
Is it? Because this whole nation was founded in doing just that.
So you think today that it's possible that men could just collectivize and just overthrow women in this country?
100% they could and can
But
and
I
always
think
have been able to.
The government's designed in such a way that
That
wouldn't
what?
allow for that.
So the United States going to last forever?
I think it's going to last a pretty long time. I don't think
Forever?
that's an interesting question.
Yeah, no.
You think
the
so?
world ends.
No, of course not.
You think-
men can't listen? Force doctrine is saying this: men can collectivize whenever they want to take the rights away from women. And I'm sorry that there's a lot of women who are just rationally don't understand that that's the case. Hang on. Let me just finish what it is, and then you can attack it. But let me at least get it out. Okay? Women can't appeal to that same thing. They cannot collectively take rights away from men. They can't, and they've never done it once. Anywhere in human history have I ever found women collectivizing and using force to take rights from men. Since that's the case, they're always appealing to men for those rights. I don't know a way around that. And every example you give, seemingly to me, just confirms that that's the case. Wait, what about democracy? We have a democracy. You have a democracy because men enforce the democracy. And the second men don't enforce the democracy, into the fucking cages you go.
So my whole qualm with that idea is purely that it it draws legitimacy from strength, and it doesn't really take into account
It's not making it legitimate.
Regard for
Don't you
a
understand?
person's
It's
humanity.
descriptive.
Here's the word.
Sure, okay.
It's a word concept fallacy, right? So hang on.
Can I just say one thing?
Yes.
If your whole argument or idea with force doctrine is purely men can physically overpower women at any point, yeah, they can.
Nope, that's not the argument. The argument is that they can collectively enforce their will, and women can't with force. That's what it means. And so
That's kind of synonymous with what I said.
it's not, because men, you missed this part. Women will always have to appeal to men, and men will never have to appeal to women for their rights. Men can change the conditionals of their own rights with force, and women have to appeal to men, change rights for them. So therefore, women will always have to appeal to men for their rights. And if men collectively say you ain't got none, you don't. And if women collectively say men don't, we do.
But you want to know why that kind of thing doesn't happen today? It's because people don't
It happens
think...
all over the world. What are you talking about? Like, most of the world, this is what happens.
Okay, for example, in this country, the reason that doesn't happen today is because in a lot of more countries such as this one, there's some sort of regard for humanity and morality and a more advanced way of thinking.
That's also you appealing to men being benevolent and moral. Did you know that? You see, where you're making the same argument that I make. Men must really be benevolent, because what you're appealing to right now is that there's such a sense of morality in society that men will never grab all the fucking women off the street and put them in cattle carts and send them to breeding camps, even though they could. That sure seems awful fucking nice of men.
But you know why they don't?
That sure seems really
sorry, can I
fucking
jump in
benevolent
here?
of men.
I don't think that that's benevolent. I think that's the lowest bar of human decency that they're not keeping slaves.
You know what's really funny about that argument? A woman said this to me once, and I thought about it for a second, and I realized something really important, right? That when you have power over the most vulnerable in society, in this case, children, you fucking abort them. And so the thing is, I do think that we're pretty benevolent. I think that 1.5 million aborted babies a year is pretty fucking malevolent. And I think that
I would disagree.
I think that when you have the power over life and death, you fucking kill. And when we have the power, and we do, collectively over life and death, we liberate. And I do think that that's benevolent, and I think that that's part of men's nature. And I do think that you have to appeal to us for all of your rights, and that what you guys always think is just fucking fantasy, and I don't understand it.
Do you think humans should have the obligation to have human decency though?
From a Christian worldview? Yes, I appeal to Christ Jesus, and I do think that that God gives commands in which that we're supposed to engage with the world. And I think men follow those commands, and that's one of the reasons men are so benevolent.
Would you agree that there's a lot of different people with a lot of different worldviews who would also believe in the idea of human decency?
Yeah, well, I guess all you'd need to really show me is all this human decency in the rest of the world, because outside of Christian nations, I don't really see it.
I hope we agree that...
Outside of Christian nations, I don't see any of this supposed benevolence and this supposed universalization. I see the opposite. Outside of Christian nations, what I see is subjugation and torture and madness and insanity and fucking, that's what I see. I don't know what you see outside of Christian, but that's what I see.
So I think we could both agree that human decency should be taken into account.
Well, I think that what makes humans decent is Christianity. And I think that
I'm not Christian, and I
know, and that's why the justification that you give for all of your rights is preference, which gives me the equal right based on my preference to take your rights away. That's what's insane.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, can I ask, if 51% of the world right now said we should keep all women as slaves, right? Does that doesn't make it moral in your mind, right?
No.
Because you don't think it's preference. Do you base your...
No.
Okay.
I don't think it's moral, because in Christian ethics, the enslavement of another human being is abhorrent.
Yes.
In Christian ethics, the subjugation of women is abhorrent.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that there's not a hierarchical and patriarchal structure, and that in a marriage, a woman is supposed to submit to the head. I do believe that fully.
Sure.
But that doesn't mean that I believe for a second that men have any conceptualization of Christian ethics that they can abuse or harm or do horrible things to women. That's way beyond the pale of Christian ethics.
Okay.
The criticism of force doctrine is showing you guys your view. That just under pure preference, if it's the case that morals are just all preference, then if men decide and they prefer one day that you're just fucking chattel, there to breed our kids, and there's nothing you can do about it, and they all prefer that collectively, you may not like that, but you don't really have a justification to do anything about it, because your entire justification for why they shouldn't is just that you fucking prefer that they don't.
Human decency.
Well,
that's just a
universal
preference.
understanding.
I never made the claim that morals are preference. I was not a part
Then
of that
where do you
conversation.
then justify your morality?
In my opinion, it's about the best for society, and I don't think there's any objectivism to that. I don't think that we can like objectively say this is what will lead to the best outcome
Then
for
it's
our
just
society.
preference.
No, it's not. It's based on education. It's based on knowledge. It is in part, I guess.
And it's your preference that we should value those things.
Yeah, I guess the smallest percentage of
Not the
like,
smallest percentage.
You literally agreed with me earlier that there's a concept of universal understanding.
Everything that you are saying right now that we should value, your only justification for why we should value it is because you prefer it.
Okay, so if in a hypothetical world, if the Bible said that murder was okay, would you personally believe that murder is okay?
No.
Okay.
Well, but
so-
here's why.
Sure.
No, keep going.
Yeah, here's why. So I have a different form of epistemology, right? Well, okay, I'll reframe the words. Where I draw knowledge, okay? So I think the truth is written on your heart. These are the universals that we're agreeing to. I think that the truth of morality is written on people's hearts, as the Bible says it is, okay? The problem is when people say, no, it's not. It's actually grounded in preference. And you can't say it's grounded in the heart unless you believe in God. And so if that's the case, it's like, well, then if it's just preference, then the only thing Muslims are doing wrong in their country by outlawing feminism, right, and doing all the subjugation, doing all the shit that you don't like, is just that you don't prefer it. If you can give me a reason why, other than I just don't prefer that they do that, and people agree with me, then I actually want to hear it.
I think it is overall harmful for the society.
But that's just preference again. Harm is a subjective metric based on your preference.
So you don't think that harm can be quantified?
No. How could it be?
You don't think that you could ever objectively say something is more harmful
Harm
than something
itself
else?
is subjective. The idea of what is harm is subjective.
Like there is gray area, but I do think that there are some pretty clear cases where I could say this is more harmful than this thing.
Oh,
No,
yeah, I have
no,
an
you
example.
wait, no. Other than grounding that in your preference, you actually can't.
You can't.
Not necessarily.
You
no.
can't.
Okay,
In a country
I'm
where
sorry.
like young girls are forced to like marry men who are far older than them and are like forced to do things in that.
Do you
marriage,
prefer
that's
that
kinda
they
bad.
don't do that?
Well, I'd say there's some sort of objective harm there because they have like no agency.
Wait, objective harm? I'm going to tell you the difference between objective and subjective. Objective, okay? That means
Universally understood,
no,
commonly understood,
no,
or regarded as
no. Objective means
Yes.
not dependent on a mind. Subjective means dependent on a mind.
How about I say universally regarded or deemed or understood?
You can say what? Yeah, you
Then
can
I'll
say
say
that
that.
your preferences are universally regarded.
But usually
Sure.
when a whole
Sure.
when a lot of people like, collectively, okay, you can continue actually.
Well, no, I agree that you can say that you have universally shared preferences with people. I agree with that. But so what? Still preference. You're just, all you guys are doing is just consistently asserting the same thing over and over.
I'll use the word universal instead of objective.
Universal preferences, though? What else would they be?
I just don't think that these are preferences. Like
How could they be anything but preferences?
what do you think that a society's goal is? To what?
I think from your view...
No, from your view,
Well,
please.
my view is that I would want to institute a social goal where people are moving towards Christ Jesus. But from your view, society has no fucking goal. What is the goal other than what you prefer?
For its citizens to be happy,
That's
healthy.
a preference. Preference. Those are
Okay.
things you prefer.
Those are things that I prefer.
Tell me an independent reason other than you and your preference why those are good things.
You'd prefer Jesus Christ is in everyone's life. That's a preference.
So my preferences again? So it's
I'm
just
sorry?
what I prefer again? So if it's just my preferences versus your preferences.
Well, what I'm saying is that you can't claim that like morality should be based off the Bible and not our preferences.
I'm not making the claim that it should.
Well, you're saying that yours should be, but ours shouldn't be based off of our
Let's
preferences.
just say for a second that I agree. Me wanting to institute like biblical values is just a preference. Okay. So what have we established now?
What I'm saying
what have we
here is that
established
if you
now?
personally are basing your morals off of the Bible, right?
Sure.
Those are your preferences.
Okay.
Okay.
Great.
If you
and
think
yours
that is
are,
valid,
and yours are.
What I'm saying is,
and yours are. If
in
mine
my
are
opinion, not my
preferences,
preferences, but by
How-
your
how
definition,
could they not be your
by
preferences?
your definition, we're both going off preferences. So why are mine less valid than yours? Even
They're
if I
not.
don't believe that.
That's the beautiful thing. They're not. So if it's the case that a bunch of people share the same collective intuition that I do in my preference to fucking enslave all women, then tell me why they're wrong.
What? Because it is.
Hang on. I want you to listen to what I just said.
Yes.
If you got a preference, and I got a preference, and she got a preference, and her got a preference, is her preference better than yours?
I think that preferences can be harmful for society.
That's
or
nice.
Better
That's
for
nice.
Society.
That's not my. Repeat my question.
Are her
Repeat my-
preferences better than mine?
Are they?
I truly do believe some preferences are better than others. Yes.
Is that your preference?
You love this word. I don't think it actually means anything. Like, it can be a preference. Okay, sure.
It's things which you prefer.
Sure, honestly, let's meet in the middle ground. It's a preference. Why does that make it any less valid? Preferences are important.
Totally agree.
And some are more
Totally
valid
agree.
than others.
That is awesome. So then it is the case then that if we all just have preferences.
No, some are more valid than others.
Okay, what makes them that other than your preference?
I do not think the betterment of society is a preference.
Well, okay, what else is it?
What do you
They're
mean?
just concepts.
Okay, here's what I mean. And I'll hang on. Here's what I mean.
Yes.
What else could what you want for society being more valuable than what he wants be anything other than a preference? That's what I mean.
Okay, if he wants the downfall for society, and I want society to thrive,
Yeah.
I personally do think
Your
that the
preference
option.
is I personally think sounds like a preference.
It's just sounding like,
Wait,
from
let
my
her-
point of
let her
view, the
finish, let her
Jedi are
finish.
evil.
Sounds a lot like what I prefer.
What I'm saying to you is that you are more than welcome to call it a preference. I honestly don't care. But
I know that my question is, what else is it?
if it's not a preference, I do believe that genuinely the goal of society, it's not a preference, but like our goal is to, it's like the way that human nature
What is a
works.
goal?
Or just nature.
What is
Let's
a-
use any other
is a
animal.
goal a movement
no,
towards
let's
things you
discuss
prefer?
any other species.
Okay.
They exist because they procreate, because they have the goal to survive, because they eat, because they hunt. We all have that goal instilled in us, not because we grew up and decided this is who we are and this is what we prefer. It's because it is human nature, it's biological nature. You want your society to succeed, you want to procreate, you want to be healthy, you want to eat.
Okay, so help me out here.
Yes.
So it's part of human nature that we want to eat.
Yes.
We want to shit.
Yep.
We want to collectivize. We
Yep,
want to
sure.
do all of those things, right?
Yes.
Is it also violence part of human nature?
I think it is more taught than anything. I would like obviously to some degree, yes.
Yeah.
But I do think that
So
violence
if
in the
men
way that-
collectivize in order to utilize violence to throw all women in little cages to do whatever they want, make them their little playthings, can you tell me outside of why you don't prefer that and a collective of people who agree with you who don't prefer that, that's actually wrong? Or
So we've agreed that have we agreed at this point that it is biological human nature to want to survive, to want the betterment for your society?
yeah, but okay, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that is bad for society.
So what? That's me stating, like, let's say I'm hardwired to drink this beer.
Sure.
Right? I'm
I bet you
hardwired
are.
to because it's fucking delicious, okay? And my Irish heritage demandeth it, okay? So I must drink the beer. And then I don't. I just don't. I just decide, I don't want to do that, okay? Did I do something wrong?
No.
Okay, so I can go against my nature and I'm not doing anything.
Are you-
Hang on.
Yes.
I can go against my nature and I'm not doing anything wrong.
Are you biologically engineered as a species?
You
and a
just said if I
collective?
was biologically
We are-
engineered to drink the beer and chose not to, I'm not doing anything wrong.
Okay. I do not think that the beer it has no positive enforcement on anything. It doesn't matter. It doesn't hold weight.
Yeah, but
If
positive
something
enforcement's
improved-
just preference again.
No, we have agreed. No.
You've agreed
met
on
a
your
middle ground.
preferences.
You and I agreed on a middle ground that biologically it is not preference. We are instilled with the desire for our societies to.
What
Yes.
if we no longer prefer to do what we biologically desire?
I think that's negative. I think that's a bad thing. Because I don't think that preference is. Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Wait. So if
Sure.
men biologically desire to subjugate women, it's not a bad thing to do?
No, oh my God. I'm saying that biologically,
Yeah.
which that isn't true, right? Do you think that's true? Do you think that biologically men are, their societies and collectives are improved if they subjugate women?
I think you can make an evolutionary argument that men are definitely biologically wired to subjugate women.
I don't think so. I think that, like, a great example is the fact that the countries that we see thriving the most are the ones with closer to equal rights.
Well, you see, when you see the word thrive, you know what you mean by that?
Yeah, bud?
What do you think you mean by thrive?
What do you think I mean?
That people who have your shared preferences are doing good according to your preferences.
Okay, I really do hate to come back to this point.
I can't wait till you do.
We've agreed.
Yeah.
We've come to the conclusion together as a family that the goal of human nature is to survive.
No. Wait. Me saying there's a nature that humanity has, and you saying goal, those have to be separated.
I'm more than happy to change my wording. I understand where you're coming from.
What if my goal is to change human nature?
I can understand this. Okay, so I will change my wording there.
Okay.
Humanity has a biological instinct, right, to survive, to be healthy, and I would argue now at the level of, I guess that this can't be explained by like nature and other animals and species because we have more complex brains, but
we follow what in them? The things we prefer?
I don't necessarily think that everything comes back to our preferences.
Here's the thing.
Is it your preference to be healthy?
Well, what if it wasn't?
It wouldn't matter because I think that your preferences come before or come after our biological need to survive.
What?
I think our biological need to survive comes before.
If I want to unalive myself, if I'm like in horrible, ghastly pain.
Yes.
You agree with me? My instinct is to survive.
Yes.
Should I go against that instinct?
No, I think that your biological instincts come first.
So if I have like a terminal illness,
yes,
and they say, look, man, this is going to eat you from the inside out, and you're going to be punished for the next 3 years and just tortured horribly by this illness, or we can give you this shot of morphine. Right? My biological instinct is that I want to survive, but I go ahead and go against that nature because I don't want to be in pain anymore.
Well, it's also a biological instinct to avoid pain, and you know that you're not going to survive past that. You know you're not going to live a life out of pain.
But which one takes precedent except the one you prefer?
I can't control what decision any person makes. I think that in that situation, I'd probably kill myself too.
Let's try this way.
Sure.
Okay. When people collect, do you believe that there's some objective standard for morality?
I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
I'm going to regret saying yes.
That means that you believe that morality is not based on people's minds, but it exists absent people's minds. That's what objective means. Subjective would mean that it's based only on people's minds. Do you think morality is based on people's minds and their brains and what they think? Or do you think that it exists somewhere outside of that?
Okay, we've now reached the point where you're defining subjective as anything that isn't a natural fact. Are we on the same page as that?
No.
I'm genuinely asking.
No, I'm defining objective as objective not requiring mind. Subjective, right, requires mind.
Can I have an example of something that's objective and also not a natural fact?
A tree.
That is a natural fact.
Yeah, but that's not what I said. Think about what I'm saying to you.
I'm thinking real hard.
Does a tree existing require any minds?
No.
Then a tree objectively exists.
It is a natural fact that it exists.
Hang on. So that's objective. It objectively exists.
Yeah.
Do morals exist like the tree exists?
No.
Then they're subjective.
No. Okay.
Then they're subjective.
Do you understand the... Yep. Do you understand?
Are they subjective then? Hang on. Are they subjective then?
I don't think so. I don't think that proves anything.
Then can you tell me how they exist like the tree exists?
I don't think it has to exist like a tree. That's a weird example.
Only if you want subjective. Then don't say objective then.
My claim is that there is a middle ground between between natural fact and subjective. You cannot give me a single thing that isn't a natural fact or subjective. Is that true?
How do you know something's a natural fact?
Based in science.
And how do you interpret science? Is it with your mind?
Sure.
Okay, so then this thing that you've interpreted subjectively, you can determine is objectively real, even if you don't exist, right?
Yes.
Okay, well then what the fuck are you talking about?
I don't agree with your definition of objective and subjective.
May I please
Then what the fuck what do you think subjective
You're just describing,
means?
you are using objective synonymous with the words natural fact, natural law, something based in science.
Not natural law and not natural fact. First of all, when I say objective, I mean it exists in material reality without your mind.
Okay.
Okay, so a social construction, does that require your mind? Hang on. Does a social construction require your mind? Is the government a social construction?
Yes.
Okay, is the school a social construction?
Yes.
Is a tree a social construction?
No.
Then that's the end of the fucking debate.
Okay, so
Then I used the terms right, didn't I?
Well,
Hang
I'm
on.
just happy-
Then I used the terms right, didn't I? Didn't I?
we disagree on the definitions.
How can we
By
disagree
your
on a definition you just agreed
By
to?
your definition. By your definition, I am more than happy to agree that
It's like punishment.
What were we even talking about?
Go ahead. It's like go
whatever
ahead.
we were talking about was
May-
subjective.
Maybe can I help here? So Andrew, as it relates to preferences, preferences.
Oh, preferences.
What, in your view, is the step beyond? Is it
Justification outside of preference, which means there's an objective standard that you appeal to that's not you, right? And that's the grounding foundation for which you're appealing to. So like earlier, she said the law, right? That's a subjective standard, but she's appealing to something. I just think that anything that you appeal to for rights is just going to be things you prefer. And I think that collectively it's going to be things other people prefer, and that those preferences can change. And since those preferences can change, if it's the case that I have a preference to do bad thing, you have a preference to do good thing, why am I wrong and you're right?
We've been over this. You've
Yeah, I
asked me
know.
this exact question worded differently.
But I just want to let you know that you never answered it.
I did. We have been over my entire take that I think that we are biologically instilled for the betterment of society. That's what we're striving for. It is, just how.
What if we don't
species
want to
work.
go? What if we have shared preferences against things that are we have biology for? Like for instance,
I think
birth
that's
control.
bad.
Birth control is bad.
No, what?
Yeah, so I mean, you have
No, we are-
biologically you're wired to drop eggs. Should we stop that?
do you think that we
should
cur-
we stop that?
Do you think that we
Is that because you have a preference that we don't stop that?
Would you like for me to respond,
Well,
or do
I
you just
mean,
want to keep going?
You're just going to ramble, but go ahead. I do
I'm
want to
going
actually hear
rambling.
it. I do want to actually hear
what
it.
I would like to say is I don't think that we as a society are currently in a position where we have to procreate for our survival. I think if we were, then birth control probably would be bad because it would mean like the extinction of our society or whatever.
Oh my God, I
Yeah,
love
bud?
you. The birth rate, can you tell me if we're reproducing at a rate to sustain society?
That's just not something I know. I would guess so.
What would you like for me to tell you?
I would love it.
We are way under replacement rate, and humans are not replacing. So by your logic, we should get rid of birth
Are we
control
going to go extinct?
until we get at least, yes, South Korea will be extinct. Their birth rate is so fucking low.
Are we talking about South Korea?
Hang on. The United States is dropping rapidly too. And so the thing is like, yes, actually, we could lead to a massive reduction in human beings. So if that's the case, if you say we have trouble reproducing, no, that's why we don't need birth control. Then that would mean we should get rid of birth control, right?
Wait, aren't there countries that are very much reproducing a
Not
lot?
very many.
Like
There's
China,
a few.
India.
No, China's
They're going down?
They're
Going
not
down.
the ones with the values that you guys are debating.
Isn't China
It's true.
trying to go down?
well, China killed like half its children
Yeah, I do.
with the one-child policy.
To
Well,
your
I killed a lot
dystopian
more.
effect, I could see this actually becoming a thing where men take away women's rights who are deciding to do the fuck men trend, and that will lead to less babies being born if they're like, ban men suck, fuck them. Be like,
So then,
be lesbian,
if that's
be
biologically
whatever,
what your
amen.
imperative is, then we should go against that, right?
Well, no, because I'm not agreeing with her, but I'm saying by your logic, you have to.
Mm-hmm. So maybe I can simplify this like the simplest way possible.
Like you're talking to 4-year-olds.
Does morality come from anything but you?
I mean, it's often
No,
taught.
because morality is subjective, therefore it only exists within the mind.
Then what else could it be? What else could, if it's subjective, what else could be moral except things that you prefer and other people share a preference for?
This is going back in circles. Do you realize what I'm going to answer this with and how we're going to go back to the
That
same
humans are
conversation?
engineered.
We have had this conversation.
But even
20
if they're
times now.
engineered and we can go against our engineering with preference, that would still be moral under this subjective worldview. So like, I don't get it. I actually don't get it at this point. It just seems like, remember how we were talking about good faith?
Yes.
Like, you should really abandon this position because it's completely fucking incoherent. Ultimately, you're just talking about preferences, things
No.
you prefer.
A preference is not something that is biologically engineered into you.
Should we do everything that's biologically engineered in us?
No, but my point is,
Well, then what are you talking about? Who cares then? You're saying that you should follow preferences, to not do things that we're biologically engineered to do?
I think we're more complex than saying we're animals who need to follow our baseline instincts.
We don't have to follow baseline instincts, but how can if morality only comes from you, what else could it be besides shit that you just like and prefer? What else could it even be?
Things that are biologically instilled in us
that we can go against, and that's fine.
Yeah,
the only biological thing is really what's good for you and your family. Okay, now
Those
we
are
call
things
that
you prefer.
society because we have gotten to the point where we no longer have tribes. We have big ass countries. So now we call it society because it's huge. But it's still what is good for me if you're in power and you decide that. That's the only thing that matters. What is good for that particular person who holds the power.
I disagree with that. That is not my view at all.
By matter, it means that's what's going to happen. Not matter what's the ideal, what's the utopia, it's what's reality.
Yeah, I'm not arguing in idealistic terms.
Okay.
Yeah, the arguments against Andrew's position are like how the world should be, which is subjective, right? He's talking about reality, what is, which is objective. Is kind of the
So the idea here is like, it's pretty simple. All of your morality, if you say it's subjectively based, the only real coherent answer you can have is that like things you prefer and things that she prefers and she prefers collectively are moral because you all prefer them. The problem, and here's why that has to be the case. It has to be the case because otherwise you have to give me a standard that's unchanging, that's objective, that you can appeal to, that would say that whatever you prefer to do is wrong. And you can't. So it has to be things that you just fucking like. I mean, what else? I don't know what else your morals could be.
You know exactly what I will answer this way.
Yeah, but you saying that you're engineered to do things that if you prefer to go against is still moral, is still preference again. It's always just a reduction to preference.
If I don't
have to move on, right. But I'll give you guys each another 30 seconds.
My final thought is just if I don't prefer the betterment of society and I personally prefer for 30 people to die, I think that's negative. I don't understand why you're disagreeing with that.
This is fantastic. I think that if X happens, that's negative because I think so. I see. You don't prefer any of that. Got it.
Final thoughts?
Yeah.
Good talk.
Okay. I have like a new question. It's a little different. Or no, it's like different. It's a little different. It's different than that.
I prefer to go have a
You can
cigarette.
reject it. I was just curious.
So that's what
Girl can dream.
What is it? And I'll think about it.
Oh, it was just basically like he explained force doctrine. I was curious about like the prescriptive side of that because like men have a monopoly on force. Should they be awarded more privileges?
Guys, you should all be fucking grateful men don't do it. That's the prescriptive side.
Okay.
That's a prescriptive side.
I was
grateful that men don't do that shit.
All right, please, Zeus, thank you for the super chat. Please have everyone say woman and the plural form of that word. To the Chicago girl, you're arguing it for a distinction without a difference. It's all prostitution, just different variations of the same thing. I guess, okay.
No, sorry. I feel like I was pretty clear on like why I have differences on variations and the distinctions of what those variations were. But again, like I have the respect, like he has the right to have his opinion. I have a different umbrella term for it. He has a different umbrella term for it. But I did have distinction on the levels of what is different. So between each. So.
Sure. Zeus here, he is asking Tav. Apparently some people will say women instead of woman. So he just wants to do a little test.
okay.
Can you just say woman?
Singular word woman, plural women.
You just said the same. That was the exact same word you just said.
Okay,
do
well,
it again. Do it again.
I would spell them differently.
Wait, no, but do it again. Say it
Okay,
again.
I am a woman. These are women.
Okay,
Is that
now
the
you
same?
changed it up a little bit. All right, we can go around the table if you guys want. Just
Woman, women.
Oh, that was
Woman,
very good.
women.
Good diction.
Woman, women.
Woman, women.
Woman, women.
Woman, women.
Woman, women.
Woman, women.
All right.
This should be a permanent segment.
Zeus, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
fault.
We're going to get into switch topics here. I'm going to try to bring it back a little bit to dating here. Courtney, you said that women should call the man they date master. Your words, not mine. That's you, Courtney, over there. Kate seemed like she had a reaction.
I mean, if they want, right?
If they're into that, I guess. So, Courtney, explain the master thing.
I think it's important for
It is.
women to recognize in a relationship who's leading the relationship. And also, above that, it's not just about leading, it's more about peacekeeping. It's kind of choosing surrendering as a superpower. So I see it as a way, because I consider myself a non-traditional woman, so it's not just about, it's not like I need to be specifically in a mold to who I am as a woman. I believe for me to be fulfilled, I must pursue my passions, my happiness, my liberties, yet also have the discernment to yield and let, and this is, and I believe a lot of women would be a lot happier in their relationships and be more feminine when they can refer to their significant partner as master. And even if, as master,
Wow.
I think.
Yes. I call him master sometimes, just sometimes.
It's actually a very it's like a formal honorific that they used in the
How do you say
16th to the 18th century with
16th, wait, the 16th to 18th?
I'm talking about the 16th to 18th century.
Are you talking about something else?
When you call,
talking about
for
the 16th.
little master, when you're saying master, it's like a little master, young master, person, like you would usually follow it with their names. It was very often used as a formal honorific, and I just see it as being resuscitated
Question:
in relationships.
What's your orientation? Are you straight? Are you bi?
I'm heterosexual.
Heterosexual. So, if Felicity was a man, I guess, how would you say master to her if she was your boyfriend or whatever?
It's like, hi, master.
That sounds like a weird sex thing.
Okay. So I guess going around the table, opening it up to the panel.
How would you all say master? No.
Yeah.
Let's go in a circle.
So she says
It would definitely be a sex thing.
So Courtney says women should call the man they date master. Would you call your boyfriend master if he wanted that?
Hell no.
Hell no, Kate.
I actually
She
don't
does.
have that big of a problem with it because he'll ask for something. It's like, "Can you make a water?" I'm like, "Yes, master." And I just hand it to him. It's not always sarcastic. Sometimes it's just playful.
Do you want Kate to call you master?
No opinion. Once in a while would be nice, I guess.
Okay.
Every
That's
fortnight.
that already
every
happened.
fortnight. Lola, would you call your boyfriend, your new boyfriend, I guess, a master?
I would not, and he wouldn't want me to.
Okay. What about you? Would you?
Absolutely, and I have.
Oh, there you go. But not. What if it's not even like? Don't get it twisted. Maybe it's not even it's not a sexual thing, right? This is like just a.
This is a formal honorific. I think
Yeah,
you can
it's like
see
a
it
nice thing to
sexual,
say.
you can see it not, but I think of it as
Felicity's mind
one
is
of the
in the gutter.
highest degrees of
My mind was
respect
in
you
the
can
gutter.
pay.
It is.
Well, what I was going to say is my next boyfriend, someone that I date,
Yeah.
is going to be someone that I respect enough that they are the dominant in the relationship, in which case, yes. But I wouldn't be with someone that I don't view with that kind of respect. So I agree.
But they don't own you, right? Like,
No, he doesn't own me.
master almost denotes that you're some sort of property.
It's respect.
Yeah.
Not ownership.
I don't really understand that line either. The line of ownership.
well, like if someone's your master, it's like you have
Yeah.
to listen to everything they say. Like you're
Yeah.
almost their property.
No, I don't know.
You don't
Chosen
think-
master.
The idea here is like it's the same problem I have where people will say like with the R wording the wife thing, right? So this is this
that
is
about?
well. So the idea is like if your wife wakes you up with sex or you wake your wife up with sex, is it R, right? Is that what it is? And like the kind of the feminist trope is like, yeah. Yes, it is. And it's like, that's really fucking stupid. And the reason it's really stupid is because it's like, if your wife goes and spends your money and you didn't consent, is she stealing from you? And it's like, no, she's not. You know, there's the idea. I've always thought the idea in marriage of one flesh. That's what it actually means, right? And so, like, you being obedient to your husband, isn't that like being obedient to you? Isn't that what the idea is there?
No, I think there's like a concept of personal individual agency that you can exercise in a relationship. Like
Yeah,
you
but
can
you're
be
not
your own
getting-
person in a relationship.
You're not getting rid of the agency. If you're one flesh, if you're a union, right? You're sharing everything. You're sharing
But in
body.
this-
Hang
in
on.
this-
You're sharing body. You're sharing mind. You're sharing money. You're sharing everything. That's what the whole point of marriage is. And if that's not the point, then what the fuck is the point?
Wait, in that case, doesn't the man also have to take into account and listen to the woman a lot?
Well, take
Because
into
he's-
account, yes. But the thing is,
Listen
is
to
like,
some degree. Like, why is he more? Is there
yeah,
like
because when there was a hostage situation, he shot a fuck. That's why. And the thing is, it's
said
like,
duck and I ducked.
and like,
That's
let me
true.
just let's just lay it out, right? Because when the thump in the night went, he fucking answered with the gun. And the thing is because of that, the protection of your rights, even inside of your home, actually are deferred to the man. And so, yeah, you should probably listen to him.
Call
And
him
it's
master.
probably a good idea. Well, I don't know about master because that has some loading behind it, but like you call a judge your honor, you know? And like, what did he fucking do to deserve your honor that your husband didn't do to deserve your honor?
Right.
It sure sounds like
everyone
saying
has
your honor,
arguments,
you know?
but at the end of the day, if you really don't want to listen to anything the person says, don't be with them.
Yeah, like why do you call a judge your honor?
It's like because it's a very common respect.
Because
that's
it's
just
an
carried out
it's an
in the-
honorific that you're supposed to respect my station. But if you call a judge your honor, but you can't call your husband your honor.
You can. People can do whatever they want.
I know, but
I just
if you
personally wouldn't.
refuse, right, you're giving the judge more respect than your own husband. And it's like that to me just sounds counterintuitive.
So if you call a judge your honor and you don't call your husband your master, you're.
Did I say master?
Well, that's what we were.
I
Talking
said
about.
your honor.
Well, you may not by default call him that, but what if he asked if you could? Would you oblige if you respected him, or would you no, fuck you? How dare?
Or
the
like, how about
audacity.
this? Like in the Bible, the view is Lord, right? Like Sarah called Abraham Lord. And so the question is if you say your honor to a judge, your honor, you're giving him this really high honorific. You're saying your station is above mine. That's why they sit at those high benches. And that's why they have a gavel. They're going to fucking judge your ass.
I think that's more of a traditional, just in the context of the legal system.
Yeah, but why is that tradition
that's
there?
attached.
It's to show the distinction in station. Your station is down fucking there. I get to judge this. I get to rule on this, and you're gonna do what you're fucking told. And so the thing is you'll cast your fate to them and say that it's okay that they affect society with their judgment, but not your own fucking husband. And that to me has always been crazy. That's just crazy.
So what I would say is just because I wouldn't be comfortable calling the guy I'm with master, it doesn't mean I wouldn't show him respect in
I
other
didn't
ways.
say
he
master.
prefers. Well, that's
Well,
fine.
you keep on. I literally said to you, you don't have to use a loaded historic term.
Okay.
You don't have to be like, look, because master infers slave. I get that. You can even abandon that.
That's what I believe in.
But like your honor, Lord, things like that.
The bow?
Yeah, something like this. Any of these things that don't have the same, that you would call complete fucking strangers. You'd call complete fucking strangers that, but not your husband. That makes me think that you don't really respect the person much, or that you don't.
You can respect someone just because you don't use. It's not really common to necessarily use that kind of title in a relationship.
Yeah, but that just brings it back to the original question, right? Why do you say it to a judge? Why do you say your honor?
Because it's the common term that's just used in that legal context.
It's because
in court, that's just what's typically done.
Because
That's what
he's
you
in
learn. That's what you
judgment, and
hear.
you're deferring your fate to him.
Well-
And so I would think that if it's the case that you stand in judgment of your own husband, right? And you defer your fate to them. They're the one who has to go to the bump in the night. They're the one who has to give you the fucking seat on the lifeboat. They're the one who has to fucking sacrifice for you. Then an honorific doesn't seem that bad to me. That seems really reasonable.
If you two are at an
You can show
impasse
respect in other ways.
and one of you needs to make a decision as to the tiebreaker, who gets to make that decision?
Ooh, sounds like you've been watching me too much.
What tiebreaker? Wait, what are you talking about? I didn't fully hear your question.
In an argument or a disagreement, he wants one thing, she wants one thing. You've talked it through. They still want their respective things. Who's the tiebreaker? The man or the woman?
They're equally
And then,
valid in their.
So who do you defer to? How do we? There's only two.
You just have conflict resolving abilities then. Or if you really can't resolve your conflict and it's that bad.
Yeah, how do you resolve the conflict if neither one of you, you're at an impasse? It's an impasse. You can't negotiate an impasse or it wouldn't be an impasse.
Like there's no compromise here.
You feel very strongly on one end and he feels very strongly on the other end, right? Who gets deferred to here?
Well, no one. There's no other third party here.
Sounds like they just break up.
What do you guys
But if it's
usually I defer to him because he's more stubborn than I am. But then later, if it's something that I really care about, we'll come to a compromise after he feels bad for being so stubborn.
If it's a conflict that's not that deep, you can just forget about it and move on.
But some things have to happen fast.
Do you see how you consistently change the framing so as to not answer the question that I'm asking?
I did answer.
So
I
I'm
said
going to
you can
help
just forget
you.
about the conflict
I'm going to
and
ask
say
it
we can
again.
agree to disagree.
I'm
You
going
can
to
agree to disagree.
I'm going to ask you again, and this time I'm going to give you context for every word I'm saying. Impasse. Cannot find a way around.
Can you give me an example?
Impasse. Cannot find a way around.
You can usually find a way around a conflict.
Impasse means you cannot find a way
for
around.
A job. Let's say you're for
Let me
a
ask
job.
you this. Can I ask you one question? How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning?
What if I didn't eat breakfast this morning? I feel fine. I didn't eat breakfast this morning. What do you mean?
Well,
Wait, I don't know what that has to do with
Let's go with
everything.
my example. So let's say you're at an impasse, and your boyfriend and you.
You good? Sorry.
I think he's taking a little moment. Okay, but
I'm collecting myself.
It's a face palm, but Mike Palm.
Yeah, no, I get that.
So what if your boyfriend has a job to go to Antarctica for his new job? It's paying about above the same, but maybe a little bit better than what he's.
And
doing
I want to
now.
stay here, and
you
it's
want to
like-
stay here.
Oh, then we could break up.
Honestly, Antarctica.
Yeah, it's just a breakup.
Then we would break up.
It's very obvious. Like,
I'm not gonna,
she doesn't
like
want.
Andrew, would you
doesn't
be
want-
like, would you understand, like if a girl doesn't want to move to Antarctica?
Look,
I mean,
I'm going to be totally honest.
You break up then.
I
If there's-
believe
if there's an-
100%
If there's an impasse, you break up.
that if I came home tonight, if I just caught a red eye, I walked into my house, I told my wife, we're moving to Antarctica and I don't want you to ask any questions, I think that she would do it.
That's great.
what about you guys? Would you move to Antarctica for Kate?
He wants a beach house. I don't think that would be
For you, I would. I don't know if because you have a lot of things that you like that are like not in Antarctica. That's a tough one, right? Like, but like
if the circumstances made sense or whatever,
there'd be a compromise. But I think she would be there like 6 months.
And then Kate,
no.
would
Good
you
6 months.
move to Antarctica for your husband?
If it really depended on it, like
He
say I
had-
wasn't an
he had to
influencer and it
go
was just
there.
him making the money, then yeah. I
What
would.
if he came home? Now, mind you, this is a man who literally shot another man to make sure that you didn't, expire. He came home one day. He didn't say shit. He was just like, "Listen, I need you to not ask any questions about this. I need you to just trust me. We're getting in the car. We're going to fucking Antarctica tonight. Don't say a fucking word. Just go. Would you do it?
Oh hell yeah.
See,
That
It's
sounds
That's
fun.
great.
That's the.
I just personally
but
wouldn't.
that's the. That's
wrong with that?
But that's the. There's nothing. What I'm saying is like that's the deference of an honorific. That's the honorific. It's not just your honor. It's that. That's the honorific. The fact that she would do it. And it's like,
That's great
and
for
the
her.
fact that if I just say the word impasse to you, you just pretend like you can't have one. You're just like,
No, you can have an
no matter
impasse.
what, you can negotiate your way out of everything.
I
It's
already
like, no, you
made it
fucking
clear.
can't.
I already made it clear. If there was an impasse of that sort, I'd break up.
She's a strong,
Right.
independent woman who don't need no man.
That's the kind of woman that get thrown in cages in
When
his
did I say that?
dystopian.
Whoa.
That's right. In the dystopian
I wanna get married.
future,
What do you mean?
the cages.
Do you know me?
Wait, you had your question for Courtney. What is it?
No. She was just saying I'm a strong independent who doesn't need a man. I want to get married one day, and she doesn't know me, and she's like trying to attach these labels.
Do you want to
Who I
respond?
am.
Yeah, I do. It's about compromise. That's my point. I was only using that as a facetious way of saying that, a hyperbolic way of saying that when women don't understand the way of like the art of just surrendering, which I think is a superpower. It just causes
Surrendering is not
conflict.
compromise.
So,
Isn't compromise kind of meeting in the middle a little bit?
One person. Compromise, surrendering is just one. Surrendering specifically is one part of the contention, and yielding that over to the opposite.
That's surrendering.
Arguer.
feel like
I'm
I'm
saying curious.
You have to make a compromise completely and utterly.
If we make a compromise, we come to a conclusion that we're both.
I think
fine
that's the
with.
most caring and compassionate thing that women can do is letting
That's not compromise,
what
though.
is surrendering to the decision, forfeiting the decision.
Why
Is that
shouldn't
another,
men
like,
surrender?
This is again another like
It's
you're
choosing-
seeing it from your point of view. A man you love and respect and wants the best interest for you. Yeah, you're gonna surrender to him because you know that he will do what is best for both of you. She's looking at it as like this guy just started dating in a relationship kind of thing. Am I gonna surrender to him when I don't know if that's what he wants the best for me? Like I feel like that's what it's like. Because anyone who trusts the other person knows that they've always made good decisions. They've always looked out for the best of you. Yeah, you would surrender to them because they have a good path forward. It's like a kid and a parent who has a good parent.
But don't you think you
Woman
should?
is not a kid,
Don't
though.
you
A
think
woman
you
knows what's
should?
good
Right,
for
but I'm
herself,
saying like
too.
if a kid has a good parent and the parent has never put them in a bad situation, you would it's understandable that the parent would want the kid to surrender, and the kid probably should for the better of.
So
their
by
life.
I
this
love how
logic,
women
why
are,
wouldn't a
are
man surrender to a
equated
woman?
kids as in this analogy.
It's just an analogy of someone who loves and cares for you.
Wait,
it's not.
what?
It's not that
It was
women are
just-
kids.
Serious.
It's
It's a family member who loves and cares
Yeah,
for
it's
you.
just giving the idea of like somebody who is dependent or physically dependent or in some way dependent on the person. You shouldn't get married to a person if you're going to refuse to depend on them. That's the whole point.
Well,
Like-
yeah, in a marriage, both people depend on each other.
Yeah,
to
of
some degree.
course. And so
Yeah.
so the thing is like one of the biggest. There was remember that old country song? It was like I think that pride's the chief cause of the decline of the number of husbands and wives. I don't remember who wrote this. Someone in chat will tell me. Send it this fucking super chat. Tell me that it'll drive me crazy till I remember who sang the song. But the point is it's like, well, that's what it sounds like from you. It's just pride. It's just pure pride. Like,
It's not pride.
I'm not gonna. If there's an impasse, we're gonna fucking compromise because I have a
That's not what it's
pantsuit
about.
on, and it's like.
No.
You know, it's not always necessary. It's
That's not what my take's about. What I'm saying, like, for example, in a situation, your husband wants to move somewhere for a job, you want to stay somewhere for a job. That's not about saying I'm gonna have all this pride. It's about also thinking about what's good for yourself, your own personal life goals, and just like not basing your whole life around this other person.
Why don't you trust your man to
then why
doing
get
that
married?
for you? Yeah, why don't
get
you
married?
trust
Because in
that,
this situation,
your
you
partner?
know that you want to stay in this place, and you know that's good for you. That's the environment you want to be in.
More
That's
than
your-
you want to be with this person that you trust and respect.
Sure, it can be.
Sorry,
Well,
can I
then
also mention
why marry him?
on the kid and
Why get
parent example?
married? It's a good point.
On the kid and parent example, an adult would not listen to their parents on like if my mom called me right now and said, "Hey, I think you should drop out of school. I think that's what's best for you." I probably wouldn't listen to that because I'm an adult. Like that's the main difference between that example and why it
Are you
can't be
married to your
compared to this
mom?
situation. No, but you did make someone here made the claim
You
that
always
is
have the
comparable.
choice when you're an adult to leave your parents, right?
Yes.
Though I think less and less people are, and they probably should more, but you always have the choice as an adult to leave your parents, right? A marriage is supposed to be forever.
Sure.
And so,
yeah.
like, if that's the case, why would you want to intertwine yourself with someone forever that you don't trust enough to, when they say, this is important to me, to yield to them?
I am always going to trust myself above anyone else because I'm a
Then
very
don't get married.
I'm a very competent
Then
adult.
don't
No,
get married.
I think that there's a difference as well between leaning on someone and depending on them. I think it's perfectly normal to lean on your partner and for them to help you and for you guys to, it should, be helpful for both parties there.
See,
but
I think-
I do believe that no one person should ever be fully depending on someone else for their well-being, for their decision making, for their path in life. I think you should trust yourself, and I think you should be competent enough to make those decisions for yourself.
This
agree with that.
is pretty funny, right? It's like when you're talking about depending here in this context. Why get married if you don't want to be able to depend on the person for those things, for those very things? Like, for instance, I'm a fucking slob. Like, I just am. Okay, I'm a slob. I'm a smoker, right? And I smoke in my little fucking man cave, right? And I'll consistently look down, and the genie has come through and cleaned everything in front of me. Sometimes even while I'm live streaming, right, this genie just comes through and it's all gone. And I'm like, this is fucking amazing. It's my wife, right? And every single comfort that I can imagine, right, she predicts on my behalf. You know what I've noticed over the years? Totally fucking depend on her for it. 100%, right? Depend on her for it to the point where I don't even really think about it much anymore. And it's like, I wouldn't ever want to lose that dependency. Why would I ever want to lose that dependency? And the thing is that if you can outsource heavy decisions because you know that those decisions overall are going to be the best for you and your family, what's wrong with depending on that? That seems really wise.
I think a primary difference between you and me is I would not like to marry someone for what they can offer me. I would like to marry someone that I love. I think that a very healthy relationship could exist in
Then
the
why
sense.
not just be their friend?
If a relationship looks different than a friendship, you guys behave differently.
What's the difference in your view except you're fucking them?
Sometimes you spend more time with that person, you live with that person.
You can spend tons of time with a friend and live with a friend.
I actually have said so many times to I have a few friends I love. I will not be in a relationship with someone unless they make me feel that much
I think
love.
she means romantic attraction.
Right.
When you're dating someone out of love, what do you like to have? What's the number one thing that you need, everybody needs in a loving, romantic relationship? Number one.
Compromise.
Ain't wrong. No, none of that's correct. It's not trust, it's not compromise. It's peace.
I
It's
disagree
harmony.
entirely.
I disagree with
harmony.
peace and harmony. I think it's a benefit, honestly.
For you guys on the end, I'm curious to invert that. Like,
Okay, I just want to say that was a very prostitute-like thing to say.
No.
I'm just saying.
Not beneficial, like super transactional. I mean,
She likes
like you
drama.
said, where you
She
benefit
lives.
from having a wife who is good at cleaning because you're not, right? Historically,
it's not
throughout-
really.
No, that's the only one.
Yeah.
But historically, throughout the humanity, that people have married, they have aligned houses for benefit, whether it's land.
That's true.
Or
Nobility
people or king,
does.
like anything. And for women, they might be like, I want a father for my kids, so they might get married to have that sense of stability rather than a baby daddy, right?
Yeah, well, generally, like the historic standard, even though I don't like her much, Leela Rose points this out pretty well. Even though I disagree with like 90% of reviews, she did get this right. And I went through and researched it out. She's pretty much right. It used to be when peasants got married. You're talking about the nobility, alignment of house and stuff like that. Totally fair. But when peasants got married, it was like they usually worked a small plot of land together, the husband and the wife. They really actually worked the small plot together. If you were a smith, your husband or your wife usually would actually take care of small forge issues, take care of the kids, take care of this, take care of that. If you were a tradesman, something like this. If you were a farmer, same thing. She would exist in that capacity, right? As a helpmate. It was a helpmate situation. The reason that it was so important that it was the man who was in charge is because of the security aspect, right? You have brigadiers and bandits, and you have things that'll kill you. You have literal fucking wolves at the door, right? You have 3 men who will break into your fucking house and grab your wife and try to steal your Bitcoin. You got to shoot one. That aspect actually hasn't changed. Like that aspect of keeping the wolves at bay, that has not changed. And so that motherfucker gets the big piece of chicken. And that fucking guy gets the higher end of the respect pole because when push comes to shove, you expect him, if you're being held hostage, to kill a motherfucker, and your husband did. And so it's like, yeah, he gets the big piece of chicken, right? That's the way it has to work.
Yeah, and that's still benefit. All those biological things, like being pack animals, it's like at the end of the day, we are benefiting from being with one another, and that's good. It's not transactional necessarily in a bad way. It's just part of human nature.
The truth. And like that's the form of dependency that's good. It's good dependency. Like how would you have done better on your own when that happened?
Oh no, I'd be dead.
You'd be dead. Like why shouldn't you depend on that? That seems like basic common sense, It seems like basic common sense.
I think that if he were in her shoes, and this is intended with like zero disrespect at all, but I do think that if you had been in her exact shoes at the time, you also wouldn't have stood a chance against 3 armed men when you didn't have a firearm on you, as she was, I'm guessing.
Correct.
Do you think that she would have handled the situation as good as him?
No.
Would you?
No.
No. And by the way, on top of that, how are you with guns in comparison to your husband?
I'm great at shooting them once they're already like set up all the mags and loaded for me,
once he loads your magazines, because your fingers hurt.
Yeah, exactly.
And he can't get you. The second you get to the center of the magazine, you go fuck.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
So he loads it. He takes it. He cocks it. That's hard too.
Right. Like the gun would have to already be fully
and then he has to put it down,
me.
and then you pick it up, and then you're a fucking marksman then, aren't you?
I know, right? Yeah.
It's like that's the common American story, and that's the common story between men and women that feminists like to fucking lie about. They like to lie about that shit. Miss has never used a gun, but knows that women can. And I don't know what your history is there too, but when it comes to violence, she has to outsource it to men, and you always will have to. And that's why they get the big piece of fucking chicken. They get the honorific, and they get to make the biggest decisions. Does that mean in daily life that you don't compromise? Of course not. Of course you compromise. There's all sorts of things I compromise on. Look, I want that bedroom. That would be a lot better for the girls. Okay, well, but you know what? Actually, you're right about that. So let's make sure that that's for the girls. But on the other hand, if it comes down to, hey, this is a big decision. It means a lot to me. You need to follow my lead, and you need to not ask any questions. That's what I get. And man, that's the way.
But would you agree that in dating, both women and men can have certain preferences? For example,
Sure.
a woman could have the preference to not want to call her man master, and that's fine.
Yeah, but again, the reason I feel like you keep deferring back to master, even though I excuse that,
It's an example. Forget about that
Yeah,
example.
as
Women
being a
and men
loaded
can both
thing.
have preferences.
They can have preferences.
They can
Maybe
both-
they align. Maybe they align, right? But really, would you get rid of a great man who was willing to do all of those great things because he wanted an honorific? Like he wanted you to honor him in some way?
I mean, would I have figured this out like late into the relationship? Like, I'm curious. Like, if we were first starting to get to know
Well, if
each
you get
other-
married to him, you should probably have some sort of. You should put him
I'll
on
call him
some
by
sort
his
of
name.
platform, like you would put the judge you call your honor. Yes.
he would know by now that I wouldn't be the kind of person who would do that if we had gone to the point to being
So
married.
how is that not just incentive for men to not marry you?
Well, I don't think most women who prefer to not want to use an honorific on their husband are going to have trouble
It's not
getting
just
married.
using an honorific; it's acting as though the honorific is there.
I
whether
think
you use
that
it or
goes
not.
both ways.
The same way you would behave in a fucking courtroom when it came down to it, the time it came down to it, where the judge is going to say such and you're going to obey.
Well, I wouldn't
that
act-
would be you acting as though the honorific was real, whether you said your honor
Like-
or fucking not.
like acting like super obedient and like demure and submissive.
in certain situations where you need to be demure and you need to be submissive, yes.
If I'm dating someone, it's going to be like I'm going to act authentically
We're not
myself.
talking about dating. We're talking about marriage.
Sure. If I'm marrying someone, it's going to be because I know they like me for who I am authentically.
Wait, can we invert that real fast for you guys? Is there a possibility, like, you can pick exactly however you want this person to be, that there's a man that you would, in that previous example, like there's a big decision, you feel one way, he feels the other, right? Like that you would defer to him. Is that man even like possible?
Wait, what do you mean?
Like he's good
That's a
for
great
you in
question.
every way, right?
Yeah.
That you would be willing in that moment when push comes to shove for the decision, right? Like you feel one way, he feels the other, that you would defer to him.
I mean, it would depend on what I'm deferring to him to.
The question is contradictory. There would never be a man who is perfect for me who would ask me to sacrifice my life goals.
look.
So the answer is no.
No.
So hang on. No, he asked the perfect.
man would
that
not
was
be
the perfect
perfect for me.
fucking
No, and I'm ready
question.
to
The
answer
answer
it.
is no.
Don't think
I'm
life
ready to
goals
answer it.
was
The heck?
necessarily the
Yeah,
Well,
she
I think
did
that
answer
if I'm
it.
asked,
She-
like,
the
for
second she
example,
said
move to
it's
Antarctica.
contradictory.
No. I'm sorry. If I was asked to move to Antarctica, that is giving up my life goals. My life goals
I know.
happen here.
So the
If-
answer is no.
Yeah, because that man
yeah.
doesn't.
I
Okay,
told
on
you
that
the
too.
answer is no.
That man is
But it also
capable of
depends on the
existing.
degree of like the conflict. Like in certain situations, like I would of course be willing to like cede something or
But
like
you can make this guy perfect. Like anything that you could ever possibly want.
I could not make him perfect if he's asking
Yeah,
that
if
of
he's
me.
asking her to do any fucking thing.
No,
he
if he's
can't make
asking,
her
we're
perfect.
talking about
That's too
extreme life
much.
decisions. I think that compromise also means sometimes giving in to what your partner
Fine.
wants on
Then
both
don't.
ends.
I'll tell you what. Then don't. Then here's
We're talking
the
about
thing.
huge life
Get-
decisions.
Get married and don't defer to him for a huge life decision. But also don't expect him to put his life on the line when
I
three
don't.
men break into your fucking house and have you hostage.
No,
Okay.
because
don't
I would
don't
do that
expect
for him
that
as
either.
well. Because I would do that for him as well. If I was the one holding the gun, I would start
You
shooting.
don't have the capacity to do it.
You don't
That's
think I'm
the point.
capable of shooting a gun?
I don't think that you're. Look, I don't think that you're capable the same way he is.
Do you believe that I am capable
I
of
don't
shooting
think
a
you're
gun?
capable the same way
That
he
was
is.
not my
and so
question.
security will always be deferred to him.
That was not my question.
Okay, I'll tell
That's
you
not
what.
true. Let's say that.
Here,
No.
You know what?
Bear with
Actually,
me.
no. I don't think you're capable of it. Tell me how you load a gun.
I don't know. I
Then
think
you're
that
not
I could learn.
capable of it. Then you're not fucking capable
currently
of it.
in this state right now as we speak, no. If I learned,
Then you're
yes.
not
I am
capable of
physically
it.
capable.
Then you're not capable of it.
Okay.
I just think there's also a different
that
way
doesn't mean
that
she's
men and
unimportant.
women.
Like she's
I
the
think
only
that
one
yeah. I also think that I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go on.
I think for a lot of people, there's always exceptions, but women a lot of times will process adrenaline and trauma quickly. They're more likely to run than they are to fight, if they can.
Which
if
is
it's
wise.
If it's an
That's
option.
fucking smart.
I don't know if
Or submit, right? So you have fight, flight, but you also have
That's
submit.
what I did. I ran to him.
Yeah, I don't know on like a wide scale thing. I know for me personally, I do fight. That is my immediate
Yeah,
gut
well,
response.
when three men break in and they have
Well,
fucking
it's
Glocks
different.
with 30-round mags, you ain't fighting
Yes,
shit.
and if he were in that circumstance as well, I'm sorry. Again,
was in that circumstance. He
No,
shot the-
wasn't.
he shot
was
the
one
fucking
holding
guy.
the gun. They didn't know where he was. They didn't have him hostage. If he was not the one holding the gun, if he was alone
It's a good
in that
thing the
room,
woman
and
is
they,
here to explain to you that if the situation was reversed, he'd be fucked.
Yeah, because he's not likely to run. He's like likely to fight, but he can't in that moment. He'd probably just be dead. For me, I'm thinking like, where can I run to? Him. And luckily, his response is to fight. So that's when the marriage works out.
Wait, just on this really quick. So when this happened, you said you ran in fear to him.
Yeah.
I think, I understand a little bit what you're saying, but I think that there's a different component here too, a different angle that we can examine. I would argue we're talking about dating, that in the event that men won't judge women harshly when women display cowardice. So even in instances where you say, well, I would do the same thing, maybe that's true. Maybe that's true. However, if you were to not do that and you were to run away in a cowardly fashion,
there's no judgment.
Your boyfriend or husband would not lose attraction for you. There wouldn't be a negative judgment. However, and I don't know if it's the case for you, but I would argue the vast majority of women, if men acted in the same way that women did, and I don't think you did anything wrong, by the way, but if men acted in the same way women did, they were cowards. They were scared. They ran. If a husband ran to his wife, oh my God, home invasion. What do we? Regardless of the
she wouldn't be very appreciative, would she, Brian?
Regardless of the outcome of the home invasion, whether the woman dispatches the home invaders, women will intrinsically get the ick. If the man's a coward, the man doesn't rise to the occasion. I think a lot of women are going to either consciously or subconsciously, they're going to lose attraction. There's going to be an assessment.
But
there.
Brian, she's about to tell you she's the exception to that. I
Yes,
promise. I am. Yeah, it's a fucking like clockwork.
I'll
it's
just
like
say that,
clockwork. I can predict everything you're going to say before you ever say it.
What can I say?
For me, I would have preferred, like let's say we reverse the situation, right? And I'm in the bedroom, they storm in, and then she's hiding somewhere. I'd actually, whether I live or die, preferred for her to stay hidden. I think that's just a better, because you have to have some reasonably likelihood of success. Otherwise, it's just a second person dead.
Yeah,
Now,
what's
can
the
I
point?
agree-
It
can
makes-
I
it-
actually-
that literally makes sense what he's saying, right?
Can I actually say in this circumstance?
Hang on 1 second. Let me just point this out, right?
Go on.
What he just gave you was great male pragmatism, right? And it's why we're so good at this and why women are so fucking terrible at it. I would prefer that you just went ahead and kill me why this person stayed hidden, because I think her chances are so low of saving me from this, right? That it's fucking stupid for her to pop her head out, because if she does, she's just going to die, and then there's going to be two of us dead. Great male pragmatism.
Yeah. So what I would
Not what you see. Not what you see in the majority of these situations from women, which is why she ran to him.
What I would like to say
I have
in
one
this.
question for you. One question for you on my statement.
Yes.
There's this scene from, I'm going to get some heat for this, but just for R&D, like she said, research and development. I've been watching Sex in the City, and there was just for research purposes. There's actually a lot of interesting.
Just stop.
Nah, don't worry.
No. Just.
No, but there's a scene. And one of the female leads, maybe not the lead, one of the female main characters or whatever.
What's her name, Brian?
Yeah.
What's her name, Brian?
It was Charlotte.
Oh, you knew with an yeah, okay.
So Charlotte was dating this guy who, they were sleeping together, so he wasn't gay, but he was acting in a sort of gay, effeminate way. And, she was really attracted. He was a good-looking guy. She was attracted to him. But there was and she was on the fence about his kind of effeminate nature. But there was one breaking moment where, like a little mouse or rat scurried across the kitchen, and he jumped on a chair like this. Oh my God! And she knew right then and there it was over. Like, she couldn't date a guy like that. So my question to you is, you say you wouldn't care. You say you wouldn't care. You're telling me, if you were dating a guy and he saw a spider and he jumped and hid and oh my God and screamed,
It would be funny.
You wouldn't
the same way it would be
like,
funny if I
"This
jumped
guy
on a
is
chair
a
and
bitch."
laughed.
You wouldn't think that?
No.
I would think he's a
no.
bitch.
Okay. What I wanted
You
to
wouldn't
say.
think that?
No, I would not.
Your ovaries
People
would
have
shrivel up
irrational
and fucking
fears.
die. Your
No, what I
ovaries
was-
would jump out of your mouth and commit suicide in front of you. That's what would happen. Your ovaries would beat each other to death with their bare fucking hands.
You are more than welcome to not believe me on this point.
I don't. Not only do I not believe you, but come on. Because even your peers would be like, "What a bitch." Your friend group would say,
care.
"What a bitch."
That doesn't matter to me in the
exception,
slightest.
though, of course, right?
I don't know. I can't speak on other women's behalf, but
Let
I
me
know
ask you
many
this.
women
Your
who
last
agree with
boyfriend,
me.
was he bigger and stronger than you?
I'm sorry?
Well, your last boyfriend, was he bigger?
Yes.
How much bigger?
How do I measure that?
Your height versus his?
The last person I dated was 6'2". The person I'm currently
Oh,
dating
he
is
was
5'10".
6'2". Was he somewhat muscular?
Sure.
Oh, that's interesting. You were attracted to this 6'2" muscular man. Why? What?
Yeah,
I remember how before when you said we're hardwired for what we're hardwired for,
Sure.
right? This 6'2" muscular man. Why do you think you were attracted to him? Was it because he was big and strong and buff looking?
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
No.
It just happened to be that he was 6'2" and muscular.
Genuinely. Yes.
Yeah. Man,
I am.
that's insane. How many of you women happen to find the guy with the perfect personality happens to be 6'2" and muscular? That's crazy. It had nothing to do with his
what's
physical
funny?
characteristics.
I broke
Nothing.
up. I broke up with him, and he looked the same the whole time.
Yeah, you
And
can
actually
break up. You can break up with him, sure. But the point is like the guy before him. Was he 5'6" and bald?
He was, I think, 5'7", and had the forehead that was like a forehead that was his entire face.
And how long were you with him?
2 years.
And how long were you with the last boyfriend?
2.5.
So every time, it's funny.
Upgrade.
I'm just saying, it's funny to me that many times I hear women talk about how it is that, no, if this guy acts like a fucking pussy, I don't mind at all. It's fine. It's I would think it was funny. It's cutesy, actually. And then you ask them about the characteristics of their boyfriend, right? And here's what you find out. They're tall and they're muscular, and they absolutely would never do that in a million fucking years. Would your 6'2" muscular boyfriend go, ew, a rat? Hang on. Would he jump up on a chair and go, oh my God, a rat? Would he? The truth.
My ex-boyfriend?
Yeah, would he?
Like, probably not.
Yeah, probably not.
I can, but also
Isn't
this is one of the most feminine men I know. I'm sorry, with love. He's probably watching this. We're great friends. But he's very feminine. He's like a very feminine man.
Okay.
He's not tough by any means.
But he ain't going to jump up on the fucking chair and say, oh, a rat.
I wouldn't be surprised if he did. I don't think logically he would.
Okay.
I just think it's interesting that you said that the trait you value most in a relationship was trust.
Compromise.
Okay, it was compromise. Okay, I thought yours was trust. So yours was trust. Okay. Then is that still the deciding factor for you in a successful relationship?
I think there are many deciding
Number
factors.
one, you have to choose one.
If I had to choose one, I'd say compromise, but it really is on equal par to a lot of other things.
That's just an effect. That's just one means to an end for what? Compromise is one tool in the tool belt of your utilities.
Yes.
To achieve what?
A happy, healthy relationship?
Happiness or peace. One of those two, right? Like that's what I had said before is the most important deciding factor of a relationship is peace. When you're not able to use the tools in your tool belt to accomplish said end effect, whether yours is happiness or peace, I mean, they're kind of the same thing for me. Then I think that is a failure on this.
But you don't advocate for compromise. You're advocating to not use the tool in your tool belt to lead to a happy relationship.
That's horseshit. She had nuance with her position. It wasn't simply.
Her nuance,
it wasn't.
Compromise.
It wasn't never
her nuance
compromise.
was attempt to compromise, and then if it doesn't,
it wasn't.
Okay.
It was.
That's true.
If we get to the time where it's a massive decision, and there is an impasse where debate no longer works, where discussion no longer works, where rather than throw the relationship in the toilet, she'll yield, and she'll go ahead and go with the person that she trusts, who's her husband, which is what she's supposed to do. That is very different than saying, I refuse to compromise. That's saying only in the situations where, like, look, this matters so much to him that he's unwilling to, I need to trust that.
But in a situation where something matters so much to her that she's unwilling to, why does it not matter?
Because there has to be a tiebreaker. Because there's only two
So it
of
just
you.
goes to the
There's
man?
only two of you.
So it just defaults
Look,
to the
you
man.
can have a relationship where you can defer to the woman for those choices, but those relationships tend to not work out.
I disagree with that. I don't think that you should be deferring
hang on. I don't
to
care what you
anyone.
disagree with. What we see from data itself is that women want assertive men with good leadership capabilities. If that's the case, if you have good leadership capabilities, if you're unwilling to compromise, then that means that you must have some really good fucking reason for it.
So if she's unwilling to compromise, then she must have really good reason for it.
Women don't generally exert the same type of leadership abilities as men.
I guess generally, but again, I mean, you're just claiming that this is how relationships should function without.
Well, I'm
considering.
not saying that you couldn't do it the opposite way. I'm only giving you the fact that if
I
you
don't think
do
it
it
has
the
to go
opposite
either
way, they
way.
generally don't work out as well as the other way.
Well, I don't think that it
Considering
works out well
from the
either way. Someone is
I am
unhappy.
sorry,
in
I
these
do have to
situations.
move on to the next topic. Robert Tanner. Hey, Brian from Robert Tanner. Been a while into the stream. Glad to be back. Did the panel submit to the government when they forced a shutdown and caused us to obey restrictions?
Yeah.
It's a good question there.
A bit of
Robert
obedience
Tanner.
there, wasn't there?
Couple quick things, guys. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Just a reminder, Reed is 200 TTS 300 Venmo Cash App. That's whatever pod.
And by the way, can we take a second to just say we've put on a really good show tonight. Interesting conversations. Send in those big fat super chats. We have to have them. It's necessary. We need to crack another bottle. We do.
Another champagne.
Yeah, we do.
If Clayton is still in the chat, we can definitely do it. Some quick shout outs. Rachel Wilson on Venmo with the 20. Thank you, Rachel. That is Andrew Wilson's wife. Thank you, Rachel. Good to have you in the chat. Aditya, thank you for the 10. India, thank you for the 5. Travis, thank you for the 20. Troy, thank you for the 10. MC Rocker, thank you for the 25. Appreciate it, guys. Also, let's pull up Twitch. Guys, ooh, Nick was fast with it. Well done, Nick. Twitch.tv/whatever. Guys, if you have Amazon Prime, you want that, you have the 2-day shipping. All you have to do, you link your Twitch account to your Amazon Prime to your Twitch account. And every single month you get you have to pay for the Amazon Prime, but you get a free Twitch Prime sub that you can use for any streamer. Every single month you can do it we don't even have to be live. You can just, go to our channel. We're offline. You can drop a Prime. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. Drop us some Prime sub. If you're watching on YouTube, we have like 11,000 concurrent on YouTube. So open up a Twitch tab, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub if you have one. If you're enjoying the stream. Guys, I don't do sponsorships. I'm not doing any sponsorships. So we're viewer supported. So we need, if you guys want us to put on more shows, show some support. So drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub. Really appreciate it, guys. Also, shot.whatever.com. Get some merch. We're selling the Jazz Cups, We're selling the Jazz Cups. They don't make these anymore, by the way. Okay, this is how, I don't know if I'm autistic or something. I am so determined, so stubborn to have exactly these cups. I contacted Solo, the company that makes these, and I was like, hey, could you print me a case, which is 1,000 cups? And they're like, no, we don't. We work bulk. We need, it's like a 60 case minimum. By the way, 60 cases is 60,000 cups. And I was like, how much is it? They're like, it's a couple $1,000, man. I was like, fuck it, do that shit. So I have 60 cases, 60,000 of these cups.
Oh my gosh.
Just so and by the way, it takes me probably a year to go through, more than a year to go through one case. So I'd have to be doing the show for 60 years to finish all these cups. I'm a fucking madman, but I don't know where I'm going with that. But anyways, I've stored some at my parents' house. They're not happy with it. And there's like 30 cases, and it's actually a nightmare. But anyways,
You're
it's
selling
for the
them.
vision. It's for the, guys, help me out here.
You're
Pull it back
selling
up,
them.
Nick. I'm trying to get rid of, I'm trying to fucking empty the stock. They were expensive. So you can get a sleeve, you can get a case. Also, go back. We're selling the pickle haba. Scroll down. Madison's pickle haba, Felicity. There's like different variations. We have like 6 or 7 of them in studio. Madison used to have one. We're selling 3 of them. So anyways, you can support via shop.whatever. Also, join our Discord. Oh, really quick, pull up Discord. Yeah, that's fine. Discord.gg/whatever. If you're enjoying the stream, like the video. Also, guys, debateuniversity.com. If you want to learn how to become a master debater like Andrew Wilson over here, you got to check out his program, Debate University. .com. What the heck? .com. You won't know how to proceed in life.
Not around the holidays. I mean, you're gonna have,
oh boy, yeah.
You're gonna have your
you're
gonna have your stupid liberal friends over. You're gonna have your dumb liberal parents around. You're gonna have your stupid liberal sister. You want to make sure that you smash their faces in verbally, of course, around that Thanksgiving dinner. The best way that you can do that is to buy the course, and you should do that. Yes.
Andrew does raise a good point. Thanksgiving time, Christmas, you're sitting down with the family. Many a familial relationship has completely degraded due to, eggnog and fucking turkey and just getting political.
And Brian, if they're gonna fucking hate you the next day, you might as well win.
Exactly. DebateUniversity.com. So when you do have that Thanksgiving debate with your fucking aunt, you smoke the shit out of her and completely scorched earth that
Make
relationship.
sure she doesn't talk to you until next Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Yeah.
Get disowned by your parents. Get DebateUniversity.com. We're doing. Maybe that's too far. Okay.
No. If it's a progressive aunt, get disowned. But just do it with style.
Do it with style. All right. Discord, guys. Discord.gg/whatever. Just for the sake of time, I don't know if we'll at the end. Time allowing, I'll get into the Crash Out Kylie update. If you guys don't recall, Andrew had a heated debate with Crash Out Kylie, and then she's lost her mind online. She got
Bell's palsy
and blames it on us. And then she's making up all these lies like she was
digitally essayed.
Well, that's crazy.
Digitally essayed.
But she's claiming she was dishonestly lured to. She didn't know what she's getting into. Nick, just click that photo. Yeah. She claims we were dishonest, and she didn't know what she's getting into. Hi, Kylie. Hope you're doing well. Would like to have you on our podcast for a debate on feminism. I don't know how that could be. I don't know if she thought we were. I don't know. Whatever. Anyways, that was for a 1v1 debate, different from the dating panel that we have now.
But I was too mean.
Smoky man
we
bad.
could refer to the legal definition of essay, if you prefer. Preference here.
Yeah, digital essay legally means something very differently than what she meant. Holy shit! And by the way, can I just point this out? She threatened to sue Brian because she lost the debate. Yeah. She threatened to sue him. She lost the debate.
Yes,
I've never seen anything like this. This was like this. Even Desiree wasn't that fucking crazy.
Well, actually, Desiree also sent me legal threats.
Never mind. Desiree was that crazy.
Desiree is definitely that crazy. Yeah. And Priscilla, by the way. The
two women who happened to assault me.
Who the girl, yeah. Mm-hmm. It's crazy.
That does happen. Yes.
Anyways.
One sexually assaulted me, and then the other one literally tried to physically assault me.
It's wild. Mm-hmm. It's wild. Nick, go back to the Discord really quick. If you guys want to see discord.gg/whatever, pull up that, just go for the. By the way, I post all my legal threats. You see it there in the whatever legal threats. You don't have to go to it, but it's there if you want. I post a lot on the Discord, by the way, guys. Behind the scenes, legal threat, all this stuff. So join the Discord, discord.gg/whatever. If speaking of legal threats, if you want to see all the ridiculous fucking cease and desist, blah blah blah. Look, if it's valid, whatever. But most of it's just bogus. What's the term? Frivolous nonsense.
I also have to shill for just a quick second. DebateCon. It's coming up the 15th, 16th. 2 headline debates over there. We've already sold, I think, over 200 tickets. There's not very many left. Strongly suggest you get over there. It's going to be a blast. You can get those tickets on Modern Day Debate. And it's going to be a blast, guys. So I hope to see all of you there. It's in Nashville, Tennessee.
I also have to shill for Kate, for Amouranth.
No, you don't.
Don't worry about it.
So you need more.
Tomorrow, after the debate that you have scheduled. By the way, speaking of which, more shilling. Andrew Wilson has a debate tomorrow. Approximately 3 p.m. Pacific. Round 2 with Naima from Jubilee. Round 2. That's going to be big, guys. Do not miss it.
She's fucking dumb.
She's so cool. What do you mean?
Nah, be nice, Andrew. Come on, be nice. Anyways. I'm gonna show for Amouranth here. After that debate, there's gonna be a hot tub in the whatever studio, and there's gonna be ear microphones for ASMR. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry,
I didn't bring it. You should have told me ahead of time. Could have brought them.
Oh, do you still do the ear ASMR?
I don't lick them anymore.
You
but
used to. Is it like against the TOS
yeah,
now?
it is.
Yeah.
That's good because I got really tired of doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what tripped me out? So when I first started streaming, I had no idea what this ASMR shit was, right? And somebody sent it to me, and I was like, "What the fuck is this? Like, why does anybody watch this shit? This is the craziest thing." And then I started thinking about it, and then side by side, I put up the sound the Predator makes with the ASMR, and it was fucking identical.
Wow.
Yeah. So like the ear lickers all over Twitch, you put up the Predator, just the Predator mouth going, the sound it makes sounds fucking identical.
Actually, you know what?
But Brian,
it's true.
Do you know how ironic that is? The Predator sound is the same sound. Just saying.
There's something there.
There's something there.
There's definitely something.
I haven't
Means people have an alien fetish.
No, I'm not sure, but I think that there's a play on words there that I want to dive into that I don't quite have figured out, but
Thank you, David. Yeah, hey, by the way, I'm on a diet and I refuse to do Ozempic. Raw dogging the diet. Actually, you know what?
What do you mean? I've lost a ton of weight. I don't know what you're talking about there.
Yeah, I lost 10 pounds. It's coming off. You know what though? Brainstorm.
Look, the camera adds.
That's true.
100 pounds. It adds 100 pounds.
And the lighting in the studio.
It adds 100 pounds, and it makes me look way less muscular than I actually am.
I actually was thinking, though, we should do a dating talk panel, hot tub stream.
Oh, no.
Not with you, Andrew.
Not with me.
I don't even want to be in that shit because...
You're suggesting it. What do you mean?
I don't know. I'll have Kate host it, or I'll have Felicity will do it. And then it'll be a hot tub dating talk stream.
Would you be a prostitute at that point?
No. What? No.
Because it's sexual activity, selling.
No, hold on. Look.
What is it?
He'd be a pimp. It's different.
No. Hang on. It is different. He would be a pimp.
Yeah.
You got me there. No.
He would be a pimp.
Yeah.
I think it's different because you would be. People go in hot tubs, and that's not inherent.
Why don't you just put on the pimp hat, Brian? Like that's what you're saying.
By the way, let's get a moment without the. Oh, he's laying the hair down.
Oh.
Wait, you got to do slow-mo, wave it. Oh, shit. I swear to God, you're exactly what I envisioned an Asian pimp would look like. I'm just going to point that out, okay?
Oh, shit. That is crazy.
Oh, me so horny. Me
What the fuck?
Ryan.
Why would you
How did you
press
get his voice lines?
That's insane.
That's crazy.
Whoa. Okay, so anyways, here, moving on to some new topics here.
I would never.
Moving on to some new topics. Continuing, though, with Courtney's notes. Courtney, you say women's highest good isn't bearing children. It's the same as a man's, which is self-sacrifice.
I mean, childbirth could be a form of that.
Let me add a little bit here because you wrote some more. You say you disagree vehemently. Did I say that right?
Vehemently.
Vehemently. You disagree that women should be at home barefoot and pregnant.
Yeah.
She should find her purpose with alignment of the man she chooses to date. It is this reason you disagree that a woman's greatest joy is rearing children. It first is beholden to her husband, herself, then children, or God, husband, children, herself, or husband, children, herself, if that is what her man chooses for her.
I think it's, I may have been a little bit of word vomit there, but I do believe that in essence, self-sacrifice people. It's like self-sacrifice. It's my in essence, it's about not just going and making a sandwich, going and making him a sandwich that makes a woman the most obedient type of helpmate. I believe, not all women can bear children, and not all men want children, and I think that doesn't make people less at all. I think what makes people valuable to society is when they can emulate what self-sacrifice looks like, whether it's self-sacrifice to your work, to your spouse, to your if you can have children, to education, to something philanthropic. You know,
Well, is there any higher value a woman who can have children have for self-sacrifice than having children?
So, I mean, the same thing can be posed to a man. If a man
No,
is
before you pose it to a man.
okay, I'm gonna answer your question first, but then I'd like to reverse it. But with a woman that is fertile,
What's a higher sacrifice she could make than having children?
I believe it's going to be as the helpmate of the man to serve as, like I said, like I believe that she should call him master in a relationship, meaning that she surrenders. If she truly loves this person, think about what surrendering, what that means. That means you're at peace, that you trust this person, with your life, that, you know, a lot of people, we want to think, we want to fight, we want to argue, we want to like be upset and offended by something.
Wait, really quick, just as a clarification, because I don't know if it's even worth getting into this. I might just move it on, but you're not anti-natalist, correct?
No.
No, it's just...
She's giving an order of hierarchy, which makes sense. She's saying husband, that's the...
If she's not God-believing, I suppose. So otherwise
yeah,
it'd be
so
God.
it goes, well, right, but wouldn't it be God, right? And then husband, then children. That's the hierarchy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, I'm going to come back to some of your other notes. Courtney, I'm going to try to get some of the other panelists in. Let's see. We have Sav. Your dating experience has been a roller coaster. Last relationship ended in calling off an engagement. You called it off, or?
He called it off.
Okay, he called it off. You say your ex-fiance proposed to you with a hat?
Yeah,
And then,
so we were at a music festival. He went by Captain. I knew
Did
the
it look
proposal.
like that hat?
No, it was a captain's hat because
Oh.
he went by Captain, and so as his way of proposing in his mind, presenting me a captain's hat saying you're my co-captain was his way of proposing. I also had anticipated that there would be a ring. I didn't know about the hat, but yeah, we were at a music festival, and he proposed with a hat, and then
he took it back 2 days later.
at the festival after sleep deprivation and party favors and seeing me interact with my best friend to affectionately, I don't know, I was excited.
Was your best friend a man?
Yeah, he flew across the country to be there to support, and I was...
So your best friend happened to be a man.
Yeah, and he was jealous of
you were
him.
affectionate
And
after he
so
proposed
2
to you,
days
so he
later,
pulled the proposal.
said,
Yeah.
well, he decided that I was a witch who had manipulated him into proposing to me with my seductive power, and he no longer agreed to wanting to
Are
be
you
with
a
me.
witch?
Well, now hang on though.
Do we have a duck?
I have some questions. So yeah, maybe that's the post hoc justification. By the way, are you into witchcraft?
No, I don't practice. I mean, I have like my own rituals that I do.
That sounds like practicing.
I guess.
What are your
but-
rituals?
I mean,
What are the
usually
rituals?
if I do
I
ritual
practice-
things, I'm practicing them, right?
I mean, just practicing like scripting things and writing things that I want to achieve, almost as a
like
manifestation.
affirmations?
Yeah, like affirmations and manifestation and choosing
Manifestation,
choosing
Brian.
times that are like under a full moon. I'll release things that are. I guess it's witchy.
A little bit. You're trying to manifest things under a full moon. It's a little bit witchy, but here's the thing: it's like, okay, so you are indeed a witch,
Okay.
and out flies your supportive bestest buddy who happens to have a penis.
Yeah.
After this guy proposed to you, and he thought you were a little too affectionate with him. And was he right? Were you too affectionate with him?
I mean, I was hugging him and spending time with him, catching up, but I don't know if I'm to
In
his
Mortal
perspective-
Kombat, that was called a brutality.
To his perspective and to his friend's perspective, I guess that I was.
His friend thought you were a little too.
I guess there were conversations being had about my friend being there, having problems with my friend being there, having problems with me being so close and affectionate and wanting to spend time with him.
Now, let me ask the ultimate question, the truth now.
Yeah.
This best friend that you flew out, have you ever slept with him before?
No, absolutely not. From the beginning of our relationship, we established that we wanted to just be friends. and
Made out
not-
with him?
No,
Nothing?
no.
Are you still friends with him?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You said that your dating experience has been a roller coaster. I mean, no offense. I mean, this seems like pretty milquetoast. Like, okay, proposed, but there was like jealousy.
Mm-hmm.
When you say roller coaster, like what is the number one example you could provide, like of the craziest roller coaster? I don't know.
I dated somebody who was like, I'm not sure what he was diagnosed with because he tried to deny all of his diagnoses, but it was very toxic, and he was threatening to take his own life in front of me and just various things to try to manipulate me into, I don't even know, whatever position or thing he decided for the day.
Toxic, abusive, got it. Moving to Willow, you've said you've been with some alcoholics. One of your exes used to pee on the bathroom floor.
Yeah, that was like one of his most common things when he would black out drink. I would like know to check the bathroom outside the door, and if the light was off and he was in there for too long, there's more than likely going to be urine on the floor.
Okay. So you wrote something about Mama's credit card boy.
What?
Mama's credit card boy?
Yeah, I dated like my one rich guy in my life, and he was just like absolutely horrendous. Like he never trimmed his nails. He never covered his food with tin foil and put it in the fridge. He was dirty. He was mean. He was just like very spoiled, and like it was very predominant that like he knew that like he had money and he could just go like get whatever he wanted, and like his phone wasn't loading fast enough, tried to smash it, or like throwing a vape across the room because it wasn't working, and just very like
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Final note from you, Willow. You said feminism and how being a feminist includes respecting men and truly acting as if you respect women.
Yeah, I think like when it comes to feminism, it's about not just having a place for women, it's also about having a place for like everyone as a whole. And because like I'm a big fan of Roma's Army, and that's a big part of like what I watch a lot and people that I engage with on social media.
Would have been nice if she had shown up for that debate.
I wish she was here today for that, but she's technically an anti-feminist feminist. I don't agree with how modern feminism is today. I think that having a space for men's emotions, creating safe spaces for men to exist and to also like be vulnerable and like, you know, just create safety and accept that like men can be treated just as poorly as women can. Women do use their places of like how we could hit a man and it can be a whole, or they can hit us and they will go to jail, you know, and like you can turn around and beat your husband for years, and what is he, there's like a, you know, the P word, and like nobody like ever tends to believe them. And I think like having spaces for men is just as important as spaces for women. You guys are just as valuable. So
all right. Here, we're going to do, before we get into some of the notes from some of the other panelists, Asmund Gold TV here, ask everyone to rate their own looks.
Is that actually Aspen Gold TV?
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
We'll go with that.
Ask everyone to rate their own looks on a scale of 1 to 10. You can't pick 7. Own looks, physical looks, scale of 1 to 10.
I'm curious, based on what? Like societal beauty standards?
Whatever you want to use.
Well, I'm just curious because there's no such thing as objective, right? So like societal beauty standards are also like,
then.
I don't rate myself. I mean, I'm like, I'm like comfortable with, okay, look, I'll say I'm comfortable with how I look. Obviously, societally, I'm not going to be like what the most people might find most conventionally attractive, and someone might rate me super low.
So if somebody said that you were a 3, can you tell me, would you disagree with them?
Well, I might truly really not be their preference, right?
I know,
Everything's made up of preferences.
Would you disagree with them?
Well, I think I look better than they think I do.
Great. Whatever that number is,
I just don't know how
give
to
us
quantify
that.
it.
Whatever
I
that
don't know how to
number, hang
quantify
on. Whatever that number is, hang on. Whatever that number is that you disagree with them and you think you are, then give us that one.
But I don't know what number I think I am.
Well, I mean, you disagreed with him if he said you were a 3, so you know you're not that number. So whatever the number is that you think
No,
you're,
I don't think.
hang on.
He
Whatever
can think
no,
I'm a
hang on,
three,
hang
though.
on.
Maybe I'm
Hang on. Whatever number you think you are that made you disagree with him when he said you were a 3, tell us what that is.
I mean, when I think about this number, it's like it's always like this kind of question is always based on societal beauty standards, because I can say I'm completely comfortable with
many of which are universal.
Right, but I thought we said there's no such thing as like objective or universal.
So beauty,
universal morality is different than
okay, I mean, I can talk about universal like as in societal beauty standards.
Okay, but so beauty, it's not it's not objective in like a strict philosophical.
Beauty's subjective.
Can you not interrupt? Oh my God.
Go on.
So it's not objective in a strict philosophical sense, but it's not purely subjective either. It's not just in the eye of the beholder.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's at least partially grounded in objective, measurable things.
Okay, so that's what I was saying earlier. If I'm considering how, like, across society, how, like, people would rate me, like, I don't know, maybe like a 6.5. I don't know. That's my guess.
Go closer.
I gave you a number.
But you can't pick 7, but you pick 6.5.
Well, it says
so
not
if you had
to
to pick
pick
6 or you had to pick 8.
I'll pick a 6 purely because, I mean, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kate, what about you?
10.
Love it.
8.
Closer to the mics if you can, guys. We heard it. Go.
But
10?
You don't think you're an 8?
No. You're 10.
I really do think I'm an 8. Like we're just saying looks only, right? Like no other factors. Yeah, I think it's fine.
What? All right.
Wait, you think he's higher?
Pretending to be humble.
You have a thing for Asian guys. I mean, I get it. What?
Okay, Mr. Watches Sex in the City.
Hey, look, it's there's a lot of real, like, relatable, stuff.
Say R&D. Just say R&D.
It was research. But so, Andrew, that's kind of not mean to say,
I'm not mean. I'm not being mean.
He's being nice.
Yeah, what are you talking
Do you
about?
think he's higher than an 8 or lower?
Compared to like the norms of beauty no, of course not. He's like, fucking shitbag like you. What are we all, 5s? No, I'm less than that. I'm like 4 or 3. Yeah.
All right. Here, let's let everybody answer first though before we get into the
10.
What?
Sorry, bud.
8.
8. Okay.
I definitely don't fit into societal beauty standard norms, so I'm going to say 9. I mean, there was even a comment.
I would have said 11, but
I think I'm beautiful. I'm just saying that because what she's saying about like norms, I'm not normal.
There's how comfortable you feel with yourself, and then there's like how other people are going to regard you. There's a distinction.
Right. If we're considering how other people are going to regard me, I'm not normal looking. But I'm going to give myself
Is that confusing, Andrew?
What about like just facial attractiveness? Like, so, because you're talking about like because you do bodybuilding, right?
Right.
But that really doesn't change like face much.
I'll give my face a 10.
Okay. What about you?
I would say a 9.
Okay. What about you?
1.
Okay, come on. Really?
I just reject societal beauty standards.
Okay, all right.
I don't.
I'm gonna go have a cigarette. This is the most ridiculous numbers I've ever heard in my life.
This is actually really pretty
Andrew,
bad.
can I join you?
This is the worst. The worst I've ever seen. The worst.
Why would
go
I
ahead.
not
You
be
can go
able to
ahead.
say
I'll-
I think I'm a 9?
Because you're not.
But
Fuck, it's
if
not
it's
not
all-
even in any fucking
are we
conceivable universe
are
in
we going
anywhere
off-
that there's alien
Gorlock
life or
said
you're
10,
a 9.
so I agree. She's 9.
It's not even possible. How would you ever rate yourself as a 9? This is the most beautiful fucking women on planet Earth are a 9. Where do these fucking delusional shit come? I gotta have a smoke.
All right.
I mean, I don't understand why I'm not allowed to believe something
You can
that
believe
I
all
see,
kinds
I
of shit that ain't
confidently
true.
see in
People do it all the
myself.
time.
Okay, but I confidently see something in myself. Is the question how I am viewed by society or how I view myself? Because I've interpreted
Shouldn't that
it.
be somewhat grounded in, yes, how, like, so beauty would be something to some degree external to you, like your physical appearance, absent mirrors and smartphones, that is something interpreted by externalities, other people.
Okay.
So here, maybe we can ask a different question then. So, okay, you think this, you think you're a 9. Going around the table, whatever your rating is, what do you think if you're in a room with a cross-section of 100,000 men, what do you think they would rate you on average? I guess starting with you. And then we'll go that way.
Me?
No, you.
Me?
Yes, you. Oh my God.
Okay. Okay, so the question is cross-section, 100,000 men.
The average rating of, oh my God.
Oh, man. The average rating that they would rate me. Okay.
Yes. Do you want to repeat it one more time?
No,
Okay.
not particularly.
Do you want to answer the question, please?
A 1.
At that rate, I
All
would
right,
say
that's just a troll answer. Okay, what about you?
I would say a 6.
A 6. Okay, what about you? Into the mic, please.
9.
9. Okay.
I still think I'm an 8.
Well, that doesn't really answer the question. You would still think you're an 8.
Like based
but
on what?
They would rate you an 8? Or
I think so, yeah.
They would rate you a 3, but you would still think you're an 8.
No, I would still think they would rate me an 8. Have lost a ton of weight. I do even though I'm a little more baggy, I actually have a pretty general preferred body type. I do have plenty of men who come up to me in places and find me attractive and message me, and I have followings on social media, and I don't understand why, just because I'm covered up. I have a very preferred curvy body type. My personality is enjoyable, even though I haven't gotten to show that in almost 6 hours on this podcast, but I'm a pretty cool person. So looks wise, personality wise, education wise, background wise, I would be an 8, but I'm not Angelina
But it's
Jolie.
about looks. It's about looks. So why would your personality and your education matter?
I'm just adding that in, and I am still on the point. Yeah, I would think I would be an 8 in most men's eyes. If they were all 100 men rated me, I would.
You mentioned related to looks, you have a more curvy body. Can we break down the looks rating, your own looks rating, face and then body?
Yeah, I do have a nice. I don't think my face is pretty terrible. I have a pretty nice face. I've always, if anything, had a nice face going for me more than anything else. So I don't understand. If you're not attracted to my face, that's fine. But it tends to be actually that, or my breasts or my waistline tends to be what most men prefer about me is my face or my body type.
Okay. So if you had to rate your face and rate your body separately, what would the rating be?
I wouldn't rate them differently.
Well, you said your looks are 8, so is the face 8, body 8?
I would still, they're both 8s, yeah.
But is it body 9, face 7, or both 8?
Both 8.
Both 8. Okay. What about you, Lola?
10.
So 100,000 men are in a room. You think the average rating you'll get is a 10?
You're gonna hate my answer.
Okay.
I truly do think that I have a very warped perception of how I look. I don't think that I really have any grasp of how other people view me. And I personally don't have any interest in knowing. So when I say 10, that is because I think that any number could be equally as likely. I wouldn't be surprised if they all said 1. I also wouldn't be surprised if they all said 10. I truly have very little idea of how I'm perceived. And I'm perfectly okay with that. So if I'm going to take a shot in the dark, I'm going to guess the one that I do personally believe myself to be, even if I don't know other people's perspectives.
So you couldn't, you think 1 would be just as likely as 5?
If we're talking statistically, I guess 5 is the most likely because it'll
6.
average out to it. I don't know.
Well, so it sounds like you can make a determination because you said, well, it could be 10, it could be 1.
I wouldn't be surprised if every person in that room said 10. I wouldn't be surprised if every person in that room said 1.
Wait, that doesn't even make sense.
I think that my beauty standards are wildly different than everyone else I interact with.
What are your beauty standards?
You're going to hate it.
Okay, go ahead.
I think that there are very few features that I would ever look at and find unattractive. I think it's more based on facial balance. I think that people can have features that don't work well together, but I don't think that there's any inherent feature that makes someone uglier. It just is if it doesn't work with their other features.
If they're fat.
That I don't think that I don't think that it's wrong if that affects other people's beauty standards. For me, I personally don't find it unattractive.
Yeah, how many fat people you've been with?
Morbidly obese.
The truth.
The amount of morbidly obese people I've ever known in my life are maybe 2, and they are far out of my age range to date.
You've never met anybody who's fat in your own age range? Come on.
Genuinely, I do not. I can't think of people who have ever been close in my life that, yeah.
Just decoding all the bullshit is going to take forever. It really, Mystery, I know you're listening. Mr. Enigmatic, just do the raid. Just do the raid over to whatever. Go to sleep. We have a debate tomorrow. Just do the fucking raid. I already know, you poor guy. Just go to sleep. Just go to sleep.
Okay. What about you? 100,000 women. What do you think they rate?
In the West, probably a 6. I'd go down.
What about in?
I think Asia's a strong 8.
But are you Korean, Japanese, Vietnamese?
Oh, I'm Taiwanese.
Taiwanese. Okay.
Yeah.
See, that makes more sense. That's more reasonable. That's rational.
Okay. Well, Kate?
I would say if it's compared to other influencers, probably an 8, maybe a 7 even. But if you compared me to just 100 average women in a Texan Walmart, 11.
Okay.
Yeah, the thing is, though, is that, like, it's hard to beat you up on a beauty standard because you're one of the most famous Twitch streamers, sex workers, whatever.
Sure. It's like the value, the net worth
it's
from
very
being
it's very
attractive
difficult to
kinda
be like, oh,
justifies-
30 million fucking dollars worth of men seem to uphold that as a
Right.
beauty standard. So it's really hard to disagree with that. But I mean, man,
Yeah.
some of these answers were really fucking bad.
What about you?
I think 100 men would rate me.
100,000.
100,000 men would rate me like either a 6 or a 7, and I'll say 6.
Okay. Wow, I'm okay. There were some little high estimates, I think. I guess my question, why don't average-looking women just say they're average-looking? I'm average. You know, they say, you're an average-looking woman. I'm average. Why can't women say that?
I think they perceive their value too much from society as being attractive, one, and the other one is nowadays, especially with social media, they are gaslit to believe they're more attractive than they are by desperate coomers in their comments and DMs.
Sure, and you know, there's this.
Gooning ain't easy.
There's this concept of Dunning-Kruger. And typically, it applies more so to people's self-assessment of their own intelligence. So people typically, as you tend to get a bit more stupider. As you get stupider.
Girls go to Jupiter.
Jupiter. You tend to start to overestimate your own intelligence. And I actually think this is somewhat related also to attractiveness. I think people have a tendency to overestimate their own attractiveness in the same sort of way that the sort of cognitive bias that is observed with the Dunning-Kruger effect as it relates to intelligence. But I guess to the 10, the 8, the 9, well, you gave a troll answer. What if we, instead of using a number, if we could use an adjective, do you think you are beautiful?
Yes.
Do you think you are beautiful?
Absolutely.
Do you think you're beautiful?
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay. Are you gorgeous?
Yes.
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 Yeah.
Are you stunning?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Not every day.
Okay, sure.
Okay, and I have one more. Are you coping?
I don't care if I'm pretty.
No, the answer. Are you coping?
No, there's nothing to
Okay,
cope
are
with.
you coping?
Can you like elaborate what you mean by
You don't know
that?
what coping is?
Well, like I know what coping mechanisms are. I just don't know what you mean by like that in comparison to this statement is all.
Oh, well, I mean, that sounds like cope. Are you coping?
I don't think so.
Are you coping?
I don't think so.
Okay. I have a different metric. I was thinking about this the entire plane ride down. Like, how can I rephrase this question? And I think I have the best fucking way to phrase this. So I'm going to try it this way. So have you ever heard the, like, wouldn't look twice at her? Who's ever heard that? Anybody? Okay, yeah. So I say if a guy would look twice, you're a 2. So every time he would look, right, that ups your score, right? So that's what I think. So based on that, how many times, if a guy was passing by, would he look?
That's not fair, because how many times does Gorlock get re-looked at, you know? Is that why she's a 10?
Well, hang on. I think that people purposely try to look away from Gorlock. That's what I think. They, like, wouldn't look twice, literally is Gorlock. You look and they go, oh my God, and you don't ever want to look again. So that's my rebuttal. So based on 1 to 10, based on that criteria, what's your number?
I was just going to say, I don't look at someone I perceive a 10 out of 10
Okay,
times.
what's your number?
Higher than 10, they won't stop looking sometimes.
5, 6.
10.
Women look at you 6 times? They're like, well,
Well, it depends. Like you're saying, like that, like that.
Yeah,
Looks like they have like a
that's
spasm in their
beautiful
neck.
though. That's what that looks like,
Like
when they're
maybe,
like they just can't keep their eyes off you, right?
Okay, how about when I first met you?
Sure. Okay.
What would you have rated yourself then?
Probably 8, 9.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're spastic. I'm just saying, like, they can't keep their eyes off you. They just keep looking, you know? Like, all right.
10.
I I'd still say, but I can't say 7, but I would probably pick that. I'd drop it down. But I would give myself about an 8 still, just because regardless of what you think, in Chicago, I'm an attractive woman there, okay? And it's not...
But it's not about... Listen.
Erroneous.
Nobody's saying any woman here is not attractive. That's not what's being stated. Not at all.
I'm not saying, like, I've watched this show enough to know that, like, I would never say I'm a 10 because I'm not Angelina Jolie. I'm not a Carrie Bradshaw from Sex and the City.
She's not a 10. Okay, let's not.
You don't, but see, that's a subjective thing because in my mind, I think Carrie Bradshaw is a fucking, excuse my language, a smoke show. I think she's a 10.
No.
She's incredible looking.
In
and
Sex in the City?
Yeah, and I strive to have that kind of fashion. Her curls, I would kill to have curls like her. She is gorgeous.
Do you agree with me that
Just
Sarah
because you
Jessica
don't think
Parker is
that,
ugly
maybe
as
because
shit,
you're
though?
in Cali and you have like
Do you-
all these gorgeous Cali women
Like, hey,
all the
would you agree
time.
with that Sarah Jessica Parker is fucking objectively ugly?
No, I think she's gorgeous.
She's not ugly, Andrew.
She's fucking ugly. That chick is an Ugo.
No,
she was always an Ugo.
But she's like a 6.
No way.
Bro.
Carrie Bradshaw.
I'm being nice.
Sarah Jessica Parker.
Sarah,
People.
yeah. See, he looked up the image. He knows. Show the image of Sarah Jessica Parker.
And Jessie Reyes is a 10, so don't get that.
Oh, it's so bad.
Well, also she's like in her 50s or some shit.
No, I mean in her prime, she was Ugo.
No, she's not an ugly woman.
She was an ugly woman.
She's
bro.
not an ugly woman. She's like average-ish looking.
She has the nose of the Wicked Witch of the West,
Ooh,
bro.
Carrie Bradshaw? Sarah Jessica Parker?
Yeah, the chick would suck all the oxygen out of the room by sitting in it. It's so bad.
People pay to have a nose like
I don't know. Maybe it's just that people find different things attractive. Could that be it?
I don't know who we're talking about. Who is this woman?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Oh.
Again, my question is, why can't just average-looking women just say that they're average-looking?
Because average doesn't mean anything in this
Yes,
context.
it does.
No.
Yes, it
Okay,
does.
if you want to round up 100,000 men and
people are
have them rate
average.
us, then sure, we can find an average. But other than
Would
that,
you
we're
agree-
guessing.
If we actually did the experiment where we had 100 or 1,000 men in a room and they were being reasonable with their rate, they weren't being fucking dickheads giving you a 1 or whatever. Would you accept would you change your own rating? Would you accept their rating of you?
Of my own perception of myself, no. But
Like,
if you asked me the question, like if 100,000 men were in a room and rated you, and then we actually did that, yeah, I would accept that as the answer to that question.
Would it influence your own self-perception?
No.
To have that many people arrive at an average?
No.
Okay, all right.
That
it's
doesn't.
interesting. I'm just curious for, I guess, these fucking stunners right here. These 4.
So I'm
Hold on, really quick.
Stunning.
Really quick. Rate me, and I won't be offended. You can, just my looks though.
2.
Just my looks.
2.
Rate me.
2.
6.
Not you, Andrew. 6. Okay.
4.
4.
I'd give you a 6 or 7.
6 or 7.
6.
6. So just to be clear, y'all would be settling for me. Like you would be doing me a favor. Just to be clear, you'd be doing me a favor.
No, on my level of like what I would find attractive in a man and rate you, I still for me personally, average is like 5 to 8. Just because I gave myself an 8 doesn't mean that I don't think that's like an average rating. There's it's not like mid-range. I don't think I'm as beautiful as she is, but also I don't think her beauty takes away from mine, you know what I mean? And for you, it's you are still an attractive person, and I wouldn't.
I understand.
I don't think you're
But I would like to ask you a different.
You have your hair and shit.
Hang
You
on,
have a thick beard. Most men don't even have hair. You're above average.
Can I
when it
ask you a
comes to
question
that.
though?
Yeah, of course.
Can you describe what an ugly woman looks like?
I don't really know how to describe that because I don't believe there's things.
Could you describe what an ugly woman looks like?
Like not off the top of my head.
Could you describe what an ugly woman looks like?
I could.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, someone mentioned someone mentioned imbalanced features. That is biologically, unattractive to have very imbalanced features. Probably dull skin, looks like she doesn't take care of herself. I think
fat.
I was just gonna say obesity is unattractive. Mm-hmm. For me, a big thing is you mentioned this earlier. You can tell someone's things that they care about themselves by the way that they take care of themselves. And they're.
Oh my God, no, dude! What are you doing? Holy fuck, what are you fucking doing?
I'm sorry, I messed this up.
Bro.
How do I get stream back?
All right.
Oof. So back to this. Back to this. Yeah. So
I think imbalanced features and signs that someone doesn't take care of themselves from the inside.
yeah. Like, for instance, things going against me. Old, got a gut, don't really work out too much. I do now, but not as much as I should. I smoke. All those things would be signs of unattractiveness. Makes sense, right?
I mean, I like nicotine too, but yes.
Yes. Yeah.
I know,
Well,
it's a gross
nicotine's
habit.
different than smoking.
That's true.
Yeah. What's that?
I smoke a little.
You smoke too. Okay, but
I quit the vapes, but I smoke.
yeah, but you get the point,
Yes.
right? Like it makes sense to me. So using those standards, are you able to apply those standards to the women who are sitting next to you and say that you disagree with their rating of themselves?
Yes.
Yes. And do you?
I'm not going to do it.
I know. I'm not asking you to. I know that we're in the box of be nice.
And
I'm
this
just
is-
saying.
and this is purely like
I know.
without knowing
Look,
personalities.
I get it. I'm not trying to get you in the box if you're mean. I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to demonstrate that, like, even amongst yourselves, you don't even agree with the ratings of the people who are saying the ratings. Like in your head, as the ratings are going on, just raise your hand. And if I'm full of it, go ahead. You don't have to raise your hand. But when a woman gave a rating based on what they think society would rate her as, right? Raise your hand if you disagreed with any of them.
Are you asking everyone?
Everyone.
Oh.
Yeah. So, I mean, makes me think that there might be a wee bit of delusion going on. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
My only disagreement was, though, just hers, because I don't think she's the one. I mean, it's like, just feel like I just don't think she should be giving herself that.
Well, that's the
rating.
distinction
It's all-
between humility.
That's like the only one. Other than that, I think everybody was really on point with how they're. I mean, I think she's Jessie Ray's twin. Like, and I think Jessie Ray's is gorgeous. She's a singer, and I think she literally looks exactly like she could be Jessie Ray's twin. And she's like a really.
Can you tell me a famous person who's a 10 that you think, a famous woman who you think is a 10? Into the mic, please.
I'm sorry. Give me. I'm really
Okay,
trying to
can
recall
you give me a
names.
famous person who you think is a 9? A woman. Is Megan Fox a 9?
Sure, she's a 10.
Okay. So you're 1 point down from Megan Fox.
I've just been in enough
Just-
experience that's just been something that has been
When you say men break their necks
like
looking at you?
the factor of how many times they look at
looking.
you, that gives you your rating. I've been in experiences. I was just in a club the other night where we had to ask a guy to stop looking at me.
Yeah, we did.
And I'm sorry that you don't believe that that's my experience.
No,
or-
I
it's
think
not- I
that
don't-
muddied the water, Andrew. That thing.
Yeah,
because
maybe.
now she's
Okay.
going to use.
No,
Oh, well,
I'm just-
this one time,
No, it's
some
not
dude
one
was
time,
a
it's
fucking
multiple
major
times.
Stop
simp.
looking at
No,
her.
it's not
you
one
girls,
time. It's multiple
you can't
times that I've
conflate
experienced
sexual
in my life.
attention. You cannot conflate intense sexual attention from, frankly, a small proportion of men, and then map that on to that all men are going to put you in some category of being amongst, like, basically model tier level
Yeah.
looks, super model tier level.
He's right.
looks.
Like, dismiss what I asked, right? I always try different things. Like, I'm always trying different questions. I'm always trying different methods to try to, like, draw the truth out of people. And it's just how my mind works, right? So, yeah, ignore the double take. I thought it was clever, but you're right. It did just muddy the water.
Well, and I guess just because a guy, by the way, if a guy calls you beautiful or whatever, that doesn't mean, like, you're in the same way that, like, if your
Yeah,
mom,
they want to fuck, right?
like, your mom's like, oh my God, you're so handsome, you're so beautiful. Like, that doesn't mean.
You say my mom fucking lies to me?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
It's just fucking hurt my feelings, Brian. She just told me I was handsome today. So who's a good boy? He's a very handsome boy. Is she lying?
Yes.
Yeah, fuck it.
Yeah. But I again, can you think of a female celebrity who you think is a 9?
Sorry, I'm just trying to think.
How about a male celebrity who's a 9? 9 out of 10.
9 out of 10.
Male celebrity.
Male celebrity. I don't know. I would say maybe like Glenn Powell.
Anybody else who?
Ryan Gosling.
I see Glenn Powell, Ryan Gosling, another 9. You know what? Ryan Gosling's perfect. So just to be clear, your self-assessment of your own physical attractiveness puts you on obviously he's a male, there's difference, but wait, Nick, Google Glenn Powell, image search it, please. Your league is Ryan Gosling and Glenn Powell. You can just stare at me, or you
No,
can.
I mean,
that's your league.
I guess I've dated men that are as attractive as them.
But when you say dated, what do you mean dated?
Like a long-term relationship with a man that was as attractive as those men.
You dated men who were just as attractive as Ryan Gosling.
Yes, I have.
And Glenn Powell. Nick, do you have a photo of Glenn Powell? So, and also like the body too, like that
Yes.
physically fit, like top
Yes.
1% male.
Yes, I have dated men like that.
I'm not trying to be rude. Like I'm aware. I'm overweight right now. I'm chubby. My dear, you're overweight.
I'm aware of that.
How could you be a 9?
Because I'm not always overweight. Just because I'm.
You're currently overweight. You said
Okay.
I'm currently a 9.
Okay.
Well,
no.
I understand.
But how are you a 9?
I understand. When I said after, that was my own belief in how I see myself. Whenever we went to the point of if it was 100,000 men voting me, I said a 6.
I'm sorry. I also would like to jump in. I want to say, and I don't know how to word these in ways that don't seem personal. I would argue you're more attractive than Glenn Powell and less attractive than Ryan Gosling, right?
Powell's, like,
and
average.
Wait,
my point
she's
here,
more attractive
than Glenn Powell, yes, genuinely 100%. I pinky promise you. Now, what I'm saying here is I wouldn't rate. I would rate both of them at other numbers than 9s, right? And that's not relevant to the conversation, but. She rated them both at 9. All of our standards are different. We're all looking at the same pictures and seeing different things. Like I personally don't think that Glenn Powell's body is the most attractive body a guy can
Give me
have.
the 9.
I didn't say it was the most
I'll tell you what.
attractive.
I'll just grant this for a second. Who's the 9 for you?
Of men?
Mm-hmm. That we can pull up.
On it, I do think that Ryan Gosling does land at a 9, most likely.
What about Glenn Powell?
Glenn Powell, I would say probably around 6.
Okay, now give us
a
a new name that's not either of them that you would rate a 9.
That I would rate a 9?
Could be a singer, could be whoever.
Harry Styles, I guess.
Harry Styles.
I find him to be very attractive.
Glenn Powell.
This has been an argument with my friends for a long time. I think Glenn Powell is not very attractive.
Wait, like I can say that he's like societally very attractive, but he's like not attractive to me. And like the celebrity I would think of would probably not be attractive to other people, like my ideal.
Yeah,
okay,
I
who's
mean,
that?
Manny Montana.
Who's that?
Well, you can't see him right now, but like he's probably not everyone's 10.
This is just like I do genuinely wholeheartedly believe she is out of Glenn Powell's league.
Makes sense.
She would be settling for Glenn Powell.
I don't.
Looks-wise.
Looks-wise, yes.
So, what about body? Just strictly body. So, okay, maybe you're doing a face assessment. So, again, I'm not trying to be insulted. Like, I'm fucking overweight. I'm a fatty. I get it. She's overweight. At least in the photos that we saw of Glenn Powell, the guy's like top 1% in terms of body.
I personally don't find his body type very physically attractive, but that's just a me thing.
He's physically fit.
Yeah, I think that being fit is a good thing. Yeah, but I don't think that
What constitutes male attractiveness as it relates to body?
Well, can you pull up the
Absent
pictures again, and I can really reevaluate? Because I think too much muscle definition isn't really my thing personally.
He's not a bodybuilder.
Yeah, he's not.
Maybe I
He's
didn't
just
take
like
a very good
really
look at it. I don't look up photos of him on my spare time. You pulled it up.
What
There was a
constitutes-
shirtless picture of him chiseled as fuck.
What constitutes like a attractive male body to you? Like more towards fat versus fit?
I tend to lean toward leaner. I find muscle
Glenn Powell.
attractive. I think too much muscle is unattractive.
Glenn
I
Powell.
think that.
These are all Glenn Powell features.
Can you? I'm sorry. I would love for you to pull him back up. I got a tiny glimpse at the shirtless
Like,
photo.
You know
of
what's
him.
actually interesting? When we make this discussion about body, we're talking objective, subjective, or universal. There's really compelling arguments as to the subjectivity of like facial attractiveness. That's much more nuanced, and there's much more cultural differences. However, when it comes to assessments, at least of male peak physical attractiveness as assessed by women, and again, look, I actually think women prefer the like super bodybuilder, like maybe for fitness girls, they like the like full on super gigantic bodybuilder types.
Not all of them.
Not all of them.
Not all of them.
I think there's like very clear universality. Women will continually move towards physical fitness.
Yes.
As it relates to body attractiveness. So this doesn't mean like super giant, but if he's got some
fit.
degree of muscle definition and fitness, that's.
I think it tells you about abilities and like where your discipline lies. Like it tells you more about their mind when you can see how someone takes care of themselves.
I would argue in extreme cases it does. Like if someone, who looks like you, I can make assumptions about your lifestyle, right? But I do definitely think that people can have very similar lifestyles and still look relatively different. Again, the extremes obviously do show things about your life.
They're not really going to be looking relatively different if one's in the gym every 2 days and the other one's not.
Yeah, that's the extreme. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's not the extreme.
I do think
we're talking about people who just have like they're basically taking care of themselves, and then those who aren't. And it is the case that you can have what's called skinny fat. We all know exactly what fucking skinny fat is. Okay, there's no muscle tone, there's no nothing, right? They're skinny, but it's squishy. And so the thing is like it is the case objectively. If you have women rate men, right, especially on body type, Brian's absolutely right about this. And there's actual data on this from dating apps. If the man is moved towards the lean side, not necessarily the bodybuilder, he's right about that too. They don't have to be huge, but if they move towards the lean side, especially if they have a flat stomach and they have good muscle tone, there's almost universal agreement. Then that's better than dad bod.
Sure. I mean, like there are general preferences. I didn't argue that. But I mean, okay, I have a question for you like in a very genuine sense. Do you think that you could take a good guess at how often I am in the gym? And I promise you I won't be offended.
Not that often. At least not if you're doing strength training. Not that often.
Not if I'm doing strength training? Do you mean if my goal is to gain muscle, I'm not in the gym very often?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you like to know if you're right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say so.
Well, you wouldn't say so to any truth, though. When you say I wouldn't say so, can I just ask you this?
Yes.
How many fucking times are you in the gym doing strength training?
Doing strength training? As of the last 2 weeks, not so much. I've been working 40 hours a week.
So, however, you could have just said, Andrew.
No, but I am going to argue. I am going to argue.
Andrew, you're right, but you couldn't do it.
I am going to argue with you that in the past 2 weeks, my body has not changed significantly.
That's true.
The time in
which makes me think before those 2 weeks.
I would love to finish what I was saying. It would be really great.
Yeah, I know,
if you wouldn't mind.
I need some concessions.
Okay, so
though.
Here's the conversation we're going to have.
Okay.
Over the summer,
I can't wait to hear the conversation we're going to have.
For 3 months consecutively, I was in the gym at least every other day. Genuinely without any faults. I looked the exact same as I do now.
What does that mean? Doing what?
Doesn't mean anything.
It depends on the.
Were you doing cardio?
Do we want to talk about my push days, my pull days, my leg days, or my cardio days? Which one?
Let's talk about your strength days.
Which is 3 of the 4 categories.
Yeah, and how often were you in there doing strength training?
3 days out of a week.
And what did that look like?
I mean, my leg days, I was doing the leg presses. I don't know the names of the machine, but I can describe them.
You don't know the names? You take your gym life real serious?
You're wearing cargo pants, and we've seen the upper half of your body.
Yes.
Asking the question of Andrew, do you think I work out? First off, women don't put on upper body musculature.
That's my point. You can't tell.
Yeah, but men don't give a fuck about your arm.
No, I'm not claiming that it looks better or worse. I'm claiming that it's not representative of lifestyle.
I feel like I can tell. Actually, I do feel like I can kind of tell if a woman is doing strength training or not by definition. And yeah, I don't think you are. Or if you are, you're not doing much.
I think that during the times in my life when I was doing significantly more strength training than I am now, and I'm not saying that I was ever buff. I wasn't. But during
I'm not even talking about buff. I'm talking about shape. There's
what I'm
body
trying to
shapes.
tell you is there were times in my life that I genuinely was significantly more active than I am now. I was genuinely strength training. I was dieted. I was paying attention to protein. Who does that? Anyways, I looked the same as I do now.
Don't map on men's. You're doing this thing that's really common.
What
I
thing
think
am I
women
doing?
think about the things that they're attracted to in men, and then they map that onto what they think men are attracted to. So you're saying, well, I'm in the gym and I'm doing push and pull and I'm working your upper body. Men don't give a fuck about like your upper body muscle definition.
I don't care.
It's not an attraction trigger for men.
I don't care.
We're talking about looks.
No, the argument was whether or not looks are representative of lifestyle. I'm not arguing whether or not it's attractive.
I think they
I
are.
don't care about that.
Hang on, if they're not, then what is your first assumption when you see someone who's fat?
Genuinely, unless it is an extreme length, I do not make assumptions. I have no.
I don't mean fat. I don't mean you got a gut. I mean you're fat.
If it is to an extreme length, yeah, you can make the assumption.
I'm not even meaning an extreme length. They're like 40 pounds overweight, 30 pounds overweight. They're not 100 pounds overweight.
I don't actually
make no pre-assumptions.
No.
Yeah,
I don't really know what 40 pounds looks like in practice.
All right.
I can't picture that.
I think women need to wake up. Women need a wake up
40,
call.
is he 40 pounds overweight? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I'm 40 pounds overweight for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I should be 40 pounds less.
Okay. Then I guess if someone's 40 pounds overweight, I would make a lifestyle judgment.
There you go.
Funny how that works.
Well, I didn't make a claim before because I said I couldn't picture it. Now I can picture it, so I can make
She's
a claim.
picturing it. Love it. I think women need a wake up call and realize that they're not nearly as attractive as they think they are. Nick, you'll pull up the Discord here in just a moment. I also think if we lined up every woman on earth and put her next to her male looks equivalent, 99% of women would be completely mortified. I think
with no makeup especially.
the average woman doesn't realize she's average. Thus, the average woman does not want to date the average man, even though that is her league.
Can I give a great example of this? Mm-hmm. Okay, so, and again, none of this is designed to be mean. All we're trying to do is talk about when it comes to dating or when it comes to relationships, that people often have, especially women, a much greater kind of idea about themselves than they should. And that's just because all women get male attention all the time. And it doesn't really matter how fucking ugly they are or how fat they are, they get male attention. They do. So the thing is like, I know what my DMs look like. I don't even want to know what her DMs look like. Okay, but I can fucking tell you that she has 3 secretaries. Okay, so the thing is like, and you probably need a secretary, and all of you probably need a secretary to go through all of your DMs, right? That's how it works.
Not a secretary, but like, yeah, there's like.
Yeah, there's a fucking lot, okay? Yeah. But that's not you. That's every fucking woman. And it's not you.
Not every woman has.
No, it's every woman. I'm telling you.
Every woman who posts actively on social media doesn't look like Quasimodo.
Is that a guess? Because she literally has 3 people.
Yeah, well, it was a guess. Okay, I'm just basing it on popularity, right? Versus that. I'm pretty good at it at this point.
But don't you think more?
Hang on. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
To the viewer out there who's watching this right now, I'm going to tell you a bunch of things that they think that aren't fucking true at all. Okay. Mm-hmm. None of you look on that screen like you look when I'm looking at you. None of you. None of you look anything like that. There's enhancement due to the lighting, due to the makeup, due to everything that makes you very photogenic, above and beyond what you actually look like in person. Now, I know how that sounds, but hang on. Let me finish. Mm-hmm. None of you, right? I actually do look about the same. Right? Whether you're looking at me there or here, I look about the same. Brian?
I think you look better in person.
Maybe. I might actually look better here than I do there.
I look better in person.
But the thing is like, I'm telling you, it does, the makeup and everything else does a huge number. And then there's the clothing. So I wear what's comfortable, right? Not what makes me look great. I wear what's comfortable. Women, they tend to wear, and they spend hours making sure that their clothing presents them in the best light possible, okay? Let me ask you this, and I'm going to hope to God you guys tell me the truth, but I'm going to hope. How long did it take you to pick your outfit for today's show?
10 minutes.
Okay, that might be true. You?
10 minutes, but it took longer to actually make it wearable because it was ruined before.
How much time did you spend on your makeup?
20.
Nope.
Oops.
Oh, gosh.
Ah, damn.
I'm so sorry. It was like trying to creep through a tiny little space.
And then how much time did you spend on your makeup?
Probably about 40 minutes.
Don't toss that.
How much time did you
Zero
spend?
on makeup. 10 or 15 on picking the suit after the color recommendation.
How much time did you spend on your makeup?
I'm not wearing makeup.
Yeah, none?
I promise you I'm not.
Okay. And then clothes, you just threw on whatever?
I picked a shirt out of the back of my car so I wouldn't have to stop home.
Okay.
I just have mascara on and like lip gloss. Like
And
literally, I don't wear makeup at all.
Got it. And then he didn't make any selection for clothing?
This I picked out sooner. Went through a few outfits, but I wanted to be a little more modest. And again, I have self-harm scars, so I was in between on, like, I just wanted.
How much time?
Well, I live in Chicago, so I packed my outfit like 2 weeks ago.
How much time did you spend picking it, though?
Probably like 30 minutes to an hour, because I again went through a few outfits.
I spent like 40 minutes on my makeup and like less than 5 on picking out my outfit, which is unusual. I usually am more picky with what I wear, but
yeah.
I was running out the door. So.
Yeah, and then over here?
10 minutes on my makeup and probably, I went through a few different outfit choices in my head over the past few days contemplating, but this morning I wanted to go with something that was comfortable, 10-minute choice.
And then here?
No makeup, and my boyfriend chose my dress.
Okay, got it. The point is, though, is like, I spent exactly 30 seconds picking my fucking outfit and then ran out the door and came over here, right? I combed my hair. That was it. It took about 1 minute, right? The distinction is that I guess what I'm trying to demonstrate is that it's not just the idea that everything is photogenic and enhanced and there's makeup involved and there's outfit selection involved. There's also augmentation that's usually involved. Women have all sorts of augmentations that they give themselves constantly. Boob enhancements, butt enhancements, liposuction, all kinds of shit, right? Men don't do any of that. And I feel like if none of that is present to equalize, right, that generally I actually don't know that women in modernity are the fairer sex. And I'm not actually confident that that it is the case that this kind of like overwhelming sense that they have that they're just gorgeous, all of them seem to think so, is justified or founded.
I mean, a woman can feel like
hold
fully.
on.
Okay.
I think most women, Andrew, relate it to dating, this assessment, right? Most women, I think, are trying to date well above what their looks, their prospects, and their personalities warrant. If we have a 31-year-old, and again, I'm not saying this to be mean, it's the truth. We have a 31-year-old woman who's overweight who thinks her league is Ryan Gosling. I'm surprised nobody else here finds that insane. I'm not even talking about his status. I'm not talking about his personality. I'm not talking about his fame. Just on his looks, the guy is physically fit. The guy's physically fit. Just on that basis alone, you should be like, I'm overweight. There's no way I'm in Ryan Gosling's league. But even if we're looking at totality, we're looking at you combine body with facial attractiveness. That's crazy to me. And then there was that, I forgot that other guy, Drew or whatever the fuck.
But Ryan, is that because someone who would look like a Ryan Gosling would have sex with him? Isn't that why the sense comes in of like, women can have sex with a guy that looks like Ryan Gosling, even if Ryan Gosling's way out of their league, but they can't net him?
Confirmation bias.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, you shouldn't confuse sexual interest with relationship interest. Like, just because he'll dick you down doesn't mean he's going to wife you up.
Because Ryan Gosling's there and you're there. And that's good enough. Right? So it's like...
Right.
But that's
But then, like, you're
different.
also equating some value in there when you say relationship, because, like, there's probably some guy who's probably retarded, not very bright, not very good family, who looks like him because all he knows is brawn and workout and has all his bro science mechanics, who probably would wife a girl up like that.
It's possible.
Yeah, I mean,
but it's not.
exists.
It's not as
It's not the
likely,
average, though,
Yeah,
for
it's
sure.
It's not It's not likely.
Wait, I have something to say. Because earlier you were talking about like how long women spend on like how they look. And like this is a conversation I've had with Brian once, but like don't men like spend a lot of time in the gym also to be perceived as more attractive?
No, well,
or like do steroids.
The motivations, I'll agree with you that there's a big motivation for men to go to the gym so that they look good for the opposite sex. But what I found is when men start really persistently going to the gym, they actually start doing it after a while to beat themselves. They want to get to that next tier of I got on the hundreds on the barbells from the 90s, right? They actually start looking at it for a different form of motivation once they hit a peak, or once they hit like a certain level where they're like, okay, I look good, but I'm going to keep going because I want to challenge myself. And they don't do the augmentations. Like where are all the men with the nose jobs? Where are all the men with the butt padding? They're just nowhere. They don't do all the augmentations. The best that you get out of a man is a beard.
I also just want to say, and you're probably going to disagree with this, but like, I could give a personal example. Like, I started putting effort into my appearance years ago when I was super insecure because I wanted to be perceived by other people a certain way. And I started to detach from that. And now, I mean, again, men won't believe this, but like when I put effort into my appearance, I want to feel good about how I look. And it's not just about how other people
Look,
feel.
I don't dispute that that's the case, okay? I'm just saying you have some advantages right now that you're not going to have in 20 years. The biggest advantage is that you're fucking 18, right? It's a huge advantage. You don't have all the same worries that women who are 20 years your senior have, right? And they have a lot of worries. Their metabolism begins to slow down. It becomes much more difficult for them to bounce back from even basic things like a night out drinking with the friends, right? Stuff like that. Like, you have every advantage right now. You can go pound all the fucking booze with the girlfriends all night long, wake up the next day, your hangover's gone by 12 o'clock.
Wait, I get really hungover.
By 12 o'clock, it's gone. You go and you eat the fucking breakfast at the hangover shack or whatever, and you're basically fine in a day, right? But again, 20 years your senior, not the case. Burning off fat, not easy. You're a bodybuilder. Every year it's just a little bit fucking hard, or a lot harder than the year before, right?
Yeah, I mean, sorry. I mean, there's things that we do very specifically with diet, nutrition, and other compounds that it doesn't make it easier.
Assist.
Yeah. Assist. I mean, you gotta work hard and understand how it works, but yeah, it's a science. I mean, you have to look at blood work, even someone totally natural. You have to look at.
But as you age, it gets more difficult, right?
Yeah, you have to look at your hormones.
Yeah, it gets more difficult. And it's like so you have some advantages that that women aren't going to have. 20 years your senior, and this is the point, right? This is the entire point. Is like the fact that women will assign themselves at 35 the same value in beauty standards that you have right now at 18 is what Brian's alluding to. He's like, just how do we get to that? How do we get to this form of self-delusion?
The way I see it is like you can acknowledge that society or like 100,000 men are going to view you a certain way and still really like how you look, and not in a way that's deluded. You can genuinely be comfortable and secure and like look the way you want to. Like, again, for my personal example, I gave a number like that society would assign me, but like I wouldn't want to look like society's 10. Like, I like.
Well, it's interesting because the beauty choices that you make, though, tend to line up interestingly enough. They tend to line up interestingly enough with societal standards for beauty, don't they? For instance, I can give you an example. You have long hair.
Because I also like how long hair looks.
Sure. But isn't it convenient that also men like how long hair looks? And perhaps you do makeup to make your eyes look bigger. Isn't it convenient that men also like when women's eyes look? It's like almost everything you would do to make yourself look more attractive to yourself happens to also be things that the opposite sex finds attractive.
You know what's interesting about that is like a lot of men actually don't like the fact that I wear makeup, and they find that makes me like less attractive because they like natural women.
A lot?
Or like a lot of men just prefer, a lot of men prefer natural women.
Who's turned you down for a date because they're like too much makeup?
Well, I don't ask to go on dates.
I know. But no, men aren't avoiding you because you have too much makeup on.
What I'm saying is
hang on. Are men avoiding you because you have too much makeup on? No.
But I'm sure there's men out there who would not like the fact
really quick
that I
on
wear
this.
makeup.
You said that, well, what's wrong with viewing yourself in this confident way? What's wrong with viewing yourself
Nothing.
As a 10?
Except the delusion.
Well,
hold on. God damn, holy shit.
Quiet. Go ahead.
In order for there to be a 10, does there have to be a 9?
Yeah, I mean, I would.
Does there need to be an 8? Does there need to be a 7? Is there 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1? So this idea that, but it's how I feel about myself, that's great. But when we're using the 10
I wouldn't use a
metric,
scale in that context.
Right, but if we're using the 10 metric, if you say you're a 10, that would imply somewhere out there exists a 1, exists a 2, exists a 3, et cetera, et cetera.
That's why I wouldn't use a scale in the context of like evaluating how you feel about yourself and not in society.
What if we ask the question this way, just out of curiosity? If you had 100,000 men who were rating you, and you averaged them, and it was only 3 that you got, 3. And it was not beautiful, beautiful, gorgeous, right? Would every woman here put themselves in the beautiful category? Or the
Out of
just 3. You just have 3. You just have not beautiful, beautiful, and then gorgeous. That's it.
Wouldn't you do not beautiful, average, and then gorgeous? Wouldn't that make more sense?
Sure. Let's do 4. Not beautiful, average, or beautiful, or gorgeous. Where do all of you fall there?
Gorgeous. Average? I don't know.
Average?
Maybe?
So does that seem like 5?
Sure.
Okay.
I already said, like, according to society.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I said that earlier.
Does that change your guys' answers at all? No? Would you put yourself at gorgeous?
Yes.
Gorgeous?
I'd say beautiful.
Beautiful?
I mean, okay, I have my own perception of myself.
Sure.
And then
That's
the
totally
perception
reasonable.
of, how when I walk into a place, like I am a spectacle. And I don't know I guess it's because my body, like,
Well, it looks different.
My friends tell me I'm pretty,
Sure.
I've gotten gorgeous. I would call myself beautiful.
Okay. But you, same thing, like beautiful, gorgeous, right?
I would say beautiful.
Okay. So that's fair. The thing is about this, I guess maybe that drives me crazy because I've been on so many of these fucking panels talking to different women about this. You know that guy, like the gym rat, or even he's not a gym rat. He's just like an arrogant fuck who's always in front of the mirror and he's always like fucking lifting and he's always primping and looking at himself and shit. Like just an egocentric fuck, right? Women seem like they hate that guy. And most women I talk to, they are that guy. They're doing the same shit. They're like in front of the fucking mirror and they're primping and they put on all the little makeup and they do all the shit in order to give the best foot forward appearance possible. And it's like, is that ego?
I hope that all men think they're beautiful.
You know what? Here, we'll do something super simple here. Nick, pull up the Discord, please, and you're going to scroll up to right below the Evangeline Lily, okay? The girl with the other girl outside, and we're going to look at all these photos. Because people say, beauty is very subjective. Very subjective. Make it bigger if you can. I think if you click on it, you should... All right, and then can you mouse wheel scroll up a little bit? There you go. Scroll down a little bit. We don't need all that palm. Just curious, like which woman's more attractive?
The one on the left.
Mm-hmm.
How about you? What do you think?
I don't find either of them very attractive, but probably the left.
Okay.
I would say the left.
I agree. Left.
Oh, okay. I mean, people often fight me on this one. I guess that's good. What? But if I think if I show every man on earth this picture, 99.99999% of them would pick the woman on the left. Perhaps this.
I think 100%.
Perhaps this wouldn't establish from your guys' view, an objective component to beauty, but it would establish a universal. Mm-hmm. So what are
at
the
least
traits?
as compared to another?
Right.
Yeah. So that means there's some kind of standard there.
What is it about the woman on the left where so many people can agree that she's more attractive? We have some more photos though. Let's see the rest.
For me, it's like her nose.
Just the next one. We're just going to go next to next to next. We have Sydney Sweeney here. Which woman is more attractive? And by the we'll go ahead.
Sydney Sweeney.
Left or right?
Left.
Which
Sorry,
one's
are you not-
more attractive?
Left.
It's left.
Well, I feel weird asking a dude.
I don't know.
Wait, actually, that makes sense.
That's
Wait,
not even a question.
Yeah. Left?
Yeah.
Just same for all you guys?
Mm-hmm.
No.
I'm imposed. I'm imposed that it's
you're
cultural.
Yeah.
Cultural.
Normating of
Wait, so you agree?
beauty
It's-
and
Tell me
this
which
is my
culture.
crux
Well,
of
no,
my-
Kindly tell me which culture.
I rebel
Yes.
against. It's not.
Yeah. Which
What is
culture
it?
would?
I'm
Women
sorry.
feeling like they have to be nice
hold
to
on,
everyone
hold on.
all the time,
I
or
know.
else God
Yes.
will smite them in their place.
Yes,
I don't
thank you,
understand.
Kate.
Which culture?
Which culture?
Yeah. Which
What are
culture
you
would prefer the
asking
chick
me?
on the right?
You said
No,
you
she
said
said.
it's culturally
It's a-
different,
wait.
and you said you agree. Which culture is the one on the right, the smoke show, and
She
Sydney's.
looks like she's actually like a Native American, maybe even like I forget the Alaskan like term.
So does that mean you have to be beautiful if
Well,
you're
I'm
of a
just
certain
curious-
ethnicity now?
Well, I'm just curious if that would mean like if we are from American standards pressing upon people that this is what Hollywood standard of beauty is.
Wait, hold on. This
when
doesn't
I
even
think
make
it's-
sense. This is. I
Okay,
can,
you're a different
hold
culture.
on. I can.
You have a preference.
Wait,
right?
wait.
You still have a preference.
I can.
He's
look.
been too Americanized.
It's sensationalized.
I can look. I am white. I am white. I can look at a white woman and think she's ugly, and I can look at a Latina, a black, an Asian woman and think she's beautiful. So I don't understand this
It's just the
idea
most
of.
surface level interpretation of the comment ever.
Yeah,
There can
Beauty's
be
pretty surface level. It's
no,
on the
I
surface.
understand, but it's still quite a complicated
I
question.
don't think it's that complicated.
No.
What are you referring to?
I'm sorry, I'm not the one who used that wording. I guess I wouldn't 100% agree. There is like a standpoint that I would come from there, but
How about this one? Let's do the next one, Nick.
Do you think that, like, let's just say for a second, let's just say that you were like raised in the middle of the Amazon jungle, okay, where like I don't know, chicks put rings on their neck and shit and like extend their necks and the giraffe neck thing, you know what I mean? And this is all you had ever experienced, okay? And one day those two women show up. Which one do you think the tribal men would prefer to have sexual intercourse with?
probably
Just
the
intuitively.
one with the longer neck. Like it's
Yeah, just
Sorry,
just
I
like
don't
just
fucking-
To the left.
just
Like left still.
intuitively,
Okay.
they have about the same size neck.
I don't think that we're intuitive. I don't think that we're born thinking that people who look like Sydney Sweeney
So
are
I just want your official answer is you're not sure that they would prefer to sleep with Sydney Sweeney.
Yes, that is my official answer.
Okay.
Let's do the next one, Nick.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Because you're both
How
delusional.
about this one?
So-
Left or right? Which woman is more attractive?
The right.
Both pretty symmetrical.
It sounds like you were going to say something.
No. I mean, there's a very obvious answer, but
What's the obvious answer?
the woman on the right is more
Okay,
attractive.
but so what were you going to say?
Did I just earn that?
You did.
Guys, let her speak.
No, it's all right. It's honestly, it's a discussion we already had when I was here last time, and I don't know how interesting it'll be. So
Well, just really quickly.
I do find it interesting that it is very intentional that the attractive example is always a white woman.
Oh, just
and-
wait. We'll get to that because
Okay. And in
I
that
get
case,
this
I-
criticism, but I understand what you're saying. So
Yeah.
you're saying, well, Brian, hold on. It's unfair that you're being selective in your here. You're picking an ugly colored woman or
Yes.
woman of color. I don't know if that's whatever. Versus like a beautiful white woman.
Yeah.
That's like you're kind of being racist or whatever.
Well, I'm not even saying that it's being racist, but I do definitely think that it goes to show that like a lot of people do find white people more attractive.
Well,
What?
Unless if you have a different example, I will stand
and
corrected.
just really quick before we get into the next thing, everybody, was it the woman on the left or the right? Anybody? What do you think?
I think we're again pressing our own normative, like white normative agendas
What the fuck does that mean? White normative?
I don't know.
It
It sounds
means-
like childhood trauma to me. I'm not sure.
It means that she thinks that it's culturally relative, and some cultures would actually find the woman on the left to be more attractive than the one on the right, based on cultural
Yeah,
standards.
I mean, for example, I don't think women who wear makeup are particularly very pretty. I think they're just compensating for their own insecurities.
I'm
But
wait,
yet,
without makeup, but
so-
I just chose to wear makeup.
And here, so you can't make a determination. Pull up the photo again. You can't make a determination that the woman.
I have an opinion, but
What-
I think it's
What's your opinion?
neither here nor there, though.
You were able to do with the other women. And
Well,
some
it's at
other-
least
I
here or
haven't
there.
I'm just saying that.
If you called your husband, what would he say? He's the master. You have to defer to
he
his
would say- he
opinion.
would say the right.
Okay. there.
Yeah, I mean, he grew up in America, so what can you
But,
expect?
so what's your? I
Very
guess
clear.
what's your criticism though about the white normativity or whatever? What is it?
Yeah, we're pressing our own standards of beauty, and this is the privilege we get being so media centric in America that we can now determine what is beautiful. But consider when we were in the Renaissance, it's like fat people were actually looked up
Oh my
as
God,
like.
that's bullshit.
What do you
That's
mean?
total bullshit.
Well, there
This-
weren't
this-
very many
There-
fat people in the
but-
Renaissance,
but they
honestly.
They
looked
only liked
at
them
as
for their money.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Save money.
Nonetheless,
No, it's just
They were
because the
nobles.
royals are the only ones who had pictures painted of them.
There were
and
nobles.
They were the ones who could afford to eat.
Here, but just to be fair, because there's this criticism of Brian, you're comparing a beautiful white woman to a whatever. Nick, let's go into the next. And I know this is AI, but I can sit here and say the black woman is clearly, it's AI obviously, clearly more attractive than the white woman next. No, just go to it.
Okay.
Next. Make us smaller, please. Okay. The black woman is clearly more attractive in my white heteronormative fucking bullshit whatever society, white normativity. Yeah, the black woman is more beautiful than the white woman. What do you have to say to that?
Unless you're breeding for big noses, perhaps, so
What
you
the
can
fuck
smell
are you talking about?
better. You maybe.
Okay, don't give me a troll
what
answer.
If,
Don't give me a troll answer. Give me a real answer.
I mean, obviously, I grew up in America.
Wait,
I'm going to
hold
think
on.
right
Wait.
is
Pull it back
prettier.
up really
If
quick,
you
Nick.
really are pressing me for an answer, but I
Same
think
one. Go ahead.
beauty is still subjective.
Wait, but hold on. Is this my white normativity that is making me say that the black woman on the right is more attractive than the white woman on the left? Is that my white normativity?
I think that's your cultural upbringing. Yeah, I think that can easily change if
my
the populace was more about having perhaps
My white normativity
mountainous features.
resulted in me determining that the black woman
Maybe
is more attractive
mountainous
than the white
features will
woman.
actually
Okay.
be better if you're
Love it.
surviving.
Next. Pull up the next one, Nick.
I can continue.
Continue. Go ahead. Well, I don't know if you're just giving me troll answers at this point. Halle Berry, way more attractive than the white woman on the left.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see the next one.
There's got to be a culture that loves the white woman on the left, though, right?
How about this
She
one?
doesn't. She looks
How
like she's
about this
missing
one?
dentures. So maybe
Stacey
there is.
Dash, a beautiful black woman, is more beautiful than that white woman. So this look that
One
and-
has
we
professional
have some guys,
photography.
too.
The other one looks like a snapshot from the 80s.
We also, I guess, we
I'm
can
not
do it
sure
with
that you could
men.
professional that out.
Here,
just say it.
Maybe if she was sitting
Skip down to
here
the
with
guys,
all that
Nick?
camera work.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
How about this? Let's go to guys. Jonah Hill, or you know what? Just X out that entirely. A black man more attractive than a white man. Scroll down though. Oh, Brad Pitt. I think he's more attractive than that Latino man.
Mm-hmm.
And then in this case, there's a white woman who's more attractive than a black woman. So I mean, look.
Congratulations.
Wait, no.
Have an
Hold back up,
opinion.
Nick.
We
I do.
all
I
have
find Jonah Hill
opinions.
more attractive.
Because you think he couldn't run away from you?
I knew it wasn't worth saying.
You're such a coper. You're just coper.
Jonah Hill
yes.
is more attractive than Michael B. Jordan.
I think
That's
in that
crazy.
specific photo, yes.
So you're racist.
That's insane.
in this,
So you're just saying you're racist.
I never claimed that Brian was racist. I did say, however, that he showed a tendency to find white women more attractive until he
It
proved me
sounds
wrong,
like
so I
you
stopped making
might
the
have a
claim.
Yeah, now
tendency
you're
to
the
find
racist one.
to find white men more
No,
attractive.
but I think that
Just
many
saying.
images back to back to back that are trying to prove that these white women are more attractive than, like, it would have been different if there was one photo of two white women, and then I pointed it out, and you said, "Wait, no, I can give you these examples." So I stopped talking because I understand.
well, but I could find also
Okay.
like an ugly white woman and
Can I
a
ask you a
beautiful white
question?
woman. Sure.
Who do you think you have a better chance with, Jonah Hill or Michael?
Realistically, neither.
Okay, that's not the question. If you were gonna decide that, say you were in a room with them and you had to make a decision, but you knew they had to
Probably
make
Jonah
the
Hill.
answer. You knew they had to make the answer.
Yeah, of course, Jonah Hill.
Well, because I know how society perceives them, I can understand that. So I know that Jonah
Okay.
Hill probably
Because he's
is more-
fat.
Yes, I
Yeah,
understand.
no, it's not per se. It's just
I've
it's
never-
how all societies would perceive it.
I know,
all societal
I
women would be
understand that.
like,
I'm not
"Oh, I
arguing
have
with
way
you,
better
buddy.
chance with the fat guy."
What I am saying is that I personally don't find it less attractive, but I agree with you that there is like a general consensus that most people would find that less attractive.
Wait,
I
okay.
understand.
Final thing here. I'm going to try to move this along. Do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time?
If Jonah Hill were here, he would agree with me
I
that
think
you're
women are
delusional.
most beautiful at like around 27, 28.
Okay. What about in 20 years, 38?
Then no. I won't.
Kate, you're 31, better looking in 10 years' time, 41?
No.
And then Kate, were you better looking at 21 10 years ago versus now?
I don't know. I feel like he should answer that because my perception could be warped from the amount of
You're
men
so
I had
fucked,
idea.
dude. You're so fucked right now. I can't wait.
Scoot to the table a little bit.
Don't lie, bro. Don't
Put the
lie.
hat back on, by the way.
Yeah, I'll know if you're lying.
So what was that? 21 when you like first met me?
No, I'll be honest here. No, like, I definitely think. Well. So no, that's tough. Like,
He's so fucked.
25 better.
That's fair. That's fair.
Oh boy, that's going to be a long
I feel like you weaseled your way out of that. You know, I do.
So
I
I'm
feel
better
like
than 21 though.
Well, because
Right
when
now.
she was 21, she was extremely poor. Like everything was from Walmart. Like I'm not even exaggerating a little bit, right? Like, and she,
I would say my
didn't do
health
makeup
was
a lot.
worse when I was 21.
Yeah.
Like I was very thin.
Sure. Yeah.
Super thin.
Okay. Better looking and I guess for
Actually,
you.
no. We can't let you get away. From your perspective, better looking at 21 or 31?
Oh, I definitely think 31 than 21.
Okay.
Yeah.
For you, do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time?
Hopefully the same, but probably less.
Probably the same.
And then better looking now or better looking at 26?
26.
You're 20, better looking at 30?
Yeah.
40?
Yes.
50?
Yes.
60?
Yes.
70?
Yes.
80?
Yes.
Well, you look better in your casket.
Real funny.
100?
No, I'm serious. Would you, if after you were prepared
Like if I
by
were a skeleton?
no, in your casket after
So I'm dead.
you're dead, but they've gone ahead and they've they've done what undertakers do to make your cheeks rosy and things like that. Are you gonna look better then than you do right now?
Maybe if they do a good job.
I can't take it, man. I can't.
Will
I gotta have a
will I
smoke.
be more attractive to the general consensus? No, I can acknowledge that. No. If
I'm stunned.
if I was older than I am now.
It's crazy that people are out here farming these answers when I'm the only one with an OF. I don't understand.
I don't know.
It's like, what is the game?
I really do genuinely
better
be
looking at
delusional.
100?
I will be dead, and
No, you might be alive at 100.
I'm not making it that far.
Yeah.
You don't know what I do.
What do you do, Matt? What do you do?
No, I mean, if I make it to,
Heavy
I truly, I don't think that I will be more attractive. They're different words. I want to specify that. I do not think I'll be more attractive in 10 years. I think it is
Literally
beautiful
just-
to age. I think wrinkles are beautiful. I think,
All right.
yeah.
What about you?
I would be probably about the same in 10 years, but 10 years ago, I think I actually was worse looking because I was obese most of my life. And then I didn't hit my prime until like honestly, like last year or anything, I've been like in my healthiest. I work out the most. I take care of myself the most now.
So, okay, so you'll be better looking at 37 versus now 27. What about 20 years, 47?
No, I think I'll definitely be declining by then, yeah.
And then 27 versus 18, better looking now?
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Yeah, I was not good looking. at
You're
18.
28, better looking at 38?
Yes, I'm gonna work some peptide magic.
Somewhat?
Some peptide magic.
Peptide? 48, 20 years?
No.
And then were you better looking at 18 or better looking now?
Now.
By the way, do you post when did you start bodybuilding? At what age?
When I was 16.
Oh, 16. Okay. So by the time you were like 18 or 20, were you already pretty ripped?
I started lifting when I was 12.
Okay.
I was always pretty
Are you
jacked.
natty?
Not now.
When did you start taking PEDs? PEDs?
In 2020. So after
2020, okay.
I did my first show in 2014, and then the year before I turned pro is when I started PEDs.
Really quick question on the PED thing.
Yeah.
Does it, Nick knows what, does it grow things like down there?
It can.
Like a giant, big clit?
It really depends on the person. I haven't had issues with it. I mean, definitely more swelling when on gear.
Swelling?
Yeah.
Swelling?
Yeah. Yeah. But I've been very lucky. Although the internet might say otherwise, I have a very feminine face in bodybuilding.
Okay.
And you have to be smart with your protocols.
But it changed your voice too, right?
Yeah. I found a video from the year, but right before I started PEDs, and I'm like talking to my dog. My voice I can't go that high now. I have Anavar voice for sure.
Does that distress you at all? Like the voice change?
Not even a little bit.
Nothing at all. Okay.
I mean, people are like, oh, like you destroyed your voice to get that physique. Like it's not worth it. Maybe not to you, but I'm doing very well at my craft, and I've been very, I think, intelligent in my protocols. And I have okay, I will say my upper body, I love the way I look, and it's really cool, and I'm doing something very specific. But when I'm 38, by that time I will reduce this. I want to be able to wear like a freaking blazer or something.
Okay.
But I I'm completely confident in my ability to manipulate and control through science.
Okay.
But yeah.
Can you do like the Hulk Hogan and then like
You mean the Arnold?
like yeah, brother.
I don't want to.
Okay, sorry. That was ridiculous ask.
Yeah.
Okay. Better looking in 10 years for you?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, and you're 31. Better looking at 21.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, you're 31, right? 31. Were you better looking at 41? Will you be better looking at 41?
Yeah.
51.
Yeah.
61?
Yes, all the way through.
71.
Yes, all the way.
81.
It's just I just prefer organic, and I think they're
91.
natural people. You know.
101.
Okay, no. At that point, I'll say no.
But
There's
just to
a
be clear,
threshold.
so you're 31. You think you'll be better looking at 51 than you are now at 31?
Yeah. There's a lot of very good-looking 50-year-olds. My goodness. But I mean, I hope to be on that echelon. However, like compared to now, maybe. But you know what? I'm gonna love myself nonetheless.
Okay, if you're a 1 right now, what will you be when you're 50?
Oh my gosh.
What
0.
number will you go to?
How about this?
Wait, now I'm confused.
Were you better looking 10 years ago at 21?
I don't think so.
Better looking now. Okay, well, we're for a little fun segment here. We've AI aged advanced all of you, so we're gonna pull that up super quick. We have a message. Hold on, Felicity, can I have you read this?
To Taylor Lifton, Chair 6, your physique is incredible.
Thank
You've
you.
worked hard and it's paid off.
Thank you.
Chebsky, thank you for that, man. Appreciate the message. And then we have one more from J.M. Bain, if you can read this one.
Changed my mind. The lift of adulthood when you can sign contacts, join the military, own firearms, drink alcohol, drive a car, etc. should be raised to 25 because that's when the brain finishes maturing.
Interesting. Thank you for the message. Nick, go ahead. We're going to pull up all the age advancements right now.
Oh.
Okay.
I think you look adorable.
Next.
Thanks.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna age beautifully.
Damn.
He's going to look exactly the same. Watch. He's going to look exactly the same.
Next. Oh, whoops.
Yeah.
Ooh, sexy. I like it.
Look
Hell
like
yeah.
a mafia. I don't know.
It's actually an awesome picture of you.
Dude, you're about to fucking... You're about to break the board, bro.
Oh, we'll be breaking
Next.
boards at 80. Let's go.
Aw.
You said...
Aw.
So that's like maybe 71, 81 there.
I think she's a cutie patootie.
All right, love it. Next.
Get it?
I really like this segment. I really liked it last time too.
Yeah, it's fun.
It's cute.
Sort of. Next.
You're still gonna be buff. You're still gonna be jacked.
Oh, wait. Do you have the other thing, Nick, really quick, since we're on her?
The dating thing?
No. The cartoon.
Oh, yeah, I did. Give me 1 second.
Oh, I saw that.
Did you cartoon
Yeah,
us?
I'll give you a second.
The cartoon Mary.
You got it here really quick. Oh,
Oh, that's awesome.
I like it.
and then the other one too.
Yeah.
Sick. I like those. Thank you.
There you go. We'll send it to you if you want. And then let me know when you're back. You're good? Okay.
Aw.
Not pleased. Okay.
I don't understand why we're not happy about this.
Okay, next.
Dude, we're all gonna age
I look
adorably.
like a dude.
No, you don't.
Wait,
okay.
It's because your hair's pulled back.
it's just because my hair is pulled back.
It gave you a receding hairline.
It really did.
Next. Okay.
I like that you're cross-eyed in it.
Oh wow, ooh.
Noah.
Wait,
over
pull that one
here.
back
What do
up.
you mean? I look like my old
The
man.
middle one looks like Russell Crowe.
Right? Yeah.
You're gonna age very well.
You have darker blue eyes, Andrew. They like gave you ice gray eyes that are quite striking.
I like that the microphone becomes part of your face in the last one.
That is true. Andrew has been doing.
Do you think I'll get the old man voice where you're like, oh, when you talk?
I hope
I'm
so. That's
totally
half the
gonna
joy
get the
of
old
it.
man voice for sure.
Oh boy,
I don't
mine's gonna
understand
be-
these fucking kids.
Next. Damn.
You're gonna age adorably. What do you mean?
That's nice.
The white
I'll be
looks
sitting
nice.
here with both of us looking like that in
Oh
fucking
boy.
40
Imagine
years.
that
Right?
shit.
Okay. I will be remiss. I have to ask, and this is only because the fucking chat keeps getting flooded with it. Until I ask, they won't shut the fuck up about it. You're not a T, right?
Not a what?
A T.
No.
Oh, cool. Okay,
It's
thank you.
It's a woman, Andrew. What the fuck?
Bro, the
Sorry,
chat won't shut the fuck. Okay, now you know.
It's Instagram's favorite.
She is a woman.
Female.
I can prove it.
Right?
Female. You can prove it.
We all get banned.
She's gonna whip out the giant clit. That's what she's doing.
Oh my god.
Because of the.
Just put ones in the fucking chat. I asked. I did. Okay, so just put the ones in. I did.
Oh, and then we've gender swapped all of you. So.
Oh.
Yeah. You got that?
Whoa.
So the question is, would you date the male version of you?
His features look all warped and stuff because of the filter.
Yeah, but I mean, you got to use your imagination a little.
You got to suspend disbelief a little bit. It's AI, you know.
It's not bad looking.
Squint and decide.
Be charitable with it.
Yeah, maybe. Sure. He's decent looking.
Okay, next. Wow. Okay, there you go.
What's with the beard, though?
You don't
He's
think
just-
I'd be masculine?
Just a ginger without the beard?
Oh yeah, the beard needed to be.
I think the AI knows you're not a redhead.
Oh,
I
it's all
think
my
that's
roots.
what it is. The AI knows you're not a redhead.
If you weren't married, would.
I think it's pretty cute, actually.
Okay, all right. Next. Oh, whoa, okay.
Oh, she's beautiful.
Calm down.
Sorry.
Damn.
Holy shit, calm down.
I probably would not.
She isn't like Asian
You should have
girls,
seen the
typically.
way that Brian looked right then. He was, wow.
I mean.
Saw this light sparkle in his eye for a second.
So no, you don't like Asian.
Not as much.
Into my.
Oh, sorry. Not as much. Yeah.
Next.
Like Hassan. What is that?
I would date him. He's cute.
Wait, he's really fine. Hello.
Would you date him?
That's like my type.
Okay. Next.
Aw. I wouldn't date him. I think he's cute, but he's not my type at all.
Wait, you would or wouldn't?
I wouldn't, no, just because he's too dorky.
He's going to be thumping about some
Dorkier
Protestant
than I
Bible
am.
stuff
And
by
also,
tomorrow.
why is my photo so butchered? I feel like it was like bad from the start.
Yeah, I don't know why it made you so
Because it didn't
red.
look like that in
Yeah,
the
your hair's
video.
going
He's going to
crazy.
tell you that
First
his
one.
interpretation is that you can have female pastors. I guarantee it.
And like
Guarantee
the
it.
hair is just horrible. I like guys with long hair, like dreads, specifically dreads.
Oh.
Oh hey.
You're catching my drift.
I mean,
He's hot.
I feel like the base photo.
I could accept that.
What the
with
fuck
short
is
hair.
wrong with the side of his head?
Don't
I mean,
look at
I
that.
can't suspend disbelief that much, bro.
He's like licking.
It literally looks like he's been boxing for way too long.
He probably
Against Mike Tyson.
Yeah, he's got some serious
He
problems,
looks
this
like
guy.
Tito Ortiz.
Yeah. If Tito Ortiz, if he got his side of his face bashed in, maybe.
He is beautiful though.
Thank you.
Next.
Yeah, I would date him.
He does look like that one guy, Glenn or whatever his name is.
I think that guy's more attractive than Glenn Powell.
Okay. Next.
I feel like I've seen this person before.
Would you date the male version of you?
Sure.
Why does he have a stigma? There's like, see the eye? It's like, well, what the fuck is wrong with him?
One eye's bigger than the
He's
other.
got it. Well, no, it's just like one's looking at another person besides the one he's looking at.
Next. Okay.
She's really cute. It gave you lipstick.
Yeah, the one on the right.
Well, I needed the makeup. Let's be real.
Next. Yikes.
Whoa.
What do you mean?
Whoa.
I don't understand your taste.
Next. Yeah, I'd date her.
Yeah, she's cute.
What do you mean?
They always
That's
do
from the
same
podcast.
picture. That is not from this show.
Well, it's not from this episode, but why they don't want to redo it every.
Can someone render the AI version of my female self blonde, and then I can reassess?
You need a blonde woman. I see.
You got to be blonde.
Okay. We're gonna finish off the notes. Try to get things Let's see.
Did you want to do the dating segment?
Dating?
Remember we were going to pull up Instagrams?
Yes, thank you. We'll do that super quick. Okay, so I'm going to show you two Twitch streamers, male Twitch streamers. Oh, I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah.
Ah, shit. It's okay. We can still do it, but whatever. It doesn't really matter that much. The question is, and if you're in a relationship, you could be a good sport and answer, but if you're in a relationship, you don't have to answer. But you can. Would you date the following person? So scroll up a little bit. Scroll up. So click the photo with the axe. Okay. X out of that.
He looks well adjusted.
Scroll up. Scroll up. Just scroll up. So this guy's Zach. His name's Zach. He's a good guy. Good guy. Good man. Good guy.
He plays video games a lot.
Yeah, he does play a lot of video games. A lot of video games. He does have that axe though, so he could protect you.
Yeah, true.
Going around the table, I'm trying to set. He's my he's my homie, so I'm trying to set him up with a lady friend. Would you date? No, you wouldn't date him.
Well, he doesn't run from rats, so I say yes.
He's not a roach.
Yeah, he doesn't run from the rats. Remember?
Yeah.
So
Coexist.
I don't know. I guess I could ask you. I mean,
if I was a girl, probably not.
Or gay, I guess.
No.
What about you?
Yeah, I think so.
You date him? Okay. Oh, really? Love is blind.
I have a boyfriend.
Oh, right.
Sorry, it's for the fun of the game.
She would date everybody. Remember?
Would you date him?
I don't know. He'd have to be like have an interesting personality.
He does have an interesting personality.
He showers regularly, right?
Debatable.
That's debatable.
I should ask that first.
Yes, that's like my one thing is like he looked cute, but I just didn't know if he was clean.
He looks cute. So if he showers, though.
But if he's clean, well, yeah,
he's
like,
clean. Probably.
When you're a woman, you have to be with men who take care of themselves.
Well, let's assume he is clean. Would you date him?
Yeah.
All right. There we go.
He brushed his hair.
Would you date him?
No.
You don't want to just crush that guy.
Oh my God. Brian, I want to be dominated.
You want to be dominated?
I do.
Tall order.
He just looked me up and down. I do.
Whoa, no. I was just like, I feel like.
What is happening?
Just how much is it appropriate to ask how much you weigh? I feel like normally that's rude to ask a woman, but I feel like for a bodybuilder, it's kind of okay.
That's fine.
How much do you weigh?
160. My last check-in, it was like 168.
168?
Yeah.
With a body
Right
fat
now.
of?
I don't know. Probably like 16
You
or something.
want to be
right now.
dominated.
Yes.
So, like, you want to be ravaged?
Yes.
Ravished?
Whatever.
Radish?
That, ravaged.
You were right.
Ravished. Radish? I don't know.
Ravaged.
Can you eat that on your diet?
Radishes, yeah.
Radishes, yeah.
I'm guessing it's mostly meat based.
So question though, would you date a non-bodybuilder?
Yes. It would have to be.
But like you could outlift them. How do you do that?
No, I would. By non-bodybuilder, still someone who's extremely fit and disciplined in all areas.
Okay.
Not necessarily.
Like lifting. So they could be athletic, like.
They have to be athletic, have to know how to take care of themselves, have to like have the discipline of a bodybuilder, but applied across the board to different areas of their life.
But what if
Is
you
actually my
still
preference.
squat more than them? Is that a problem? Like what if your
Not
legs?
necessarily.
What if your legs are bigger than theirs?
They won't be.
Wait.
She
What?
won't date anyone with smaller legs.
Oh, you're saying it's hard to find a guy who has legs bigger than yours. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what
No,
I'm
he's saying the opposite.
I'm saying my pool for who I'm interested in is very small.
So their legs have to be bigger than yours.
They would be if I'm interested.
Well, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
What about arms? Arms have to be bigger than yours? Because like you got some pythons.
I have
you got
really
some
big
guns.
arms. I love them for the purpose that they have, but I don't want to keep them forever. No, a guy could have arms probably equivalent to the size of mine.
I feel like that's.
But they
so you
again,
wanna
they'd probably be
dominated.
bigger. Yes.
But so I feel like with the muscle mommy girls or whatever, I don't know if you take on that moniker.
what?
Muscle mommy.
What the fuck is that?
It's a muscle mommy.
I don't like. I think that
You're not
term
into it?
is gross. Like
No, I think it's gross too, but people use it or whatever.
What is it?
a muscle.
Like fit chicks, they call themselves muscle mommies. I feel like I'm.
You know how girls
Personally,
will be
I feel like I'm doing a different
yes,
thing.
daddy.
It's a Zoomer thing.
I think the daddy thing is kind of weird.
It's like a
Where's the
dominatrix,
fucking
but
comment?
it's
Where's
They don't think the master
Where's
thinks
the
you.
nuke? Where is it?
What?
The nuke.
The nuke.
Here, hold on.
Send it. Yes. Send the nuke. Muscle mommy. Good lord.
Destroyed.
But basically, I'm a very dominant person. But in a
dominant.
relationship,
Submissive.
yes, like just be my master, you know? To go back there.
she has a high bar for what's worthy of master, you know?
Because I've heard these dudes who are like, I want you to like squish my head with your thighs.
So
That
gross.
kind of weird shit.
So gross.
Okay. You wouldn't want that.
No.
Okay.
No.
So not Asmongold or Zach. You wouldn't date Zach.
No, I'm sure he's a sweet guy.
What if he started like getting his squat up there? Like, would you maybe? Like if he was ripped or whatever? Could I? Okay. Sorry, Zach. What about you? Would you date Zach?
I didn't see Zach. Can I?
Oh, was she away?
I was in the bathroom.
Oh, okay. What? Sure. Show really quick. Would you date him?
Probably not.
Would you date him if you were single?
If I was single,
Yeah.
only if he's attuned with anixia.
What's that?
It's a wild joke.
Oh, okay.
That's a good one.
Wait, what does that mean?
What's that?
What does that mean?
It's part of World of Warcraft.
He's a World of Warcraft
He's
video
a World
game
of
player.
Warcraft streamer,
Yeah.
and it's an RPG. So I'm MMORPG. And it
All
takes-
right. And then one more guy we have to show you. I'm trying to get this guy set up. He's had some issues. He's had legal issues with one of his exes, and he's been through the ringer. This next guy I'm about to show you really been through the ringer. I'm trying to set him up with maybe one of the nice gals on the panel tonight. So I'm going to show you, and you tell me if you're interested, and I'll get you guys set up. Pull it up. All right, scroll up. Scroll up. All right, so his name's Felix. His name's Felix. Great guy, nice guy. You know, he does abuse his ADHD medication a little bit. But he's a great guy, very nice, very friendly. Hey, he's like a handsome guy, you know, he's not bad looking, you know. Anyways, so the question is, would you date him?
He's better than the last one, but still no.
Still no. Why do you make the face when you say that's kind of rude?
I just like his style. He looks like very much like a gamer boy who just like
He
stays
is
in day all
a
day.
game- yeah. Yeah, true.
Yeah, it's not really my type.
Okay.
But he's like
Would
good looking.
I might have at one point before I saw what he likes to wear, his personal like clothing style. He likes to wear clothes look like somebody like either jizzed on him or like a bird shat on him. So that made me really question his sense of judgment. So for that reason, no.
What?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Wow.
Yeah.
Felix wears clothes that were shat on by birds.
But like not actual birds.
Like Dior runway.
Yeah, it's like at least he actually has birds that shit on him, right? It's not like choosing to get fake clothes that look like it happened.
All
It's
right.
weird.
What about you? Would you date him?
Yeah, if I liked his personality.
Okay. Would you date him?
No, he looks like a Temu Justin Bieber.
Timu, Justin Bieber. Would you date him?
Brutal.
No.
Would you date him?
Yeah, but am I gonna have to deal with the legal stuff with it?
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
Would you date him?
I'm demisexual, so there's a chance.
Okay. All right. I'll try to get you guys set up after the show. And
What the fuck is a demisexual? What is that?
There's sapiosexual, demisexual.
Yeah, but what?
Okay, let me
what is
explain.
it?
I just wanted to do that as contrast. The demisexual is emotional driven attraction, and then sapiosexual is intellectual driven attraction. It's very simple.
I'm a sapiosexual, so I typically don't care what people look like, but I can't vibe with guys who have
You're all
no
homosexuals.
opinions, can't talk,
Fucking
aren't
ridiculous.
intelligent, and I'm more likely to be
I'm a
turned on by a guy who can,
this sexual,
talk.
I'm that sex. Come
Or
on.
have witty banter, that gets me going more than somebody having a lot of muscle or
Yeah, I know.
a
The
ton
really
of
hot
money.
guys, that doesn't do it for me. It's the
No, I'm
really
actually not
witty
into guys who are
banner
super
from
muscular. I
the
like
ugly
dad
fuckers
bod.
that do
I don't
it.
like men who feel like they can over take over me, or like I wouldn't be able to like, because I've been in a lot of abusive relationships, so that I don't have a desire to be with a man who's like super big, because if things did get bad one day, I don't ever want to experience what I did.
What if he is extremely intelligent?
I don't know. Again, it's still like I actually am talking
left
to
a
someone
message
like
for
very
you.
briefly who is like much bigger, but he
that
is
was
so
you. I
was
smart.
pretty
But like the
impressed
thought of
with
like a
myself.
big
Yeah,
part
I
of why I
signed
never
it.
even want to like hang out with this person was like, what if he did? Like I said no,
No, I
and then
did.
try to like attack me or something, you know?
Because I'm a jerk.
So it sounds like unconventional answers typically stem from trauma of some sort, or
A
low
bit.
self-esteem or something.
Here, we're going to blast
I
through
just
these.
thought he was cute.
Going around the table, what would you want the minimum yearly income to be for your future husband?
Assuming that I make at least as much, 6 figures.
Okay, what about?
Wait,
I answered this.
wait, hang on a second. I'm sorry. Before we get to you,
Okay.
assuming you make the same amount, let's assume you don't.
Then I would lower the threshold, but I would also have to evaluate how
what?
much I'm making.
You're making nothing.
Oh, then I wouldn't even try and date. I would focus on trying to make some money.
Yeah, but assuming.
This is so far removed from who I am and like my goals. So
Yeah, I
it's
get
kinda-
it. But assuming you weren't making anything, you found the love of your life, how much would you want him to be making?
Sure, like 60 to 80,000.
Okay.
It also depends on where you're living, I guess.
Here.
But yeah. Then like 80,000.
Okay.
But I'd try and work.
What about you?
I answered this for my pre-influencer self living in Texas with middle class, like lower middle class parents. So I said 60,000.
Doesn't matter to me.
Yeah. Doesn't matter to me. Never. It never matters to him.
Doesn't matter to me.
So you date a guy who works at McDonald's?
Yes.
Like marry him? When you're 30?
Sure.
Okay.
I wouldn't be bothered by how much he was making. I might be bothered if he was miserable working there, or if they were overworking him, or, you know, if he didn't have any real big goals with his life.
What about you?
I don't have a preference as long as at least it's full time and like our combined, because I'm 50-50, so as long as our combined incomes are reasonably supportive, like I don't want to have to support a man again unless like we're married and like say something happens and like he needs me to take care of him. I don't want to ever enter a relationship again like being like the one who like buys everything for my partner and like they go to me for everything, you know what I mean? I want to be mutually exchanged, so.
All right, what about you?
I said 250K.
250,000.
Holy shit. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
What about you?
50K.
What about you?
I go off the triple A's. Attitude, aptitude, and assets. I mean, alignment.
How much does your husband make?
It's kind of a trick question.
Husband or your
boyfriend,
just
but
boyfriend?
he's an artist, so it's not like.
So nothing?
If he asked you to marry him today, though, would you say yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. You said you had some disagreements with the show. You just said yes. What are those? Or did we already get into those, maybe?
I don't remember getting into those.
Let's see. Okay, before we go into mine, can I get some more water, please? Sorry.
Uh-oh.
I'm parched.
Here we go.
Is that all the notes for? Okay.
Hello?
Oh, okay. Well, sorry to be holding up the show, folks.
Oh, it's not just she has to go and get the water. You need to wait to actually drink?
I was just wanting some time to figure it out, but yeah, I guess so.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, boy.
I do apologize, but can we go back to forced doctrine for a little bit? I didn't get a chance to weigh in there.
Is that an issue with the show, though?
Okay, fine. I mean, if it's not the show, then okay. How about, I see oftentimes with the show repeal the 19th Amendment.
That's not my position.
Okay.
Or mine.
Alrighty. Sorry, my bad.
Well,
I
it is
mistook
kind of
that.
mine, but for different reasons than it's most people's.
Okay.
What's an actual thing, though? Moving off of that?
Okay, not that one. Let's see. The highest good is for a woman is to bear children. I know we went over that, but
kind of already talked about
okay,
it.
okay, fine.
Smoky Man bad. That's usually a good place to start.
I'm sorry?
Smoky Man bad.
Here, how about this? You said in your notes,
That one's good.
a lot of men aren't worthy to submit to, and you believe it's because women have become too entitled.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that. I needed that. Yeah, I think that nowadays we have a disparity of quality of dating, and this goes for both sides, like the male and the female, where females are looking for a specific type of person, and it's all like vanity metrics. Like it's going to be, it's going to be like height or income or these various things. And whereas with men, they're concerned that.
Here, let me help out.
Okay, thank
I'll
you.
just move on. You said
Okay.
you were married, now you're divorced. Your longest relationship of 5 years, one night on Valentine's Day, at the end of your marriage, you told him you could be, I think you said to him, you could be anyone in the world right now as he was performing cunnilingus.
What?
So your husband of 5 years,
What the fuck?
you said you could be anyone in the world right now.
What the fuck is
do you?
cunnilingus?
I think I sort of understand what you mean. I mean, I think it's a terrible thing to say, but I think I see what you, like you're saying, like he's like interchangeable. Is that kind of what?
Yeah, I mean, this was during my first marriage. I started my relationship when I was 23, and I was still like trying to figure out myself. But we were still together, and
Were you trying to find yourself?
Well, no, I wasn't trying to find myself. But I think what I'm trying to say is I was still a fledgling trying to learn and grow. And this person, you know, it's difficult when it's like, oh, for your anniversary they buy you DoorDash for the anniversary dinner, and it's like brought to the house, and it's supposed to be like this romantic thing, and you might be able to go above and beyond and provide them like a homemade meal with like steak, like Wagyu steak and lobster and things like that, and have it not be reciprocated is tough to
Wait,
reconcile.
hang on, help me out here. You cooked him home cooked meals, and he got DoorDash for your anniversary.
Yes.
Was the DoorDash good?
I mean, it was cold. It was buco de beppo. If you've heard
Could he
of that.
cook?
He could cook. He was very good at cooking. It was.
Wait,
it was a
what does this
cop-out.
have to do with
My
the,
point being-
you could be anyone in the world right now?
My point being is that was towards the end. That was the end of our relationship because that was on Valentine's.
But can you
And
clarify what you mean when you said you could be anyone in the world right now?
that was me saying that I was feeling disgruntled in our relationship romantically, and I was.
Okay.
Yeah.
It means that you didn't give a shit about him, right? Isn't that what it means? Like if you could be anybody right now, you're just interchangeable with fucking Chuck right across the, doesn't that mean I don't really give a shit about you?
I would say that that's my take on what I thought at the time was being kind.
But yeah.
Even though it was brutally honest, I think it's better to tell somebody that you're disgruntled versus, commit adultery.
Yeah, sure, but what you were saying was I don't give a shit about you.
No, that is your words. You're creating a straw man to make my.
I'm trying not to, but
Well, you're doing it, and
oh
I
yeah,
think
well,
it's-
how do you give a shit about someone when you're like, you could be Chuck?
Because that's
you could
me
be
trying
Fred.
to
You could just be whoever.
I mean, I had said that again because I was.
You wanted him to know that you cared a lot less about him than he thought, right?
I just was trying to say that I was like falling out of love and that I don't understand.
So you cared a lot less about him.
Going down on you?
This was while he was going down.
While he was.
I was like,
That
you
poor
could
guy.
be anybody in the world right now. I was
This
not
is why
feeling.
I don't go down on women, by the way.
This is like
exactly
this is
why I
like
don't go
guys
down
that
on
come to
women.
my messages on OnlyFans being like, my girlfriend just broke up with me in this way, and they're so sad, looking for words of encouragement and asking for motivational videos just to cope. Like, this is that kind of story. That's heartbreaking.
Well, it gets worse. So,
Wait, what? It gets worse?
It gets worse.
Oh, no.
So, a couple days afterwards, you say that you guys got into an argument and you called him a tool. He got drunk and pointed a firearm at you while your 6-month infant was in the same room and said, "This is a tool for you to use." The infant said that? Or he said that?
I don't think the infant said it, Brian.
Yeah.
Sorry, my parsing there.
He said that to me after we had both said some awful things to each other. Mind you, I'm sending you these DM messages as a very short brief of what I had experienced.
Sure. No, I'm sure there's a lot. You said that marked the end of your marriage, and then 2 years later, he...
Did this guy... Hang on, real quick. This just occurred to me. This is your ex-husband, right?
He's my ex-husband.
Yeah. Did he by chance die by suicide?
It was an assisted suicide.
Wait, assisted? Are you... Wait.
I mean...
What do you mean assisted?
Means that he got into a confrontation with an officer.
Because he wanted to die?
life.
But is it because he wanted to die?
It's because he wanted to die, yes.
Why did he want to die?
That's a good question. But that's the sad part because...
You don't think it's because, like, his wife said that he was an interchangeable widget with everybody on planet Earth while he was trying to sexually pleasure her? You don't think that, like, that would be a contributing factor?
I don't think that a root
I don't need your help. You don't think... I don't need your help. Okay. You don't think that that's a contributing factor?
So... I'm sorry. Are you putting everything on this?
No,
one
I'm just asking.
incident?
I'm just asking you. Like, this sounds kind of miserable to me.
You know, I can sit here and defend my honor, but the thing is by doing that, it's also hurting like his honor, and I know that his family will be watching this, and this is part of.
Well, why did he do it?
And also, my daughter might be watching this in the future.
Okay,
too.
I understand, but why did he do it?
If there's like, how do you know why anybody, decides to opt out of life?
Well, I mean, if you were close to him for how many years after you were divorced did he do this?
2.
Not very long.
No, it's not very long, and so hence why his family, barred me from the funeral. I suppose.
Well, it's all coming together.
Put the responsibility on me.
Why would they do that?
I'm not them, so I couldn't even.
Why do you think that they would do that?
I would believe that they blame me for it.
Why?
Why would they blame me for it?
What reasons did they have for blaming you? You don't usually come up with reasons to blame a person for somebody else's death that are completely unfounded. What did they think?
Again, there is like transgressions that had happened. And it's like, are we overlooking the firearm aspects?
I'm not saying that he's not mentally ill. I'm just pointing out, I'm asking you a question, which is why did his family think it's your fault?
That's a public record that had happened.
I know, but why does his family think it's your fault?
So I had divorced him because of the domestic violence, and then 2 years after that we had divorced, and I was getting nothing from child support. 2 years after that, I mean, he's a principal solutions architect at Amazon, was doing $250K easy.
And he wasn't paying you, so what happened then?
So then I decided to date other people.
Okay.
And move on with my life, and then not try.
You didn't take him to court
for
child support?
Child support? No.
No?
No.
No. So why do they blame you then?
Could it be that there was history of trauma that he had?
Why did they blame you though?
Because yes, so okay, there was a text message the morning of the fateful day that said, "You don't have cancer. You are the cancer."
Who doesn't have cancer?
My ex-husband.
So you said that he didn't have cancer. He was the cancer?
Yes.
Oh. And so his
Holy shit.
family His family believes that you were a contributing factor to his death, the guy that you said was an interchangeable widget along with anybody else who was around when he was going down on you. And then the day of his death, you called him a cancer.
Wait, did he have cancer?
He stated that he did to his family and his friends.
But you said he didn't.
And then
Did he?
he did not.
Oh, but you stated that he was the cancer.
But I said mean things.
Did you say anything else to him the fateful day?
That was it.
No. And then the day before that, did you say anything mean?
Not to that degree, no.
But you still said other mean things?
I wouldn't. No, I didn't speak to him that way. No,
So, I mean, it sounds like his family has pretty good cause to think you might have been a contributing factor. So then he suicided by cop. How do they know he suicided by cop? How do they know that it was suicide?
Because when
Did he leave a note?
There was no note. He called a bunch of people and said that his daughter would, that he thinks that this is the best choice because he thinks his daughter would be better off without him.
Oh, and who would his daughter be better off with?
Not anybody.
Oh.
I mean, he is irreplaceable in that sense. He is irreplaceable.
So the day that this guy calls all of his friends and leaves a verbal diary behind that he's going to kill himself happened to be the day that you said that he was a cancer.
So I think that we are overlooking the mental health aspect of this.
Well, if you thought he was, hang on, if you thought he was mentally ill, why would you say shit like that to him?
I didn't know that he was that mentally ill.
Oh, really? The guy who pointed a gun at you? You didn't know he was that mentally ill, eh? Interesting.
I didn't know that.
I know that really it's usually mentally stable men who point guns at their wives in front of their infants.
Like I had divorced him for a specific reason of the firearm charge, and then after that,
Doesn't sound like a stable man. I don't know why you would send him a message calling him a cancer.
He was going through a lot. Well, he was
going through a lot.
He was going through a lot.
And then you triggered the breaking point, and he fucking killed himself,
like,
right? Like that's
This is unbelievable.
Well, it is unbelievable.
No,
It's
on your
unbelievable. It's unbelievable that I have to draw the details out. And it's being evasive when it's very clear that there was some shit that happened here.
This was not your fault.
How the fuck do you know?
What do you mean? Well, from what she's told us.
And what she's told us is that she drove the guy to fucking kill himself.
No, she did not.
Yes, she did.
People don't decide to kill themselves over one instance
because
in their
what
life when
she's
someone isn't good to them.
what she's describing, ladies, a pattern of behavior. She said I was mean a couple days before, mean a couple days before. The whole family
so
blames
much
her.
worse.
The whole family blames her.
No, yeah, because people need someone to pin on.
I know there's no reason. She just called him a fucking cancer the day he happened to kill himself.
I have had people treat me so much worse than that.
You're not a man, and your value of yourself is not you providing for your family and being a father and being a husband. Like a lot of men have this like sense of purpose in their life.
And I'm sorry if they choose to kill themselves over the fact that they treated someone poorly, therefore they retaliated, then that is their own fault.
It's really funny how quickly the sisterhood comes into effect.
No, it's not sisterhood. It's common fucking sense.
Did you ever think that perhaps a person who felt responsible might do their best to be evasive about the details of things? Because hang on, stop. Let me finish.
All right.
And then you can respond.
Go on.
That the details of the things, if we had the totality of them, may look very bad for them if they gave them to us. And so that's why they're particularly evasive when you ask them specific questions about circumstances. Doesn't that stand to reason? Or hang on, or do I sound like an unreasonable lunatic to you right now?
I can understand if that were the circumstance,
Good.
but that's not the circumstance.
Did you let me finish the interrogation before you weigh in then?
Okay.
Yeah,
Go
great.
on.
Great.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Yeah, great. So, well, it doesn't sound like it's much of a loss. She said that he could have been anyone. What did she lose?
Just because you don't want to be in a romantic relationship with someone who abused you doesn't mean that you don't value them. Because he lied about having cancer.
How do you know that?
What do you?
Because she says so.
If she is lying, then that is going to weigh on her conscience. But it doesn't benefit anyone here to try and call her a liar. I don't think you're lying.
Instantly dive in on the sisterhood without having any of the facts.
If she were a man, I would be saying the same shit.
Without having any of the facts, as I'm trying to get the facts. You could just wait until we got the facts and then made the assessment judgment. You couldn't help yourself. Had to come in on the sisterhood.
I couldn't help myself.
Fucking help it.
I couldn't help myself because this is an insane way to treat a person.
How did I treat her?
Well, you're accusing her of lying on something that you don't know anything about. She's been through something horrific.
You made the establishment first and made me. You demanded that I give you an assessment based on what I heard I did You didn't even let me
did not
finish.
demand that.
You didn't even let me finish the questioning because you were so butthurt
Yes,
that
I
she
am.
was giving details about something she could be responsible for.
No, you are
oh,
accusing
I'm
her
sorry.
of something. I'm not mad that you're asking her questions, but I am mad that you're accusing her
I
of
don't
something.
care what you're. I didn't listen. Based on only what I've heard, you asked for my assessment. I gave it.
And you're more than welcome to, and I'm
Great.
allowed to disagree, and I'm allowed
Yeah,
to feel
but can
however
you
I
at
feel
least
on that.
wait until we get the details?
Sure.
Great. So anyway, back to this. What else did you say to this guy over the previous 3 weeks? Was there massive fights going on? What was going on?
There's no massive fights. He was going in. Sorry, excuse me. In and out of rehab, so he was struggling with
What was he going in and out of rehab for?
alcohol.
Oh. So he's going in rehab. He was struggling.
He was struggling.
Why did you call him a cancer that day?
I said, "You don't have cancer. You are the cancer."
Yeah, why did you say that though? What did he do?
He was not supporting our daughter. Not supporting our daughter.
So he wasn't giving you money?
I wasn't getting anything, and I was having her the 100% of the time.
So why this guy's going so why this guy's going to rehab, and trying to kick alcohol, which is one of the worst addictions on planet Earth, and it can kill you. Actually, if you cold turkey from alcohol, it'll fucking kill you. Because you weren't getting any money from him, you called him a cancer. Is that right?
I think that it was not like directly as response to that. He had said something degenerate towards me, and we were bickering, and that's when I had
This guy who's
snapped.
going through rehab
Yeah.
said something. What did he say?
I think I don't recall the exact details.
Well, it must not have been that important.
Perhaps it was, but it was something that I had snapped at him for. That I was sick and tired of the lies because I didn't know what was what was our reality together.
Now, I never met you before. I didn't know anything about your story, your tale. I've never seen anything, but there was a reason that I guessed it was a suicide. What reason do you think that I guessed that and was basically right? What reason would I have to believe, just as a guess, and it was an easy one, that this guy committed suicide?
That I initiated the divorce?
No.
I'm not sure.
Well, I'll just tell you my assessment, just from like having talked with you for listeners. So I talked to thousands of women, right? But my guess, and you can tell me if I'm way off base, but have you been diagnosed with mental illnesses yourself?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
No.
None?
No.
You take no psychotropic drugs?
I do not.
You take nothing?
No.
Okay. Well, then I'm wrong. But I was right in the assessment on the suicide. Just saying. I'll leave it there.
Well, consider that men's suicide rates have just gone up.
Usually they go up because they're like veterans or they're homeless. Sometimes it's directly contributed because they're addicts, but oftentimes it's when they're addicts and they're going through a divorce and there's a lot of demands being placed on them while they're trying to get their shit together. That's where we get the contributions to these suicides.
And you can put the entire argument on me, but
I'm not putting the entire argument on you. I'm just pointing
and the
out that
responsibility square on my
there's
shoulders.
certain reasons why I assumed that this was a suicide and was right.
Highfalutin aura where you think that it has to be due to my like.
Well,
what,
he's
like,
dead
you
and
think
you
I'm
ain't.
Bipolar. You think I'm like schizophrenic.
Nope,
like,
I don't know what the diagnosis is.
What's been your anecdotal expertise on?
Anecdotal is right. So it's just like.
Guys.
When you have like elongated speech with people, you start to realize certain patterns of how people talk, and especially if you talk to different sexes, when they display mental illness with men, it's usually aggressive. Almost every single time I've seen it. They snap, they do things like this, and you can pull it out of them pretty quick. With women, it's usually you can see it usually when they can't collect their thoughts, they can't make coherent sentences, they become easily distracted, things like this. Usually that's a sign of things like, well, I don't know, like BPD and other, just a shot in the dark, you know what I mean? But that's just been my experience. It just didn't surprise me that the second you said that he was giving you cunnilingus and you said that he could have been anybody, I had a gut feeling he died by suicide. I just had a gut feeling.
So because I was feeling unhappy in the marriage, I chose to leave a marriage that was a danger, a threat to my daughter and I. After I said some words that I was just,
well,
I was kind of,
there's
I was
two sides
drunk on that day. I had
look, there's two sides to every story. There's two sides.
I mean, we can sit here and be pedantic on this, but the fact of the matter is you don't know the whole story. You don't know what he went through when he was an adolescent.
But I did guess that he committed suicide correctly, didn't I?
The essays he had to undergo through as a little boy. It's the people's lives.
That's exactly what you say to a guy who's experienced SA and was an alcoholic and had all kinds of anxiety. He's a fucking cancer the day he died.
He has family. He has 3 other brothers. He's got sisters. It's like you put all of it on me.
Do all of them blame you? Do they blame you for it?
No, not all of them do. I think it's pretty split, but it's his brothers are.
Wait, they barred you from going to the funeral?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is it's the dad that's the most, upset, and he's not going to tolerate someone that's going to that could cause disruption at their funeral. I think it was perhaps looking back, the better decision, even though it hurt me. I'm still processing what I could have done better as his wife. And,
maybe
I think
not say why he's giving you cunnilingus that he could have been anybody.
Sure. And so words carry so much impact. And so
they do.
If anything,
they do.
I was 26, 27 at the time, and I'm appalled how much these words can hurt people. When I was just Yes, I'm appalled at at the consequences of my ramifications, and if there's a way that I could take it back, I would, knowing what I know now. But
you don't sound very appalled. You said it's not on me.
I would like other people to. I mean, what can I do now? It's sad. It's upset. I like this whole conversation was brought up in a very combative way. I didn't even get to bring it up in my own tone. It was just kind of, this is how it was. Courtney. It's like, Courtney, let me just paint you in this bad light. And it's like, okay, paint me in this bad light. I just hope that at the end that people can understand how much impact words have, and then they don't block people, especially if they're truly hurting like that.
Hang on, what do you mean not block people?
Wait, really quick before you answer that. In what light would you wish to be painted in while your husband is attempting to give you sexual pleasure, where you say you could be anyone in the world right now, at least as it relates to that? What light would you like to be painted in?
I already said this, but I will say it again. I think that when someone is kind, they're going to say things that hurt versus do something like cheat and commit adultery. I mean, perhaps there was a better way I could have spoken that truth of feeling unattended for and ungratified. But we weren't having sex. It's not like we were having sex and it was just one time. It's like we were in a very long dry spell. All we did was we played video games together as our way of bonding. It's like we didn't really want to leave the house. We had this very much agoraphobic, did not aversion to going out. We loved each other's company, so I thought, and so I felt that we had maximum trust.
Just for the whole panel, I mean, we were gonna order some pizza. Does anybody want some pizza?
Yeah.
For me, right? I do. Well, no, but I do have to roll soon because I have debate tomorrow, and I gotta get some shut eye.
Okay. Yeah. So you want to stay for the pizza at least?
I'll stay for the pizza, of course.
We'll get something.
Of course. If you put pineapple on that fucking pizza, you're going over that balcony.
Pepperoni. Anybody vegetarian or anything?
I can't have beef.
Beef?
Just beef. But I can have any other meat.
Pepperoni's fine then.
Yeah,
pepperoni is
Pork. Yeah.
Usually a mix of pork and beef.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's pork and beef?
How about this? We'll do
The hell do I know?
1 pepperoni, 1 olive.
That's fine. Yeah.
Sausage?
What cheese is fine. Anything, literally anything but.
1 olive, 1 pepperoni. All right,
you.
we'll get some food for everybody. I'm sure you guys are a little bit on the hungry side. We have a super chat here from Nasho Nabo. Yeah, totally going to weigh on the conscious of someone smiling, telling the story of pushing someone over the edge while scoffing at her involvement in the end. Chair 7 is evil. Chair 4, wait, Chair 7 or?
Chair 7 is evil. Chair 4, oppositional defiant disorder. The entire family thinks she's at fault, but C4 believes her over the entire family. So he's referencing the conversation here. Because it's an uncomfortable conversation, he's saying Chair 4 wanted to jump in because it made her uncomfortable, which I understand. It made her uncomfortable. She wanted to jump in the defense. Sisterhood always does this. I'm very used to it. It's not, from my perspective, it's just a normal Tuesday, right? So I'm not upset about it. That's the way it always works. But that's what he's saying. He's saying that you jumped in, you were combative because you didn't like what you were hearing. So you jumped in order to cause a defense. It's very, very common.
I was combative because I think that it was a disgusting way to handle the conversation.
Yeah, I know. Women always think that everything is a disgusting way to do anything when you're trying to get to something that's factual.
We are more than welcome to disagree.
And I disagree, and I'm
Okay.
welcome to it, like you just said.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Finishing up some of the final notes. Let's do Melissa. You got some notes.
What did I say? Okay.
Uh-oh.
So you said in your notes you haven't had a boyfriend since 2021. Haven't really dated anyone consistently since. You've been on dates. You've had some short-term hookups, something unique. The last couple of years, you often do acid when you go on dates.
Yeah. Do.
Acid. Any little scoot into the table a little bit, just so we can.
What is the deal with bodybuilders and psychedelics, man? They go fucking nutso for
intense things. I don't know.
They go fucking wild for psychedelics.
Yeah. You said that you any other drug use or just the acid?
I mean, not on date. Like
Okay.
Well, you're not tripping on acid right now, or your pupils would be fucking the size of the Death Star.
I forgot it.
Yeah.
You should have taken acid on the Whatever podcast. That would have been
I actually
blast.
texted my best friend this morning. I was like, I forgot the acid.
Oh, great. Shoot. Well, you said that aside from the fact it's fun, it helps you engage very deeply and enjoy a conversation, even if you're not romantically interested in the person. So if you are romantically interested in the person, you don't take the acid?
No, that's not necessarily true.
Oh, okay.
And I don't... Oh, well, I haven't...
You're
been
like,
on
damn,
any
this
dates
person's
recently.
boring.
Are you microdosing, or you take a full tab of acid?
No, like a quarter tab.
Okay, yeah. So you're not. So you're like quarter.
enough
So you're
to be
quarter
like-
tripping. Yeah, you're quarter
Yeah.
tripping.
To
Okay.
like really have fun, but like no one knows besides
Yeah.
me.
You said you were hooking up with twins.
Yeah, I was.
And one of them turned out to be married.
Yes.
When you say twins, 2 guys?
Yes.
You did a devil's threesome?
One time we had a threesome. The
Wait, you
other
had-
times
wait,
were separate.
Did the twins do stuff with each other?
No.
Oh, okay.
Wait, have you had more than one threesome? Or like with different groups of people or whatever?
I had one in college.
In college, okay.
Yeah.
Wait, was it the Trend twins? You know who
They
I'm
do
talking
live
about?
in Florida though, yeah.
Okay. You said you got a super gay matching tattoo with a guy you were seeing for only 2 weeks, right before you moved out of state, and then you ended things with him over the phone a few weeks later.
Yes.
What? It was an 11.
And his says 11 too, so when we hold hands in the car, it's 11. How gay is that?
That's so cute. My ex and I have avocado tattoos matching, but he has the nut one in it. So it's like, I was like, he would fill me up or whatever.
Oh,
yeah, and I
gross.
had to empty out. I'm sorry. Sorry. Don't get matching tattoos with your exes.
I don't know. I think mine's funny.
Yours is way cuter than mine.
Wait, so just to be clear,
I did. Did I hear that right?
Yeah, can you?
Yeah.
Wait. Can you
Yeah, explain this again.
Can you repeat that again?
We both have a half of the avocado, but he has the nut in the avocado.
And the
so then-
seed?
yeah, the seed.
Okay.
Yeah, same thing.
Because
But you call it the nut
But
because
the joke was that like he always told me it was more lovey-dovey, but everybody always took it super sexual, so we just kind of like ran with that.
it's pretty fucking super sexual.
I mean, you like to sleep.
He
with your
has the
partners,
nut and
don't
is filling you up. I mean, what the fuck? Like,
Oh, I hope my partner is filling me up, so or else I probably don't want to be with them.
so romantic. Just
Or else I'm gonna have to take care of it myself.
send
Matching
the
avocado
nuke.
tattoos.
Send the nuke again. Please send
Here,
the
I'll
nuke.
send the asteroid.
Yeah, I like dark humor, so it worked out for me.
And we
It sounds
are
like one
all
of those
dead.
you had to be there.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Good times. Okay. Matching. Do you guys have matching tattoos?
We don't
or-
have any
No
tattoos.
tattoos. No tattoos. Okay. Oh my goodness. This guy is on fire.
Robert Tanner donated
Thank you, man.
$1,001.
Thank you, Robert. You're fucking
Enjoy
legend.
champagne with your pizza. Thanks, Brian and Andrew. Appreciate you guys.
Yo, Robert Tanner, thank you, man. You're a fucking legend. I'll wait to pop it for a few minutes, and we'll wait for the pizza. But thank you, man. That's very, very kind of you.
Mr. Tanner, nice to see you again.
Oh, I guess. Yeah, take that empty one. Oh, what the heck?
And Meow donated $69. What's insane is the women have zero empathy about a puppy story. They only care about her not looking like a bad guy. So much emotional intelligence.
I guess this is a good moment to say that we're gonna be doing a roast session in a little bit. So the roast is going to be $69 TTS, or if you have a Q&A, you can do Q&A roast. We'll do $69.
You're gonna get roasted so hard on the pimp suit, dude.
I'm okay with
You're gonna get roasted
He
so
might
hard.
get compliments.
He
on
might
it.
get compliments.
He
True.
looks sharp, Andrew. I think
Are you gonna start wearing a pimp hat?
yes, but a fuzzy,
A fuzzy pimp.
a like Halloween costume. Let's see here. Finishing off Melissa's notes. The matching tattoo. You know what?
You're gonna tell that one story, right?
We're gonna. What's that?
Nothing.
Uh-oh.
Don't worry about it. But here, we'll do a
Wait.
few
No.
things.
What you just said? The one story?
There's a story on
What's the story?
It's a blowjob story. I don't.
Oh, I didn't even.
Yeah. Okay. We can do that.
Well, I'll see. I'll see when I get back to it. We're gonna do a couple things from the questionnaire. There's a lot. We're definitely not gonna do everything, but really quick. 24. Women are the primary victims of war, not men. You say both are victims.
Yeah.
But you do acknowledge that
In
men are
different
the
ways.
Sure, but you acknowledge that at least when it comes to war, men are more the victims than women.
I mean, I think they're affected in different ways, but do you mean like death count? Because they fight in the wars?
No. More like this. Here would be my argument. You can get over trauma, you can't get over death. That would be my argument. So therefore, men are more victims in war than women are.
I mean, yeah, I think you'd also have to look at the war. Like when I think about what's going on in Sudan right now, like I'd say women are in a way like very much victims.
What's going on in Sudan?
Like there's a lot of like mass rape and torture.
Yeah, that's true, but men are still primarily the ones dying.
I mean, it's kind of hard. Okay.
So let's say
on one hand, you're saying like, okay, a man is more likely to get shot there. A woman's more likely to get assaulted and watch her whole family get assaulted
True.
and watch her man.
Do you
get
agree
killed.
with me that that's
kind of hard to
Do
tell.
you agree with me that that's highly traumatic?
Yeah.
Do you agree with me though that
I'd rather die than have to go through that, if I'm being honest.
Oh, really?
Than to watch my children
Yeah.
get assaulted and killed. Yeah,
I mean, well, the thing is that while that does happen, that's not the commonality. And so the thing is like in warfare, if you agree with me that trauma is something that you can adhere to and something that you can deal with and something that many people can even place behind them, then even if it's traumatic for
as
women,
long as you acknowledge that many people can't fully. Like you mentioned veterans killing themselves.
many can't. But when you say many, like how many are we talking?
Also, it's not just trauma. Like war affects you permanently in other ways, like economically. You
That
also
sounds
lose
like it's all trauma though.
in a way, sure.
Yeah, so
But
it's like
that's
you
also
can
kind of hard to get over.
You can move away from trauma. You can't move away from fucking death.
Okay, men probably die more often in wars.
Yeah. So then if one can be healed from and one can't, then how is one not worse than the other?
I mean, again, I don't think. I mean, a woman can heal from that trauma, but like a lot
But
of
men
the time,
can't
don't.
heal from the trauma of death. Do
Death
we
isn't
agree?
trauma, is it?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's a very traumatic
Isn't
thing to
trauma
die.
something you're actively facing?
Like death?
Okay, I thought you meant like lasting trauma, like something that you experience.
I mean, it lasts as long as you're alive to experience that death. And so it's like, you can't get over that because you're fucking dead. So it seems to me like if the argument is like, well, women get a lot of trauma.
If you want me to say that men die more often in wars than women,
No, that's not what I'm after. We already agree that that's true. What I'm after is that the primary victim, if you have a victim non-victim relationship, if the idea here is that trauma for women is victimization, I agree. But that's something that can be at least dealt with. Death is permanent. So if death is permanent, how could you not be the primary victim if you die?
Oh wait, also when you say like men are dying a lot more often, you're talking about like people who are like fighting.
No, I mean just overwhelmingly they die more. They even die more often in support roles. Let's be real. Because they're the ones who are building the power lines, they're the ones who are digging the ditches, they're the ones who are doing all that
Well,
shit.
we're talking about war, right?
Even in war. Even in war,
But, like,
the
if I
support
think
roles.
about it-
Even in war, the support roles are going to be men dying still, even as opposed to women in support roles.
Are men like targeted more in wars?
Well, it's not just a matter of targeting; they just have more dangerous jobs,
Okay, well yeah, men have more dangerous jobs than women. Sure.
so they're going to die more. If that's the case, then women can heal from trauma. Like if I gave you the percentage of women who die in wars, it's extremely small. I mean, we can pull it up. In fact.
Okay, I guess what I'm saying is like, women aren't in like, would you say women are like in a much better position when it comes to war?
Yes, because you can heal from trauma. You can't heal from death.
But you can't always heal from trauma.
But you
It's
have
possible, but
you
you can't.
always have a chance to heal from trauma. You have no chance to heal from death.
Okay, I agree with that.
Yeah.
But what I'm still saying is women are so affected by war that it like, you can say there's a difference, but like, you would have to acknowledge like both are severely affected.
Yeah, but we're looking for the primary. So if out of two,
Okay, as long as women's suffering during war is not dismissed, especially when they also are subject to certain kinds of
not at all. It's
Okay,
not
that's
dismissed
good.
at all.
Also, when they're subject to certain kinds of suffering in certain cases, like Sudan, that's like really horrible.
I mean, you still
you have 3-year-old girls getting
even then,
assaulted.
let's say a woman has to watch her entire family get killed in front of her. I still think that that's preferable to her being one of the members of her family killed in front of her, because that's a permanent condition. And the trauma is something which can at least be dealt with. So you would agree that there's at least some women who go through that situation who can deal with that trauma long term. Though it affects them horribly, I agree. They at least have a chance. If they're
that's like
fucking,
torture.
hang on, but if they're dead, they don't. They don't even have the chance.
I mean, the way I almost see it is like if you're alive in that circumstance, it's so torturous.
It's
like,
torturous,
what a woman
but you
may
have
be going through in Sudan
but you
right
have
now.
a chance to heal from it, or you have a chance to deal with it. You have at least a chance to do that. And if you're dead, that chance gone.
I don't think any woman's going to heal from like all her children dying.
Listen, do you think that women haven't seen that in war before and went on to continue with life clear up until an old age? Because they have. And yes, the trauma's with them and it's horrible, but they at least have that chance. The dead don't have a chance because they're dead. So I think that would be the primary victim, right?
Okay, by the metric of death toll, then yeah, men are affected worse, but both
Yeah.
are severely badly affected.
Well,
That's all
so
I'm saying.
we acknowledge that terrible things do happen to women during wartime. It's not just roses and daisies for women, although for many it is. For prime example here would be, I know
I don't
you're
think war's
hold
ever
on.
roses and daisies.
Well,
Continue.
hold on.
Well,
So,
then
for example, in Ukraine, all the men had to stay. They were barred, even men who weren't actively even in the military,
from leaving.
All the men had to stay, physically prevented from leaving. All the women, if they were so inclined, could leave. And many of these women, where did they go? They went west. United Kingdom, Stockholm, Italy, wherever.
Got refugee status,
They went to the United States. They went to Miami. Within 2 weeks of the Ukraine war breaking out, you had Ukrainian women who were in Stockholm, Stockholm, Sweden, and they were in the hottest nightclubs there, partying and getting fucked by hot Swedish dudes. Explain to me how the Ukrainian women in the Ukrainian conflict have it worse than the Ukrainian men?
I never said they had it worse.
So who's the primary victim of war, at least as it relates to the Ukrainian war?
Well, in that case, men.
In that case, men. Many women, and this isn't just related to the Ukraine conflict, many women have the option to flee.
Okay,
They
so
can escape.
what you're saying is in certain situations, women will have an advantage in war.
Most
I'm
situations.
saying, I would also say
You can point to Sudan. I can point to 99% of wars that have ever occurred. Men have had it worse. What is a male life worth to you?
Like
what is the calculus for you? Because you're saying, okay, the worst outcome for a woman would be like torture or rape or something, right? So then, how many men would you be willing to let die to prevent one rape?
0. I wouldn't want anyone.
Would you allow one man to die to prevent one rape?
No. I wouldn't allow a man to die. I never said women's suffering was worse than men's, did I?
I mean, then why are you? I'm not sure why you're arguing.
When I said,
but
I mean, look, I wasn't
clear,
aware of the statistic that men experience.
How about what if we took it this way? Would you let one man die to prevent 10 rapes?
That's a tough question.
15?
It's like, that's a tough question. I'd say
It
they're
is
like
a tough
similar.
question.
They're on similar levels.
If they're on similar levels, then that would mean that there would need to be at least 15 rapes for every one man dead for the women to be.
I mean,
the
it's kind of hard to
hang on.
quantify that.
That would mean, though, the entailment of that would mean it would be at least, at the very least, 15 rapes per every man dead that would be necessary for women to be the primary victims in that conflict.
I never said women were the primary victims.
So then,
even in my original, this is a topic, I'm going to be honest, I'm not very educated on. Even in my original paper, I never said that women were the primary victims. I just said,
yeah, no,
all
but
I
I'm
said
asking
was
you,
both
based
are
on
very
the information you have
affected.
now, would you say men are the primary victims of war?
Well, in terms of death, yeah.
Well, not just in terms of death,
Okay, sure.
but yeah, okay. Got it.
But not by, okay. I would still say women suffer severely to the point where.
Don't disagree that women suffer. Never disagree with that.
I think that's fair enough then.
Right, but you wrote both are victims. So that
Both are victims in war.
Yes, of course. Women do suffer during wartime.
That's all I'm saying.
But are they both equally victims?
Well, now that we've had this conversation, like we've established death as like the worst thing that can happen to you.
Do you think that?
Men, I mean, again, like personally.
Like under most circumstances, you do, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to look at it from a super personally biased POV.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But under most circumstances,
I would view being drafted as being a victim. It's like, would you say it's a victim when a child gets taken from its home? It's like if the guy does, if it's an involuntary draft, then I would say that's a victim.
Well, all drafts are involuntary. You wouldn't have to draft, right?
Right.
That's the whole point. So, and you make a good point here. And, I brought this up earlier when we were talking about force doctrine, right? It's the idea that men, and who has to sign up for the draft here?
I don't agree with the draft.
Yeah, but who has to sign up for it here?
Well, men have to sign up for it, but I still don't.
Do women?
No.
Yeah. Do you know why?
Because men are physically stronger than women.
It's because the United States government has done nothing but test battlefield capabilities since.
When's the last time they implemented the draft?
It was in the Vietnam War.
That's a while ago.
Slavery was a while ago. Does that no longer matter?
Yeah.
Does that not have an impact on Black Americans?
But worse is it wasn't that long ago. It was during my dad's lifetime. So it wasn't that long ago. It's not like we're talking about, ancient history here. And it could be re-implemented, and men still have to sign up for it and women don't. And the reason is because the U.S. government and governments around the world, when they have any type of conscription, they look at the entire history and the competence of, who on the battlefield could actually do the job, and they always come down to men.
Well, I agree. Men are victims of the draft. When I said both, also I was thinking about how there are certain types of suffering that only women will be able to experience during war. Like my head went to in Gaza, women who are pregnant, they don't have access to the medical the medical care that is needed for that kind of situation. And like women who are breastfeeding in that situation literally are drawing from their own like nutritional storage to the point where they're like becoming malnourished themselves. And like that's just an example of something I thought of that would only directly affect women during war. But obviously, like by every other metric, men experience die more.
Sure, I think I'd be willing to grant that.
And also, women are subject to rape a lot more than men. But continue. Sorry.
Yeah, women have unique issues that they face in all kinds of facets of life. I just think it's an interesting thing to push on. You saying that would be akin to me saying, you know what, when women go through the struggles of like pregnancy, you know, when I'm sitting by my future girlfriend, wife's bedside, and she's squeezing my hand really hard, when she's pushing a child out of her vagina that's maybe ripping her apart a little bit.
I've been there.
Poor Andrew's hand was squeezed really hard and it was bruised for a couple days. And he's the primary.
Actually, most of it was my wife swearing at the midwife and calling her a fucking incompetent idiot, which I thought was funny. No, you fucking idiot! I was like, yes.
It'd be like us men saying, well, us men are the. I wouldn't say, as it relates to pregnancy, I wouldn't categorize it under like a victimization, but I'll say suffering. I think women suffer from physical pain, and there's probably stress related to pregnancy. That would be like me saying men are the primary sufferers of pregnancy, because they have to witness their wives being in pain, and their wife squeezes their hand really hard when she's giving birth or something.
I'm a little confused on what that has to do with what I said.
Well, he's just trying to make the analogy. So it works something like this. I suffer watching all of the pain that my wife is in when she is pregnant. And I suffer having to watch her give birth, and it does damage to her, right? Mm-hmm. It's very traumatic. And so the thing is, though, is like, but which is more traumatic? Her giving birth or me having to witness it?
Her giving birth.
Right. And so the analogy that he's drawing is like, which is more traumatic? The fact that you have to witness your husband's death or you die, right? He's trying to draw the parallel that way.
You already said death was like the worst thing.
Yeah, I get it.
I already got on with that point.
All right, I'm going to blast through these. The pizza should be here soon. Let's see. Women do not have equal rights to men in the USA. Lola, you agree with that statement? Why is that?
Sorry, before I make a bold claim, I want to make sure this is something that I do genuinely still agree with, because this is something we discussed last time.
Well, you circled it today, so.
I did, and then there have been, 8 or so hours since of discussion.
We've changed your mind on that, I guess, even though we didn't really talk about rights too much.
Well, I do think that there was an important discussion about defining rights, but yeah, again, that one's not too fresh in my mind.
Well, yeah, if we're rights are social constructs.
Sure. So if we're talking like government-given rights, like laws and stuff, then no, I don't agree with that statement. If we're talking, are they treated equally in society?
What government-given rights?
I'm sorry?
What government-given rights?
I think she says that government-given rights.
Government-given rights, I think we are equal under the law.
Okay. Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah.
What social rights?
I think socially women are assumed to be less competent.
At some things.
I mean, I've been in plenty of situations where my gender doesn't necessarily play a role in the conversation being had, yet.
I don't think that women are socially viewed as being incompetent at nursing, for instance. They're not usually socially viewed that way. They're not usually socially viewed as being incompetent as being kindergarten teachers. They're not.
Yeah, not at everything.
They're only the things that men are actually more competent at, right?
No, because I also don't think that they're more competent at nursing.
Can you give me an example of a thing that women are viewed as being more incompetent at than men?
Math.
That isn't a thing that men are better at math than women.
Based on what?
Pull it up. You'll see at the edges. Yes, they're better at math, unfortunately for you.
How is this quantified?
Well, actually, this is easily testable Just like IQ is easily testable.
Yeah, you
yes.
take, okay, sure.
Yeah,
you take a
so, like,
sample
what do you-
size
yeah,
of however,
of course, yes,
and that
they're better at
represents
ma-
the
yes,
entire
they're-
gender.
Yes, actually, yes. In this particular case, yes, you can quantify that men are better at mathematics than women. Yes.
I don't necessarily think so. I think you can say a man is more likely to be better at math than a woman, but I don't think that it's fair to be treated as if it's something you can't possibly be competent in, which
That's
is something
not my
I have
point.
personally
My point
experienced.
isn't whether or not.
I'm not-
It is the case that women can be viewed as less competent than men in a field. I asked you, what field is it that men are not better at, that women are viewed as being incompetent in, that they're actually
Okay.
better at than men? What?
Okay, sure. In that case,
Nothing.
I can add something.
Right? Nothing?
could I have a moment?
Sure.
I don't know. I think that I have been viewed as less competent in nearly every school subject by different people.
That's not what I asked. What I didn't
And I
ask-
don't think that's something that women
What
are
I
not-
asked is,
yeah.
what socially are women viewed at being less competent in that men aren't actually more competent in?
Any history subject I've taken in school?
What? Men are
This is not
far.
a career.
There's way more historians that are men than women. way more.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you now: is your claim going to be in regard, like in whatever I say, that men are just better at everything?
No, my claim will only be that in the subjects that men, or not just the subjects, but occupations that men are better in than women, on average, are going to be the occupations that you can point to that women are seen as less competent than men in. And I think that that's a rightful social assumption, because men are generally better in those fields. And the fields that women are generally better at than men, they're not.
I think occupations are more densely packed with men for other reasons other than competence.
Like what?
Oh, Brian and I have already been here. Women are strongly encouraged not to be educated, and that's only something that's been combated
They're
very,
strongly
very
encouraged
recently.
to be educated.
Very, very recently. That is something that's been combated.
How recently?
Like
I would
the
say
last
within the
30
last
fucking
10
years?
years.
No, the last 30 years. They've been running campaigns that women need to go to college for the last 30 years.
last
Why do you
10
think?
years?
Yeah, I was being. I grew up being told.
Hold on.
Yes.
Really quick, just one quick stat here. Since it's either 1979, 1980, women have been going to college more than men. So women who graduated in 1980 are now 65 and they're retired. So that's an entire workforce generation of, you've had women who have been participating in college, graduating
And
from
much
college,
better educated.
graduating with degrees from college since the 1980s.
You guys just made the argument that the Vietnam War wasn't that long ago, but the 1970s, it's suddenly like stale old history.
Well, you said 10 years ago.
I do think that within the last 10 years is when it has become more socially pushed that
Let's
women
just-
should value an education.
I'll just go ahead and grant it, right?
Okay.
They're still not going into STEM fields.
I disagree with that.
There's more women in med
I
schools
can.
right now.
I also can speak.
Wait.
Yes.
Right?
STEM,
Correct me if I'm wrong.
STEM fields.
Med school STEM.
Well, here's the thing. Even if I grant that medical is,
It's
we have to
science,
take
that's
STEM
S.
fields as all STEM fields. Yeah?
Okay, but it's a very important part of STEM.
Sure.
Science, technology, engineering, mathematics. That's what
They're
STEM
not going
stands for,
into
not
those.
medicine.
They're not going into those fields. Why? Because they have no interest in them.
Yeah, I think another
This
big
isn't
part
true.
of it.
If it's not true, then why is it that they're actually decreasing their participation in STEM? Why?
Women?
Yeah.
I truly don't know what to tell. I'm sure that you have some stats to,
These,
based on what you're saying.
these aren't
But what I-
stats which are particularly controversial. It's either you're going in to get a degree in STEM or you ain't.
Okay, sure. From my perspective, I mean, I can only speak on anecdotal what I've experienced. I'm a college student right now. The majority of men I am friends with are not STEM majors. The majority of women I am friends with are STEM majors.
Yeah, fucking right.
I
Yeah,
really,
fucking
I'm sorry.
right.
I do feel the need to point out that every time,
What a crock of fucking
every
horseshit.
time something doesn't align with what you
Biggest
believe,
crock of fucking horseshit I've ever heard. The women that you know
Yes.
are all going into STEM,
They are.
and the men are. What are the fields the men are going into?
poli-sci. I have friends in econ. I have friends in English. I have friends in writing and
And what
literature
are the
with
women
me.
going into that are STEM fields?
My brilliant roommate is a biology major.
Oh.
She's double majoring in biology and history, but with a I don't know what her minor is. I have more female friends in biology. I have a female friend in chemistry. I have some female friends in writing and literature. with
You
me.
know what? I'll even grant all this to, even though I think you're full of shit.
You're more than
What are you going in for?
writing and literature.
And what are you going in for?
Psychological and brain sciences,
And
pre-med.
and you,
I'm
college
pre-med.
She's
educated?
pre-med.
I was in photojournalism. But I dropped out.
Interesting.
College?
I didn't
into
finish,
the mic.
but-
Into
But what were you going for?
Kinesiology and dietetics.
Okay.
Health and nutrition.
Okay.
Computer science.
Uh-huh.
So
one?
It's just not.
There's one?
I'm going into STEM. I'm
Kinesiology?
trying
What's STEM?
pre-med. I'm trying to go to med school.
wants to be a psychiatrist.
Yeah, that didn't work in your favor.
That is
That's
not a
not kind of
STEM
doctor-
field.
That did not just work in your
Psychiatry
favor.
has to be-
Yeah, you just heard what I said. Psychology is not a STEM field.
No, I
it's a
understand.
pseudoscientific
It's
nonsense.
psychiatry. It's about understanding psychiatric medication, which is heavily
What is it
science-based.
called?
Psychiatry?
You said you're going in to be a psychiatrist.
Or some other kind of doctor. I'm still open to other specialties.
But right now, what are you in for?
My major?
Yeah.
Psychological and brain sciences, which is a BS.
Do you know what
Bachelor's of
pre-med school
Science.
is? You have to take a major such as this to eventually get into med school.
Tell this to my chem professor.
Yeah,
I'm
this
doing
is
way too much chem
unbelievable.
right now.
By the way,
It's common sense.
UCSB, there's like a pretty crazy gender ratio. And like I think it's like 55-45. So it might actually parse just because of the gender ratio.
Andrew,
No, but
I was
it can't be
gonna
possible that I'm
literally
telling the
still
truth.
don't believe it. I just don't believe it.
Okay, I do think
For
that
my
it is
major,
important
it's a
to.
bachelor- For
Sorry.
my major, it's a bachelor's of science. I'm
It's a
required-
bachelor in bullshit.
I'm required
It's a
to
fucking
take.
psychology degree. Bachelor in bullshit.
Okay, can I say?
Yeah,
something?
you can say whatever you want.
I'm
Doesn't
supposed
matter.
to take science classes. I have to take a chemistry sequence this year, a biology sequence the next year, physics sequence the next year.
All right, let me ask you a question. You're second year?
I'm a first year.
Oh,
I
you're
just started.
first year. You just started?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. What year are you?
I'm a third year.
And your literature?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think historically you are correct, but we might be seeing a new future with all the independent women. Who knows?
No, we ain't seeing a new future.
Educated.
They're not going into
Who
STEM
knows?
fields.
But
They're
I
not
think-
doing it.
No, I think mostly women. A lot of them tend to want to do more nurturing things in life, whether it's professionally or just personally. So some don't join the career field because they became mothers. They drop out of their
Yeah, that's
job.
true.
So a lot of women
But I'm
do
just
that.
talking specifically about STEM versus non-STEM when it comes to
No,
men and women.
absolutely.
And they're just not going into STEM fields.
Is medicine STEM?
Yes.
Is psychiatry medicine?
No.
Yes.
No.
Psychiatrists
Medicine's
are
still
doctors. They have MDs. They go to medical school.
The thing is,
they
it's
have
like
to study all the same stuff
they're
that
doing.
other doctors do.
Here's the thing, right? It's like
They're prescribing medication.
I agree that they're doing prescriptions for medication, right? But as far as me considering psychiatry not quackery, just like psychology, I still consider them both quackery.
What do
I
you mean
consider them pseudoscientific
That's an
pursuits.
opinion though. Like, what does the internet say?
Why don't we do
What
some,
does the
can we do
internet
some
say?
fact checking on
Google,
that?
not
please?
like the internet. I'm just
I'm just
curious, like
curious.
actual statistics of that.
I don't know. I think medical and psychiatry, psychology, even, and
That's
teaching.
your categorical
Yeah,
preference.
yeah, I know. And teaching, I think those are all nurturing careers, so it's still not STEM.
Psychiatry's
Like
not
it's not like plain math. It's not like computer science. I feel like those statistics are still less female.
Yeah, I just I still consider even psychiatry unless specifically like it's specifically about neuroscience and you're mapping out the brain or something like that.
You have to study
Sure.
medications and how they affect the brain.
I'm sorry, I do have to move on just for the sake of time. Really quick, Savannah, you had circled that too. Women do not have equal rights to men in the USA. Why did you say that?
Well, my perspective and what I was thinking is that women not having a choice of an abortion in some states, that was where, and it just comes down to
Okay.
not being able to have bodily autonomy.
So besides that, anything else?
No, not
I
necessarily.
actually don't even understand that one. Like,
I don't
women can't have abortions, but neither can men. Sounds like equal rights to me.
Yeah, but men aren't being told that they.
Can men have abortions?
No, but they could have vasectomies, and they're not being forced into that.
Can
to
women have their
prevent-
ovaries fried? Can they have hysterectomies? Are they allowed to have their tubes tied? Yes, they are. So the thing is, like, men can't have abortions, women can't have abortions. Sounds equal. What's unequal about that?
Okay.
It's just like gay marriage. Yeah, they're always like, well, two men can't get married, or two women can't get married. Who could marry a woman? It's like, it's so bizarre to me because I always think on the equality thing. It's like, how is it if you have men who can't have abortions and women are not allowed to have abortions? How's that not equal? Somebody explain that to me.
How I was thinking about it is that men are able to make health decisions about their health and the things that are happening to their body.
But it's just like straight men can't marry men and gay men can't marry men. That's equal.
if men can't get abortions, women can't get abortions. That's equal. Like that's what I've never understood the argument for equality there.
Okay.
I just never have. If it's in gay marriage, same shit. Yeah. Well, I can't marry a man. It's like I can't either.
I think because we're talking about equal rights, that relates to a comparison between men and women. So you would have to assert that men possess a right that women don't. In this case, women possess a right in certain states that men don't. Obviously, though, either men can you would have to have either men can prevent women from getting abortions or men can force women to get abortions, neither of which is the case. So
it sounds like it's equal right to me. Like even if it was the other way around, you could say if abortion is legal, okay, well then I guess men could get abortions and women could get abortions, but it would be equal the opposite way too, right?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
All right, women are oppressed in the USA, to which Lola, you said you think women are oppressed in the USA. Savannah, you think women are oppressed in the USA. Courtney, you think women are oppressed in the USA. We'll start with Courtney. Courtney, why is that?
I think since antiquity, women have not been able to be represented fully. And so when first wave feminism came by and granted us like the ability to have, equal property rights, like after marriage, it's like that enabled women to be able to divorce. And because the only other two reasons for divorce under marital law was
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but just for the sake of moving things along properly, the statement is women are, not women were. So as you're talking about historical inequalities that you believe existed.
So now
are women currently oppressed in the United States?
Okay, my apologies. I believe that this is kind of a more metaphysical standpoint, but I think that women are oppressed by their birth clock by taking about 30.
Sorry.
So I'm just saying there's a lot of pressure on women.
How's that a metaphysical claim?
And how would that be oppression?
But most importantly, how's it a metaphysical claim? Wouldn't that be an ontological claim?
She's watched too much of your stuff, Andrew, and she's heard you say metaphysical.
Yeah, but that's it. I mean, you're talking about being here, right?
I'm looking for the word, but it's not a direct physical oppression. So, okay.
It's like an oppression of nature.
It's an oppression that women are so pressurized to find that partner before they're 35. It puts a lot of pressure on us. And I also believe because of that, women are oppressed each other because we are in competition by the time we're 35. It creates a very chaotic landscape for dating.
So then who are they oppressed by?
By other women.
No,
so
it sounds like they're oppressed by
women?
nature and their own desires.
Yeah, no shit. That literally sounds like you're just saying we have a biological clock that functions. If we want to have children, we have to do it within the confines of that biological clock. And so that creates competition, maybe?
Yeah, I don't think that's the government oppressing anyone.
No.
Yeah, I'm not saying the government. It just says, are women oppressed?
Well,
that was
are women
the question.
oppressed usually means is somebody oppressing them?
Yeah, there's an implication there.
Yeah.
There's a bit of an implication there. Okay, so also, Savannah, you also circled that. How are women oppressed?
After listening to the conversation here today, talking about how men have allowed women to have what they have from their benevolence, I think that I wouldn't circle that after hearing your opinion because it changed how I feel considering that. I do agree with you after considering it.
Good. Okay. And then Lola, how are women oppressed in the USA?
It's the same answer as my other one. Looked down upon. No. What I said before in response to the rights.
They're looked down upon?
Looked down upon, taken less seriously, less opportunity.
Less opportunity?
It's the same conversation we just had. I think that if women are taken less seriously, then they're less likely to be offered opportunities.
In DEI America? How?
Yes, in DEI America.
That's crazy.
DEI America is purely performative. It's not how companies actually operate. It's for show.
I see. So help me out here when we're talking about oppression, when you say social oppression.
Sure. I mean, again, I don't even think that oppression is necessarily the word that I would directly go for. But I do.
What word would you go for?
I would probably default to looked down on.
So not oppressed.
Sure, but I mean, my assumption of the question was that this would fit the category.
Okay.
I don't see how.
All
Okay,
right.
fair enough.
All right. Let's see. One sec. Hold on. And wait. Oh, we're gonna skip there. There was one here that I thought was interesting, but I cannot find it. No, we're not gonna do those. Here, I'll just do a few from here. Shona, you say men should provide and protect.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have a sort of traditional gender expectation on men.
I won't like. Again, I don't
you
believe in
straighten your
like
mic?
police. Yeah, I don't believe in like policing men and what they should do. Like as a man,
But your own preference.
Yeah, I prefer a man who would provide and
Okay.
or no, not provide, not financially like support me fully, but I'd say protect more so.
Protect. Okay. So
Appealing men to men for force? Just pointing that out.
But when you say protect you, do you mean like, for example, he should observe the sidewalk rule? So he should walk closer to, the cars are barreling down. He should walk closer to where, so he could, I guess, in some
that's
hypothetical, he gets hit by the car instead of you.
Well, those aren't even examples I would like think of like that come to mind. I think it's just more like instinctually just like having that attitude.
Okay. But you will keep your last name or hyphenated marriage. And what about your children? Will they
They'll
hyphenate?
have his, I'd probably
have his
hyphenate
name?
and they'd probably have his last name. But like also within a relationship with a man, like obviously like, there's certain expectations of like that men have for women to be like feminine and stuff like that. And I guess like that's the woman's role in that dynamic in my personal preference, like dating life.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Is there anything else that I find interesting on the questionnaire? Past should not matter. We'll just do that. Past should not matter, to which, let's see. Lola, you agree? Hold on. Melissa, you agree? Savannah, you agree? Courtney, you agree? Past should not matter as it relates to body count. I guess to make things simple, going around the table, past should not matter. Starting with Courtney then, I guess. What's your body count?
Not. I think in today's era, women promiscuity is looked down upon and it can have real world consequences. So I will not be answering that.
What do you mean by real world consequences?
Real world consequences. It's in the biblical days, it used to be like by any women promiscuity, they were killed. And in today's, in modernity, and yes, in modernity, it's not that way. I'm working my way to that. Thank you. It's that people might not accept you for a job. People may not date you. It's even appearing on this podcast. It poses that risk. It's like, it's of judgment. It's reputation disparaging. It's
Judge me.
All right. What's your body count? It seems like you'll be a good sport and answer the question. Into the mic.
I'm gonna be honest. From like 18 to like 22, I don't know. I hooked up with friends a lot.
Lost count.
Yeah. But since 2021, it's been like 7.
Okay. What do you think it was before 2021 though?
I was having fun. It was like, I don't know, the friends that I went out with and stuff. It was
Ballpark.
Oh, the number. Oh,
total. Let's just ballpark the total.
30.
Okay. What about you?
I lost count too, but I would say in the ballpark of 30.
Ballpark 30.
Probably like 13-ish.
13-ish. Okay.
4.
17 and 19.
17
a
to
foursome
19.
thing
Okay,
where it's
there
like
you
it's
go.
a
Yeah,
asterisk.
All right. What about you?
1. We got married very early.
1. Okay. Felicity, what about you?
2.
Does it bother you that your husband
Is a player?
He's a little ladies
No,
man.
I kind of find it
Ladies
flattering
man.
that he settled down for me.
He said, okay, there you go. All right. And Shona, BC.
Oh, body count?
Yeah.
0.
All right. Good times. Good times. You think the guy who you're currently dating, he could be the one?
I'm not dating him. We're just seeing each other, like getting to know each other. Like, doesn't dating imply relationship?
No, I don't think necessarily.
Dating.
We've not even gone on a
then
date yet.
relationship,
technically.
then
I don't know. Some people view
whatever's
dating
going
as
on.
like exclusivity, but I don't know. Just depends
Yeah.
on you, I guess.
Okay.
I think dating's a strong term, but maybe in the future. I don't think I'm going to be ready for a
You're
relationship for a
making
long
dates
time.
to meet up and see each other.
We've not had dates so far.
But you're seeing each other.
You're hanging out. I mean,
Situationship.
It's not a situationship. We're just talking right now.
If you meet up with a friend, it's a play date. If you meet up with a
Lover.
potential lover, that is also a play date.
Okay, I mean, by that standard, then sure. I don't. Just,
Getting to know
I don't know him. Like, we're not that close, or like close to being in a relationship yet, which is where I'm drawing the distinction. But maybe one day, who knows?
all right. I'm going to let some of the roast session come through.
Chaw XD donated $69.
Thank you, Chaw.
Wonderful stream tonight, boys. World-class interrogations as always. Was expecting to see Amouranth being dismantled tonight, but oddly found the two of them to be quite pleasant. Still hate sex work.
Any response there?
You didn't say
I hate it too. I just like the money from it.
Wait, sorry, repeat that.
I hate sex work too. I just like the money from it a lot. I don't, enjoy the concept of people
Is that-
feeling like
what
they
kind of
have
watch
to do
do you
that.
have? Just curious.
Yeah, this
Is it a
is
Rolex?
no, this is an AP.
Yeah, it's a AP Chrono Diamond Out. Yeah.
There you go. We have Cha again.
Chaw XD donated $69. I hate to bring it back to Chair 7's story, but I have to ask, did you withhold your daughter from your ex-husband? Did he actively seek contact with her that you put a stop to?
No, I did not withhold our daughter from her father. I think he's irreplaceable.
Wait, I forgot if I did. Was he paying you alimony? Did I ask that?
He was not. No.
Child support?
He was not paying child support or alimony. No.
Thank you,
Vader
Thank you, Cha.
donated $69. The girls can't comprehend war, and I pray they never have to. Men understand and are built to handle how truly messed up reality is on a level most women will never comprehend. A luxury men don't get.
Women can't even give us that one thing where
Even
it's
call
like
you master.
clearly war is like worse for men. They won't even give us like one intersectional, like, wow, this is a dimension of intersectionality where men suffer more. No, even in war, women are the victims. Oh, more so than men.
Wait, who said that?
I think you
You
only
did.
had you only
I
had one
literally-
disagreement.
Earlier, I said
Only
both are
Shauna.
victims. I never said women were suffering more. And then after
We've
having
had a lot of women.
a conversation about it, I said by the metrics I was explained to that men do suffer more during war. But you're saying that I never ceded that point.
But you know what you're doing here is imagine a girl like it's jumped, jumped walking down the street at night, stranger danger, and, raped. And I say to you, you know what? Yeah, that's bad. But one time a girl grabbed my ass and I was SA'd. Seems a bit dismissive of the severity of the victimization of the woman. And I'm prepared to say here that a woman who's been like stranger raped, that's way more severe than like the one or two times some girl grabbed my ass. I was technically sexually assaulted.
Obviously, what's your point?
Well, it's this sort of diminishing thing you're doing.
Did I diminish men suffering during war when I said that men
You're
suffer
doing,
more during
but
war?
what about this dimension of female victimization?
Well, we both said that we should take women's suffering into account, all while like establishing that men die more during war, and that's the worst thing that you
Right,
can go
but
through.
why then-
I
okay.
literally agreed with your guys' points, and you're trying to say that I didn't. Like, it's really interesting.
I
'Cause I'm trying to-
think it is interesting.
I'm trying to like talk and have a conversation in good faith. When I said it's a topic that I wasn't very educated on, I wasn't aware of the statistic that men died at much higher rates. And once
You don't need a statistics. You don't need a study.
I wasn't aware of the fact.
Just
It's
to
just
be-
not something I thought about much before.
Just to be clear, you weren't aware of the fact as it relates to warfare, that more men die than women?
I never really thought about it that much. All I wrote down on the paper, to be clear, was both are victims. But when we had a conversation about who suffer more, I literally said, okay, I agree with what you're saying. Men do suffer more.
But hold on.
And you're trying to say that I didn't. I don't understand.
Until November 9th.
I said my mind was changed, and you're like out here.
Hold on. Until November 9th of 2025, you didn't know that men die more in war than women?
It's not something that I ever thought about. I didn't think about the death toll when I was answering that question. I just thought about like all different kinds of suffering.
And interchanged our mind. So
what is there to be confused about?
I mean,
he thinks it's common sense.
Have you not been exposed to like even any sort of like
all I wrote down was
fictional
both
or non-fictional war stories, like even in high school or elementary school, junior high school? You never took
also,
they didn't teach you about World War I, World War II?
Of course I know about World War I
like,
and II.
was it women who were getting trench foot? Was it women who were getting mustard gassed?
When I wrote down both are victims.
Have you ever seen a historical photo of World War I or World War II?
Yes, I have.
When the men have their eyes
I never saw
bandaged, or sorry, when you see photos of like, bandaged eyes, is it like a bunch of like Tiffany's and Tracy's, or is it some Johns and...
There's probably photos of women going through horrible things during war as well. Again, all I wrote down is both men and women were victims during war. I wasn't even necessarily thinking strictly about like murder during war. I was thinking about all different kinds of suffering that both experience. But when we started to compare it, I literally made that concession.
I think it's just the desire to be like fair to everyone and politically correct that a lot of women have these days when they see stuff. Like, they don't want to be like impartial to like someone else who's suffering, even though a statistic might say something. It's just how they are. It's okay. It's just reality.
But you agree that men are the primary victims?
I said that like 30 times, and I'll
okay.
Yeah.
Just clarify.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Kate, do you have any hot takes as it relates to dating? Feel like we didn't get too many notes from you, so I'm just curious. You got any? What are your hot takes?
Well, I actually do think that the body count and history can matter a lot, because it can tell you a person's sense of judgment, and if they make good decisions on who they're dating, and if they just callously give away their affection to everyone, you have to wonder how much it's worth. Like their time and everything.
Got it. Okay. Anything else, or? If anything comes up, let me know.
Do you have anything?
You got any? Yeah, you got
an
interesting.
He's dated more than I have.
She's convinced me of this. It's not quite dating, but it's like spoiling kids. I think I've always thought it was bad, and then she was like, "Well, for a girl, it's actually not that bad. For a guy, it is." And I thought about it, and I was like, "Actually, I think that tracks." She spoils our niece, and she was explaining it to me, and it was just like, now she won't be impressed by money or all that. It'll just be actually if she clicks with that person.
Yeah, she won't be like going with the guy who has a nice car, the first guy she sees, because it's like, oh, yeah, my family already has that, whatever. Versus like, we don't spoil the nephews because we want them to learn hard work.
Yeah.
Got it. Cool. We're going to let some more chats come through. Charles, thank you, man.
Charles Sterling donated $69. 543 in World War II, 8 in the Vietnam War, 13 in the Gulf War, and 166 in Operations Iraqi and Enduring Freedom. Tens of millions died in wars and conflicts since 1945.
True. It's true. Thank you, Charles. Appreciate your message. We have Vader Senpai.
Vader_Senpai donated $69. Also, morality is objective. The universe doesn't care about your feels. Deus Vult. God bless you, Andrew and Brian. Y'all are doing the world a great service. One step back.
Vader Senpai, appreciate it. By the way, Andrew is coming back. The pizza's here. Guys, get a roast in here at the end of the show if you want. Get a message in.
01294 donated $69. Death is not the only trauma men face in war.
That is true.
Injury to death ratios are usually around 5 to 1. Any trauma you can point to a woman facing one can easily point to a man losing limb, getting PTSD, etc.
Yeah. That is true. That is true. Thank you, Crojas. Appreciate it, man. Justin, thank you.
Justin Martins donated $69. Chair 6. You may want to stick around and come back tomorrow. Andrew may need your help with a jar.
Woo, that was a big one. That was a bingo. That's number one. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate it. We have Mr. Meow.
And Meow donated $69. Chair 1 needs to understand that the exceptions don't make the rule. With her view on victimhood of war.
The kinds of suffering I described that women can go through during war are not exceptions necessarily.
Anyone else wanting? Okay.
You don't want? No pizza? No pizza?
Fasting today.
Your macros? You're tracking your macros?
Fasting today.
Oh, I remember the story about... Yeah. We'll get into it.
Did you?
No, we don't have to.
I'll just have one after the show. Thank you, then.
We can talk about that later.
Let's see here. Thank you, Mr. Meow. We have Based Thor. Thank you, man.
Based Thor donated $69. Chair 1 just shut up and look pretty. Chair 2 304 cum dumpster. Chair 3 cuck pimp. Chair 4 stupid asso. Chair 5 not an 8. A 3 at best. Chair 6 big muscle labia. Chair 7 put away dat fupa. Chair 8 evil bish.
What does that mean? Stupidesso? I don't know what the one about me means.
Okay. All right.
Vader_senpai donated $69. If noticed when men and women debate, men typically debate from a top-down overview of reality where women tend to debate from within themselves. It's always about them. They are the center of reality.
Anybody want to... None of the women want to...
I agree. I'm the center of his reality.
Well, there you go. All right. We have Robert with a double. I'll have to double fist it.
Robert Tanner donated $1,001.
Do you drink a lot? I feel
Not
like
a lot, just not since COVID.
Okay.
Let me know if I can help more, Brian. Also looking at you, Andrew. Thanks you guys for all you do.
Let me know if I can help more, Brian. You know, I think we need a little hat trick here. Just why you already wait.
Lewandowski for the hat trick.
He did the hat trick.
Put it in. Oh my word! This is one of
No, he already did the hat trick.
finest performances.
I mean, you could do a triple double champagne. Wait, triple double? No, it would just be triple. It's been a while since I took math class. We need a triple champagne with the pizza, I guess. Can I get another champagne bottle, please? Thank you, Robert Tanner. You're a...
He's a brave and a decent man. He's a pioneer.
Legend. He's a fucking legend.
Your friendly chatter donated $69. Greetings. Young Eamon here. Miss, during times of war, our job is to make sure the innocent men, women and children don't get hurt. Feminism doesn't exist in war, only your safety and freedom, mom.
He really was so polite about it.
Let me go to the bathroom.
I like the greetings.
Thank you for... Sorry, I'm trying to figure out the champagne bottle here. That was your friendly chatter. Thank you for that, man. And then this is for Shona.
Happily Curious Guy donated $70. Shona, how, why, do you refute Shiva Purana et al., Hindu doctrines, dictating, in Hindu marriage, dharmic vivaha, man has absolute, ultimate and irrefutable authority in the marriage, and not the woman?
Because the Shiva Purana does not dictate everything in Hinduism.
What does?
It's not one of those religions that has today at least a lot of rigid laws and rules. You could acknowledge across different religions there's more liberal forms of every religion. That's kind of what I follow, right? Not every Christian strictly follows all the 10 commandments.
Wyvern donated
Yes, they do.
$69. Amouranth, is this the same husband that in 2022 you told the internet abused you and stole your finances?
feel like that was tongue in cheek. We've been together 11 years, so it has to be right.
We have Charles Sterling, and she was away at the table when that came up. We have Charles Sterling.
Charles Sterling donated $69. Andrew, good to see you again. W for Brian and W for Andrew. R.I.P. Charlie Kirk.
Does anybody want?
I'll do a little bit more.
Champagne?
Same. I'll pour it down.
Yeah, if you can pour
Hand your
for them.
cups over, guys.
Anybody want more pizza? Anybody want more pizza? You can fill it up, bud. We got a lot.
Ironman_960 donated $69.
This is from
PTSD is permanent. Sorry, Andrew, it is not something you can put behind you. But men are hit harder with it in war than women. Ask a Vietnam veteran if he still has nightmares. Welcome Viet Vet home.
Look, perhaps that's true, but it is something which you can live with, something which you can cope with, and you can put much of it at least behind you. Dealing with trauma, you could say that about any trauma. You could say any trauma's with you forever. Fine, I'll concede that point. It just doesn't hurt my argument at all. The truth is that it's still better to be fucking alive than dead. And so if that's the case, and you can at least deal with post-traumatic stress disorder and learn to cope with it and put at least most of it behind you, or deal with it in life, how's that not a superior position to death?
Don't Taiwanese people, they can handle their liquor? Do you want to just... Do you would just want to shoot from
I don't really drink that much anymore.
Okay.
I try to, yeah.
Do you want to pass your cup down? And
I think it's...
Oh, it's right there. Andrew, if you want to...
I was getting it. I was getting it, Brian.
Should we get some for Kate?
Yeah, sure.
We'll fill it for Kate. All right, we have some more coming through here. We have JC. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
JC donated $69. The most entitled, gross and lying woman is Chair 4. That's even with the internet puppy star who spoils her niece with nasty money. Teaching her well for sure.
That's you, I believe.
Oh, I know.
Do you want to respond?
There you go.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anybody?
I have no problem with people thinking that about me.
Did you get some, Andrew? Oh, you're just going to drink from this, right? Oh, you poured it all out.
Mm-hmm.
Did you pour some for you? I guess we'll do a double cheers for Robert.
No, there's still some in
Tanner.
there.
There's still some in there. Cheers, Robert Tanner. Salut. Thank you.
Feel so left out.
Wait, hold on. It was Klain who sent in the first champagne pop, wasn't it? Klain?
The Twitch guy, right?
Robert Tanner. Hold on, Robert Tanner. You asked if there's anything you could do, Robert Tanner. You said, "Let me know if I can help more, Brian." Do the hat trick. Do the hat trick. Here, where is it?
Lewandowski for that!
There you go. If you want, you don't have to.
Oh my word, this is one of Lewandowski's finest performances.
Finest performances. Thank you.
Adonai Elahar donated $69. Chair number 5 based legend.
That mean?
That's you?
Yeah, but what does base legend
Chair
mean?
five
Just means
base-
you're awesome.
Means you're
Means
awesome.
they like you.
Thanks, man. I love you.
They love
They
you.
think you're the shit.
You might
yeah.
be
You
one of my
are the
homies.
shit.
I had a lot of homies watching tonight.
We have just a few notes from Melissa to get through. So final call, guys, on the roasts. We're going to get this wrapped up. We're going to get this wrapped up in 10, 15 minutes. 10, 15 minutes.
I got to, man.
Yeah,
Or I
of
won't
course.
get enough sleep.
Oh, I mean, we're pretty much there. We're pretty much
Ladies
there.
and gentlemen, I just wanted to point all of this out. Thank all of you for this wonderful conversation this evening. Thank you to the entire Whatever staff and the Whatever audience for hosting me. I have a debate in the morning.
10 minutes, Andrew.
I got
Andrew,
to.
10 minutes.
I have to, bro. But I have a debate in the morning, right? I'll be back here for that tomorrow. I appreciated everybody and all the conversation. I really appreciate it, guys.
Thank you for coming, Andrew.
Of course.
Thank you for coming. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Have a great night, guys.
Nice chatting with you.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, guys. We're almost wrapped. 10, 15 minutes. We just have a few more notes to get through.
Also, I hate Spyro. I hate him.
Oh, Spyro. He
Yeah.
actually Anyways,
He's Greek, so he's worthless.
Oh shit, Mr. Plight. Felicity, if you can take the seat. Speaking from a veteran experience, women are kept away from the meat grinder that is war, while young boys do horrific things to others. Do we do a Jake cameo really quick? You want to do a quick cameo? Little cameo from Jake. He's in the studio. He might as well, a little quick cameo. Here, take that seat just for a sec while we get the Jake Rattlesnake cameo. There he is in all his Australian glory.
Oh, what's up, Kerr?
There he is, reality-based. Boom. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Hope you've been doing well, man. Did I finish? Go watch Black Hawk Down and Saving Private Ryan, and think about having to do that daily as your friends die. Mr. Plight, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. $69 TTS, get it in. Oh my goodness, this guy is on fire. Robert Tanner is on fire. Oh my goodness.
He's a brave and a decent man. He's a pioneer.
This guy. All right, one more champagne bottle, please.
Robert Tanner donated $1,001. Here you go, guys. Enjoy the night. Thanks again, Brian and Andrew, as well as the panel. Brian and Andrew, reach out, love to support more.
Thank you, man. Robert Tanner, you're a fucking legend. Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it.
Is that another shit?
Is there a German? Is there? Maybe check on the side. There should be. Yo, Robert Tanner, you're a legend. Thank you, man. Really appreciate it. We have. I already did this one, right?
Iron Man underscore
Did I just do this one?
960 donated $69.
This is different.
Andrew,
Sorry.
I am a vet with PTSD from the war I served. I am in therapy with
still here,
Vietnam
right there.
vets. We have group every Monday. I promise you IT does not get easier from seeing it with them. I am not taking away.
Andrew says okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, how do you argue with that? Because obviously there's PTSD victims who, it's gotten better for them over time. I don't know what to say about it.
Okay. All right, we have finishing off the show with Melissa's notes. You said that you don't know if it's appropriate, but there's a story that's exemplary of what it's like getting with a bodybuilder, LOL. Recently, you hooked up with this. Do you want to tell the story? You want to tell the story?
I hooked up with this guy who I've hooked up with a few times over the past few years, and I don't know if anyone's gonna get this. We smoked beforehand. I had cotton mouth. Went to go down on him, and so he went to put coconut oil on his dick, and I was like, "That's way too many fats."
So you had to watch the macros.
She's watching the macros.
And I had no idea that I said anything weird until he was like, he's not a bodybuilder. He was like, "Are you kidding?" And I was like, "What?" I already ate for the day. That's it.
Why didn't he just have you spit?
I heard it's a good source of.
I had cotton mouth.
He could have spit or something.
He had cotton mouth.
Drink some water.
Should have just gone diddy with it with the baby oil. Should have gone diddy with it with the baby oil.
Should have. But yeah.
So
What's
to
the question?
clarify, just not in
Calories.
your mouth.
What?
Just not in your mouth.
Yeah, I mean, look, I took one for the team, but
This one.
Just go throw up. Like I think there's like a 30-minute window on calories.
It was a bit. All right, Jake, pound this entire bottle of champagne. Oh, he's actually.
Jake.
Not the whole thing. I got to be responsible.
There you go. My question was, so it was coconut oil, right? But what about
What if it was beef
if
tallow?
it was his? Because I hear that's a good source of protein, the seed.
right. But you would have to finish the deed before you get this.
You don't do that. That's just the.
Finish
There's
the
the deed
deed.
before you get the seed.
Yeah, it's
That's
rhymes.
common sense.
That's nice.
That's the.
Oh, you're just saying would I?
Like a.
That's. I would imagine that has more protein than it does fat, which is lower in calories.
Do you know
than
the macro
fats.
split on?
I don't. I don't know the macro split on cum. No, I don't.
I want to know.
I'm sure it varies with diet, though. You know.
Yep.
But you fulfilled your macros for the day. So, you said that things you look for in a man, you say ambitious, goal-oriented, secure with himself, receptive to communication, able to teach you something, present alternate perspective to your own. Okay. Apparently you appear dominant, but really you want someone who's capable of dominating you. The only way you're letting your guard down is if you can call the shots and make you feel protected. Okay. You think constant texting is ridiculous. You don't like the expectation of constant availability. Sure. You couldn't care less if a guy likes other girls' pictures, like on Instagram or whatever. Okay. And
I was just looking up like topics and stating my opinion on them because you asked.
Okay. Let's see here. You say it's a waste of bandwidth to revolve your life around finding a partner. However, it's important to be open to the unexpected. Okay. I think that's pretty much it for the notes. Was there anything you wanted to add or? Okay.
How much of a gorilla do you really need? You must need a...
No, it's not even. I'm actually more attracted to intelligence than anything, but it has to be. So you want
to
like
dominate you intellectually?
Closer to the mic.
Dominate you intellectually?
Intellectually and physically, yes.
So you need a gorilla.
Sure.
Is Jake... is he...
We're getting there.
Because Jake's fit. He's a fighter. He's really fit. He does Thai...
Boxing.
Kickboxing or boxing?
A little bit of gum shit at kickboxing.
Okay. Boxing. Would you... I mean... Do you like Australian guys? Or?
I do. Yeah.
Oh, Jake.
Let's talk.
At the end of the show, I'm coming in clutch as the wingman here.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you.
What do you think, though?
I think Jake is attractive.
Oh.
What I know of him so far, yeah.
Are you single, Jake?
I'm single.
No way.
Oh. Have you death by snoo snoo?
What does that mean?
You don't know that? It's like this Futurama. The Futurama characters, they encountered this like Amazonian tribe of alien women who are like gigantic, super ripped, and they kill the men by having sex with them because they're so like crush their pelvis.
If it's my fate, then let it be.
Okay.
Anyway. Guys, do you any dating topics you want to hit on super quick or?
I don't know. I'm not sure what you guys have hit on already.
Yeah, I think we talked about we talked about how Australian women are just these bogan degenerates.
You guys talked about that? It's true.
I just made that up at the end there.
Yeah.
Just kidding. Australian women are do you like Australian women?
No, they're the worst.
They're the worst.
They're the worst.
That's why he's here.
You know, actually,
yeah, exactly. So I had to get out.
I've met some Australian gals and they've been quite nice. Not gonna lie. Maybe I got.
Everyone's
lucky.
got this perception of them that they're like beach girls, surfer girls, beach bums, but it's just not the case. A lot of them are sort of
like rednecks, but Australian.
Not really, but they yap. They're yap.
They're yappers.
Like me and my friends have this rule. Like when we're overseas, we can always tell Australian girls from a distance because of the way that they yap.
Interesting.
Yappy.
Any final thoughts from any other panelists before we wrap this up? Final thoughts. Did I get everybody's notes? Final thoughts.
We never did World War I or World War II years.
Name 3 countries.
Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia.
Three countries, like just any?
Yeah, just 3 countries.
Okay.
You can't repeat from the previous.
Okay. China, South Africa, and Ukraine.
Peru.
Into the mic.
Oh, sorry. Peru, Japan, United States.
Would you be down to arm wrestle Jake right now?
Yeah.
Wait, yes? Wait, let's clear the...
I'm going to be going.
Oh, we're literally about to wrap.
I know, but I just figured if you're...
Huh?
Are we wrapping it up in next...
Yeah, like...
5 minutes?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Oh my. Okay. Final thoughts there? No. Okay. Cool. Let me see if there's any chats that came through. We'll let them come through, and then. Okay, we have this one. Thank you, Pro Shotty. Appreciate it.
Pro Shotty donated $69. I had to subscribe tonight because it was so badass, but I will say I did join a call with Amouranth for advice and she gave real feedback. I had issues with dating and she was real about it.
Aw.
Love y'all.
Aw. That's actually one of the biggest requests, not just like on stream, but like on the OF side too, is just guys coming and wanting some positive words and advice when they're going through hard times. Kind of like there's one guy who was going through Hustlers University, and he was trying to find his place in life. He was talking about the inner circle to me, and he was just like, "Can you just tell me that like I can do it? That I'm not gonna be a failure in life?" So like, yeah, it happens. A lot of people do ask for advice.
What'd you tell him?
Said, "You can do it, King."
How do you know, though? What if he can't do it?
Well, what does that help, though?
His life will be better if he thinks he can either way.
If it helps him get through the, the tough spot in life,
Yeah.
Oh, did we finish name 3 countries?
You said ones that weren't named already, right?
I'll
just try,
throw three.
Japan, Argentina, and I'm not good at history, like geography stuff. China, whatever. Fiji.
It's okay.
I'm
Just
trying.
let it go.
Geography is not my thing.
Fiji, the Maldives, Madagascar.
See, where the heck did you
Russia,
pull that from?
Egypt, New Zealand.
Estonia, Zimbabwe, Djibouti.
Estonia was said. Anyway, Syria, Jordan, Lebanon.
Okay. We have this from JC.
JC donated $69. It was asked earlier while she was gone. But Amouranth, why did you stay with your abuser? Or was the wild crying show months back just fake?
Well, my crying is never fake, all right? Those are real intense moments of turmoil in relationships. The difference between us, though, is that I'm always alive, at least historically. So, emotions happen, but, marriage isn't just
shot a
cheery.
guy, I heard.
I did. Yeah.
That was cool.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't wish for it, but yeah.
Do you wish he died?
Yes.
I would have too. Yeah.
Well, I guess the concern is, I've had this interaction with this person. I've inflicted damage to them. Are they going to be vindictive? Will they try to seek out revenge? And it's going to be. Mm-hmm. I mean, that would be my thought, anyways.
I asked the inspector that, and he said, which doesn't really give me much comfort, but it's nice to know, I guess. It's like, he said, statistically, that never happens.
No,
he's been doing it 21 years or something like that.
Yeah,
because I asked him, like, if one of these guys eventually, are they going to, and he's like, we've never seen that in Houston and all that. Yeah.
That makes sense. I imagine it's rare. It's like, hey, you're committing a crime. The other guy got the jump on you. So... All right, let's see here. I think that's pretty much it for the chats. If one trickles through, I'll be sure to get it. But I do want to say, or we need to do the final things. Okay, guys, final things. Like the video if you enjoyed the stream. If you want to become a master debater, debateuniversity.com. Felicity, why don't you just stand in the back somewhere so you can wave or something? Let's see. Let's do pull up Twitch super quick. Guys, twitch.tv/whatever. If you're still watching over there on Twitch, it's our secondary platform. We simulcast on there, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub just here at the end of the stream if you enjoyed the stream. Oh, Cajun, it's bugged, boys. Thank you for the Prime, Cajun. Really appreciate it. Okay, guys. Thank you. So, GG.
Well played.
To the panel. Last call, hit the like button, please, on your way out. Also, please leave a nice comment once the live ends. Helps with the algorithm. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone. You guys were very generous tonight. Thank you, guys. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, supports the show. We're going to be live again tomorrow. Tomorrow, Andrew's going to be debating Naima from Jubilee, round 2. It's going to be big, guys. It's going to be big. A lot of people are going to be tuning in for that. It's going to be wild. It's going to be insane.
She's going to lose.
We're aiming to go live approximately 3 p.m., but, sometimes it's 5-10 minutes later. So tomorrow, 3 p.m. Pacific, here, live on the Whatever podcast. Lastly, any girls who want to be on the show, if you want to be on the show, you can DM out Whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, 07s in the chat. I want to see 07s in the chat. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you to the wonderful panel. You guys were dope. It was one of the funner shows we've had this year. So you guys were wonderful. Thank you guys. I know there were some heated moments there. After the show, it's all water under the bridge. You guys were wonderful. I know, again, we had disagreements, but I take none of it personally. Neither does Andrew, by the way. So thank you guys so much for coming. Appreciate it. And I just want to make sure I'm not screwing anybody over who sent in the chat. Nope, that's it. Okay. 07's in the chat. I said that. Leave a nice comment, guys, once the stream ends. All right, guys, good night. We will see you guys tomorrow, 3 p.m. Good night, guys.